The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
It's another day of LPL, and we are cozy. Well, at least myself. It's a little bit cold here. I don't know why. As I welcome you back, my name is Decisive. I'm joined by Jamada again, but this time at a very different environment. This time it's LPL once more, and it's a pleasure to be with you in what can only be described as probably the most important day coming up in recent LPL history, in all-time League of Legends. Some might say, if they really like LPL, Jamada.
Yeah, the first series of today in particular has a lot of implications for the remaining spots here in playoffs, to say the least. So I'm looking forward to it. We've got some very exciting series throughout the day as well, which we will of course get to. But first, here it's going to be IG versus OMG taking the stage.
In Shanghai. I'm used to the days of OMG playing in Chengdu, but no longer from recent memory. Let me just explain it to you, because I take full responsibility to this. I'll say this to Jamada. I was looking and I'm like, hang on a minute. Does this first series just define and sort all of playoffs? Because of AL and TT's poor game differential, which is our second tiebreaker after the after the series, OMG are at a -1, AL -4, TT -6. If OMG win this series, ALTT can't catch up, and they can't catch up to anyone bar WE if WE say lost in the following series versus LNG. But -2 would match -2 with AL. I know I'm talking a bit of gibberish, try and keep up. But AL have lost the head-to-head to WE. WE won the regular season game earlier on in week 1 against AL, which means that no one can catch up to the 4 playoff teams, which means this series with the 2-1, even at the very least, OMG will lock in that top 10. They'll lock in everyone else alongside with them as well. And I just hope that Leaguepedia updates after this game so I can be like, look at that. I might be a guess, but I'm right. I did it right.
You know, you've committed like 3 cardinal sins already. One is talking about playoffs implications without like a confirm, like no saying what's what. And you've done maths on broadcast in like 60 seconds. So
I know.
You know, we will wait for the results, obviously, to come and give us that confirmation 100%. But I trust Jake enough to say that he's probably right. He's done this enough times here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is, to say the least, probably the most important series that we'll have for the remainder of the regular split. As Jake says, it will effectively decide the top 10 teams that will be moving into playoffs next weekend. So to say that Weibo, WE, and even LNG might be rooting a bit for OMG to make sure that there's no late season shenanigans would be a bit of an understatement.
Well, look, if you're talking about shenanigans as well, maybe we can talk a little bit about draft and what we can expect out of this one. It's such an important series. Rek'Sai top. I don't know. Like, dude, seeing it yesterday was so exciting. Like, I feel like OMG, IG are cookers. You know, these guys are like innovators. I think especially when you're looking at someone like YSKM that's been a little bit cheeky. You know, we've had a lot of different champions. Yone top. We've had Fiora from him. Bit of Cannon. Bit of Volibear top as well. You know, I look at Cube, and Cube's a little bit more boring because he just plays take matchups. But I know he has it in him too. I don't know where you want to go with this, but
yeah, no, I'm actually with you. You know, last year I was very big on Cube as an individual to, you know, kind of bust out some weird things from time to time. I even remember, I mean, and this is even further back really, in 2022 when I was first guesting here in the LPL. He was the guy that brought out Nasus top, and like Nasus hadn't been played top for like almost a decade or something really ridiculous here in the LPL. So You know, Cube definitely has the capacity to cook from time to time, but whether or not he actually will here today, as you mentioned, he's kind of relegated to tank duty these days here on OMG compared to some of his former rosters, but certainly YSKM will do a lot of that. And there's a lot of personality kind of across this rift, as you mentioned as well. PP God, able to, as a duo, historically have definitely played some pretty aggressive things. So I think there's definitely a lot of room for not only creativity, but definitely some LPL aggression, as we've come to be used to.
I hope so. I mean, again, some of these individual picks I'm looking across the board are quite exciting. Like, you know, looking at Wink's champion pool, which right now is pushing the realms of like 15 uniques in his support pool. Like, Wink has been involved in a lot of the fighting, a lot of the early plays from IG as well. On the other side, you know, we always talk about PP God, a lot of uniques there too. And while I'm talking about players, I just kind of also want to reiterate, today, Angel is starting again. Now, Jamada, I don't know if you saw, but they tried out Lin Feng, who, an OMG mid laner who I haven't seen before. I'm pretty sure came out from the LDL. He played a series, and I think it was the recent series of IG. Sorry, of OMG. Yeah, it was the BLG series. So, like, that's a big debut. Imagine debuting a rookie like, let's put him up against the best team in the league. Let's put him up against BOG and give Angel a rest on this day.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, Angel didn't need it. And for Lin Feng, I'm sure it was an experience. Get to play against BLG, get to lane against Knight as well. And as a whole, I mean, I still feel like, despite, you know, losing to BLG, not the biggest deal in the world, in a isolated incident, they could still feel pretty happy about the fact that they even made them bleed, right? Took that one game off them, 2-1 the full series score to BLG. But of course, that does kind of lend to today, where now OMG sit in a situation where, you know, this game is the important game, right? They probably weren't walking into the BLG series thinking, yeah, this is us, we're gonna win, and then we're gonna kind of get 8 wins, and that's probably gonna be our lock. They were probably thinking, all right, uphill battle. If we don't win, that's fine. Pressure will definitely be on, though, for the IG series.
I mean, again, there's pressure here, not for IG, but for OMG. Important for the standings, important for OMG's run. If they lose this, then there's a whole bag of oysters that opens up for teams below them in AL and TT. But let's get into draft. There's a lot of questions about what's going to happen through topside. If it's just going to be a boring tank matchup. Cassante, their most played Udyr, there for Cube as well. We really hope not, as we're already getting a top lane ban in the Renekton. But 80 carry bans by the 3 up against IG's bottom lane makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's something that you see kind of, you know, infrequently, I feel like, against IG here. If a team doesn't necessarily have anything they're super worried about on the top side from perhaps Leanne, then they will happily go for something like a triple lane bully ban. And it does open up for something like this, something like Nautilus Blind, because now, even if you get a kind of a poor support matchup, it's one of those things where teams have started to lean on it a lot more as just really, really reliable engage. And whilst personally, I'm still not sold, it's what teams are very, very comfortable with. IG now have the opportunity to take away the Senna. It's one of those pairings as well with that Nautilus, if they so choose, as well as another power pick on patch. IG seems like they'll just go down the Karma, plus the Xin Zhao out, so very strong 2v2 in the mid jungle, assuming that Karma will be slotted into the mid lane by Cryan.
The most normal champion by Luyan, by the way, as well, fitting into this jungle pool. Xin Zhao, now he's most played, but also Luyan's been playing a hell of a lot of Graves in Italy. Like, the brand has been through there. He's been a bit of an innovator this split, but in this game, he's sticking it normal with, as you said, a couple of power picks. Smolder also left open. Just going to be picked up here by Abel, and a lot of LPL teams have been looking at this, sometimes leaving it open. Like, it's not like the LEC Jamada where it is a first pick or ban. LPL's like, sometimes we have options to it in something like the Zeri, but OMG this time aren't going to ignore it. Gets picked up with the Nautilus for a bit of CC, and the lease in for Xiaofeng seems like the right kind of move, I guess, considering that an aggressive jungler alongside what's been seen in the mid lane makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious about what IG's answer is going to be, right? Are they going to try and just match it scaling for scaling, go something like the Jinx or the Zeri? Will they go something like Senna, which is one of those early door answers to Smolder? I feel like has sort of dropped off a little bit in priority overall. as a direct, I won't use the full counter word, but it's what people were kind of feeling once this model was on live patch, and it seems like we'll get the former. It's going to be this Jinx as it goes through, locked in, and OMG will have the opportunity to ban away 2 supports, right? I'd imagine that's where they go with their 2 bans, whereas for IG, likely now going to go and pinch on Angel's champion pool, right? Something like the Ari, I'd imagine will come through, or perhaps the Nico, something that's going to pair up and try and sort of do a very, very good job at neutralizing the Xin Zhao dive alongside the Karma utility.
On that Jinx, by the way, first Jinx of the split for Abel. Starry picked it up before as he's come in for a couple of series, but yeah, just something new to add into the pool for Arn. Excuse me, I'm completely out of it. Is it Arn's first? It is. On the other side, I'm talking about the wrong play. When it's early like this, it's bad.
Got to be a ramp up time. It's cool.
Got to be a ramp up. It is still the first Jinx. The point still stands. First Jinx here for Arn for this crazy Draven main in the bottom side. If you start banning away other positions and the Rakan goes with it, I guess Rakan might be seen as set up for IG. Nico as well, for talking about setup. Good pairing with the Lee Sin, who doesn't have too much CC until that 6-point himself. So getting rid of some of the tools that Angel could use, and especially when Nico in the LPL, much like in many other regions, is still highly prioritized. I feel like that's a smart tool to take away for IG.
Yeah, absolutely. And a call-out Gangplank ban to when?
For one.
So, to one side. So, I wonder what that means for Cube. Overall, we'll wait and see. As IG, it seems like they're just going to default over to this Cassante. It's one of those things where when it gets hovered, even this early, you're probably just like, yeah, this will probably get locked in. There's very little chance. We see a deference to another champion, and there you go. So what does Cube want? Or what was Cube looking for? Was it actually the Cassante himself? We'll never know now, as let's see what OMG are looking for, because with the removal of the Ahri and the Nico, it kind of takes away quite a few of the proactive mid lane picks available. Oh my god, how did I forget about Taliyah? I'm so used to Taliyah being early rotated that seeing it go through this late, in my head, it's just like, okay, it must be banned. But there you go. And we'll get the Taliyah out of OMG, so very strong side lane presence if they want it in the early stages, and of course, great at shutting down mobility and just terrain control as a whole, right? Covering chokes with all of the AoE, the pushback, the knockback, the field on the floor as well. That was the Aatrox to kind of play a bit of a flanking role, I suppose, in team fights, or a straight up front line. We know how that matchup works in the top side. There's windows where the Cassante at the level 6 can probably try and find an all-in, but other than that, it's going to be a pretty rough time, and Cube should have relatively full control in the early stages in that matchup, as we will get the Alistar in the final rotation for IG, and that's going to be that bottom lane 2v2 to try and nullify some of the engage available to OMG, but specifically PP God inside the lane.
And on your top lane point as well, it's going to be a fun time for one then, at least, if he's going to have to sit there and absorb it for his debut this split. I didn't notice that. I was kind of just looking out for YSKM, ignored topside, and then when I saw the Gangplank ban, I'm like, hang on a minute. Who's that enemy top laner? And yeah, for one, big power pick, big pocket pick, I should say. So nice that OMG pay the respect, but he's on Cassante duty for this game regardless. Looks like they're trying to give YSKM a bit of a break as well, considering that IG are already locked into playoffs. And it makes sense. I mean, this team, like, they hit 8 earlier ago. They are on a 3-loss streak, by the way, Jamada. Like, IG recently have not had the best of time, but the team has done their due diligence earlier in the split. Their big win against BLG was what opened them up, and I think has what really given them this threshold as well. Also, you have to say their win against AL, especially when AL are trying to fight their way up based on head-to-heads up into this top 10. IG got to be so comforted in the big wins that they did provide. But as they start rounding out their split with their last 2 series as well, they're looking to see how high they can climb. They can still hit top 6, and most likely they still feel comfortable to get top 6. A win here, I think, too, Jamada, is pretty good at like helping them secure that. I mean, teams like LNG, it seems like WE, you know, they're going to face off against each other. Getting 9 is a hard task for them as well. So we'll find out. At the very least, IG still fighting for something, still fighting for getting out of that first round of the playoff bracket, while on the other side, as I said before, OMG with a win will lock in the rest of playoffs. All they have to do is get at least a 2-1 here in this series, and AL and TT can't catch up to anyone. Right? And I mean anyone. Okay, Yamada,
Yeah.
you know,
Anyone.
you know why I say that? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Delete the tweet. Delete the tweet. It's so hard working this early.
Told you.
It's because they can get 7 and 9, and anyone's legend can just get 8. All right. After all that, I was so confident, and I was like, OMG, just lock in plus. No, WE and LNG can go 7 and 9, and AL can finish 8. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. God.
I don't know what to say, Jake. I told you. It's common sin. Maths.
Never, ever, ever do playoffs implications at 7:30 in the morning. Ignore my tweet. Emily Rand retweeted that. Emily, unretweet it. Pretend it didn't happen. Ignore me.
Oh, and you've duped Emily. Jake, you're a bad guy.
I am such a bad guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's early. Please forgive playoffs upset.
Are you writing the tweet? All right, let's tap
Get me in.
Let's tap in. Because this is, as we've been, re-airing a lot, this is a very important series for both these teams here. So, kind of honing in. Both junglers, they're starting on their red side quadrants. I wonder if Xiaofeng is going to look for a bot side visit earlier on, or if it's just going to be a full clear, because clearing out full red side, kind of uncommon. He's going to go for a reset. So, longsword into top side seems to be the poor call for OMG's jungler. And that will give Leon a bit of a free time on the bottom side, you have to imagine, because Lee Sin taking a reset, then walking up the top side, just means that if Leon even decides to poke and prod, whilst there won't necessarily be any jungle camps, still the freedom to gain a little bit more prolonged information. Still going to be super valuable for Arn and Wink in that extended 2v2.
Try and interrupt actually onto Arn, not too bad, but as they get the shove in, Wave crashes back out and meets. I was just looking at top side in the meantime, after all the shenanigans. I mean, Cube has found a bit of an early CS lead. Wave is shoving in, but it's not like one has missed out on that much. So, kind of, if our observers, I wish I could tell them to go top side, because that is already a shellacking. Like, what is happening up there? The Wave isn't even that big.
Full shove. I mean, it's just one of those things where Cube is not only just perfectly CSing at the moment, but it's very, very difficult to dictate the pace against Aatrox in this matchup as Cassante. Again, it's one of those things where you kind of just get drain tanked off of them. Since all of those passes at Cassante's early laning power and presence, he just doesn't really have the capacity to constantly spam those Qs, get the knockbacks, and successfully find trades back, even though you're very bad at trading HP. These days, it wasn't necessarily the case back in the day with Cassante, as this is kind of a repercussion of that lane of that Raptor and full red side start here for Xiaofeng. Leon is here on the Raptors immediately, and he is going to steal that one away. And he'll even get all the little ones. So, level 2 camps, really, really important. You can see Leon is already halfway to level 5. Xiaofeng will only have just ticked over. So there's going to be a pretty big jungle difference in the XP department between these two junglers for the next couple of minutes, until that jungle catch-up XP kicks back in for Xiaofeng, so he can sort of slowly close the gap back up again.
You can see, I mean, with that aggression from jungle as well, Wink starts making his move around Raptors too, just hovering maybe just in case, but also just showing some of the freedom in this lane as the slow push towards Arn now completes. And I'm going to talk about another bit of a CS gap here. It feels like for Arn, he's going to be in a good spot, trying to stop the back. PB God not letting that happen. And so Abel is able to rotate back as well. But if only it's a 1 CS lead still for Arn. Not the worst spot here for the Jinx in the early game. And I like that, with Smolders getting picked out, people have started finding options when it's let through. And I think LPL maybe not afraid of the Smolders. We've seen not as many bans as other regions, where we're getting like more Jinx, more Zeri. Options that people see is like, okay, I can match the scaling, I think, as you were talking about in draft. And, this option can match that scaling, but also kind of utilize some of the power in lane to make sure that Smolder doesn't have the same free time.
Yeah, exactly right. And one of those things that, or answers that Jinx does have is being able to shove in waves quite consistently. You saw it in the first couple of waves, right? And Wink did elect to start to let it bounce back into them. But you can take a lot of lane control, and just in general, Jinx is kind of like the OG, you know, hyper carry as far as League of Legends is concerned. So always tends to be the answer when new hyper carries try and put their way out onto the block, right? Whether it was Zeri back in the day, a couple of seasons ago, or Aphelios, right? It always seems like we always come back to Jinx one way or another.
True. We just have this rotational cycle of speaking which rotation of mid coming bot has now begun. I mean, Abel and PPGoblin might be in trouble. Xiaofeng trying to come on in, but Lo Yan is here first. They dive, they do it successfully, and First Blood is given over to this Karma. Is now for the trade. Wink is going to die, and Cry might be up next. There's a flash from PPGoblin, but the damage ain't there. Crying hovering behind his carries. PPGoblin gets tagged out. Lo Yan, no audacious charge just yet, but Arn's damage in his
They want to redive.
Yeah, I mean, they can. The burst damage from Crying helps out. There's Wind becomes Lightning. Lo Yan flashes away. Arn now looking for one more auto. The shove dodged away. Arn
oh my god!
And avoids it as well. IG, that was slick. Making it a 3-for-1 start, and Angel just has to sit there and watch with no mana.
Dude, I thought the safeguard shield was just about gonna make that dive super awkward on the back end for IG, but they see the window for it. The redive was excellently executed, and the initial dive as well, super easy. 4 men underneath the tower straight away. Yeah. The flap doesn't quite make you untargetable, even if you're outside the bounds of the bottom side of the map. And even though they're able to answer out because Angel's angle allows for that to occur, again, it kind of leaves IG in a bit of an awkward situation where they're weaving and dancing. But once they break back up and they walk back towards the tower, they just kind of notice that they've got the angle for it. And then Arn gets those last 2 auras in. Xiaofeng just barely survives, and Arn finds the flash over the wall with that last auto attack. Really, really well woven in by IG as a whole, and it now leaves Abel in a really sore spot where he had to miss out on all of that XP. Arn also got, I believe, a plate in the middle of the dive, I want to say. So super dive for IG there, and that's going to accelerate Jinx tenfold towards her first item.
And I feel like Cry might have had shoved through mid because he's up 2, even after he made the first roam. Like, Angel had to probably match that, and maybe the wave just crashed, right? But Angel came in a little bit later, and that rotation from IG, that speed from IG in the bottom side has set them up for success, as you said. Bot's already benefiting off of it. I mean, Lo Yan now has a kill himself, and yeah, Xiaofeng matches that, but with the map melting in front of your eyes, you're now like, okay, what can I do as OMG here in the early game? And it feels like Cube might be the transition here, Jamada. Might be that OMG just like try go top. No,
don't do it. No, because we know what happens, right? Teams are. You're gonna start me off, Jake. It's too early in the morning for this, right? It is. Teams do not play through their top. Even like, look, the top side matchup is so skewed in Aatrox's favor. Do you think we're ever gonna see Xiaofeng go up there and try and kill Kassan? No, of course not. He's got to be bot to make sure his bottom lane doesn't get dove. It's just not gonna happen. Even if PPGoblin and Abel were somehow able to, you know, consistently clear out waves and make sure they're never in a position to be dove, we're never gonna see at least in topside gank. No one cares about top lane anymore. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
That feels personal.
And speaking, it is personal. And speaking of waves being stacked, you can see Arn and Wink here very, very proactively trying to make this one happen. Leon is here as well on the bottom side, and he's coming through to hover. Whether it'll be another dive, we'll have to wait and see, because Abel does have both sums.
Yep.
There is point-and-click CC available through Wink. Almost going to come through, clear out half the wave. And I think it's just about enough with... Yeah, not just about enough. It's more than enough for Smolder to eat up and just clear the rest of that wave.
And you see, after Xiaofeng kind of gets that comm, and he's like, oh yeah, okay. Abel says he can wave clear. He then transitions to top side. Grubs are back up and available as well. And OMG picked up the first 3, so... Seems like Xiaofeng wants to get the next 3 as IG now moves the 3 core unit as well towards these said grubs of mid push gets shoved on in. Xiaofeng is here, but all he can do is watch for the time being as OMG trying to match the 3v3.
Yeah, trying to.
Oh. Well done. Wen went into ulti as well. It means he's squishy, but he dodges that Q3. Means for Cube, he's run out of options. He has to wait for the rotation to come back in. And IG, does this affect how they do grubs? Because now Cube is joining in by himself still. Even without the ulti, they zone off. Lo Yan and Wink on the wrong side. Loyan's just dead. IG now collapsed upon. Super Mega Death Rocket does nothing, and Wink just tries to get out of there, but his ulti, it's just gone. And OMG with a quick couple of picks, and Cube just forcing out one, making him a bit useless. That's a good start.
Yeah, great wall as well by Angel to kick that fight off, and Leon seemingly just either wasn't able to cast his ultimate or just elected not to cast that Crescent Guard. Either way, I'm not even sure the knockback would have really did him any justice there. No flash at the time of the play. It's very, very stuck, and it's going to translate into these 3 grubs, so
Yep.
feels good for OMG to move up to 6, and we'll see whether or not that has any impact later on in the game. But Dredge line into the wall knockback, it all feels really good, right? And you can see at the bottom side of your screen, Leon did not have flash. Cube had first move just because of the way that the skirmish in that 1v1 kind of played out for him, and Wink, unfortunately, a victim of the play overall, as OMG take the grubs on the backside. It will, in the longer sequence of play, translate into IG picking up the dragon, though. So now they're on 2 dragons. It's Mountain Dragon as well, and that's going to feel pretty good for IG. Considering they're working with 3 frontliners. Oh my god, I'm seeing a cross map. I don't believe it. Jumping up, taking camps on the other side. Well, that's how I know I'm back in the LPL, man. I was complaining about it yesterday. Watching the LEC, and to quote Yamato Cannon from, we was on, it's actually Banter with the boys now, but window shopping. It is just,
Oh, yeah.
it's the bane of my existence now. So many teams in Europe having to just watch each other take objectives. But at the very least, OMG are trying their best to claim some gold elsewhere on the map. And they're going to have to try and collect a lot of gold before this 3rd dragon if they're looking to contest. And we'll see just how proactive OMG are willing to be, because with this Smolder, you do often sometimes see teams pretty much just kind of choose not to contest things unless they end up in very favorable positions. To actually look for those positive fights. In this case, IG, even though they've been behind on topside skirmishes, I'm certain that they'll still be able to force fights whenever they can.
I mean, look, for IG, I just want to quickly mention, while we're talking about the fights that can brew, they're going in mega deep here in enemy jungle. PP God's run on in. He depth charged Q's away, but the Death Rocket almost connects. IG are going to survive for now, but here comes Abel joining the fight in the Jinx as well. Mum does nothing as Arn flashes over the wall and able to get out. I mean, that's a lot of summoners burnt from OMG, as Loyan also burns his flash to come through. Summoners across the board just flew out as no one dies, but the red buff steal and the pressure that comes down bot side, it still feels like it's going to be beneficial to IG, considering with the red comes a million bits of turret plating.
Exactly, right? I mean, that's just the thing, because you have to send Abel back to base. Now Arn gets all this free time on bot side, so not only do IG get what they were looking for, they're additionally just getting all of this extra gold. Arn might even have the time to pick that up. I mean, Leon, not going to win out on the smite, but he's definitely a little bit stronger than Lee Sin at this point in the game. Even though they're 1 item to 1 item, it's just kind of the power of Xin Zhao. The onus is on Lee Sin to really try and find the outplay somehow, right, in that 1v1. Here you go, a full tower over to Arn. Great time on the observers. Well. It's a 2,000 individual gold lead right now between the 2 AD carries. So Arn already with the Shiv is going to go back to base, have a BF sword, maybe even a crit cloak. He's having a grand old time.
He's having a good split from the games I've seen as well. The BLG series, he was insane. Him and Wink. I think they ran the Draven lane one of the games, but I mean, this 2v2's really developed. Like, they've been together for a while now, and, you know, from Wink role swapping from AD carry to support, from Arn being his champion pool, I'm not sure what the influence is like there, but again, a lot of development here as Loyan finds a bit of an engage, but it is a Lee Sin, so safeguard over the wall exists, and just forcing them out as IG in this early game do have themselves a 2k gold lead, 2 dragons as well. Next one gearing up in a minute 40. I think by that next dragon too, as Arn now sits mid, we're gonna have this Jinx with 2 items. Like, there's already a Noon Quiver again in hand, and Arn is just, he's 50 CS ahead, Jamato, or like 40. It doesn't matter. He's in 15 minutes. It's a big number. It's a big number. Interesting.
Wait, says no. We're just wait. Oh, well, he's got no cooldowns now.
Never mind. He said yes now, and the damage is gonna be there. In with the ulti, burn through. Angel picks up another kill. Now Cryin is isolated.
Run! Okay. Actually, he's done the right thing. there's no wave to dive Crying here with. So Angel's just kind of playing with him. Oh,
Flashes.
Well,
the minion wave's not there. Mum going to clear this one, but Herald's going to come out in a second. Just wait for the reset. I mean, Lian is going to absorb the tank damage for now as Crying still dealing with 3 people. He's waited this out long enough. Seismic Shove gets a kill, and that's 2 for Angel in the long run, but Herald charges yet again. You've got Arn here too with the Void Grubs. This is going to be a tier 2, Jamada. I don't know what you want to call worth. Hang on.
No, that's not how that works.
Oh my god, it's a kill. Abel, get him.
It's that last second desperation ultimate cast as well from Leon.
This doesn't do anything.
Which is just great. You know, we talk a lot about being a little bit EP in the early morning, being here for the LPL from Europe side. Maybe Leon, you know, kind of, it's not really particularly late, but maybe he had a late one, you know, woke up late.
Oh, true.
And it's still his morning, you know? Maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah.
For Leon as well. But the death, actually kind of impactful, because now he's late for Dragon, all jokes aside.
Yeah.
OMG probably secure this one at little cost. Maybe there'll be a fight forced after the fact, but this should be a stop of the snowball.
Quick
Let's
flash
see.
engage onto Angel. He's already at half HP as he flashes away, though. His spacing's great. IG taking the brunt of the damage, and there's no steal here as the kick disengages. OMG have got the objective away, and one can't get the flip back to save the day. Cube ready in alt form as well, so IG second fiddle. Dragon stacking has stopped as OMG going to be happy now that especially Angel wasn't able to give his shutdown away.
Yeah, exactly. Angel doesn't quite give that one over. Feels pretty nice. And yeah, there you go. Dragon stacking stops. So now the real stack of dragons is Abel. We're kind of just waiting on a timer. There's now 10 minutes before IG could even potentially have access to the Mountain Soul. And without Mountain Soul, no Elder, no slightly buffed up combat stats. Let's see how close the smite was as well. As the engage comes through, my Angel is able to flash away from it. It's kind of just a frontline battle, and then Xiaofeng, oh, it looked pretty early. I didn't quite see the number, but it looked around 200, I think, from Leon. Secured by Xiaofeng himself. So, feels good, OMG, and now they kind of just get to stall out. The only thing really now is kind of just assessing how well IG play the rest of the open map, right? They've got this 2-item Jinx, Kraken plus the Shiv. A lot of wave clear afforded to them. They can catch waves up super high as long as Arn is actually on the wave, but you know, they've got to get red buff first, so they'll do that one. And then how Angel and OMG as a whole try and answer out that pressure, right? IG hovering on the bottom side, OMG have an idea that that's going on. What do you know, a cross map, and they're just going to be able to chunk out this top tower. And in the extended, I don't think they're quite going to be able to actually lock this tower down now, as the rest of IG are rotating up here, but it's the thought that counts.
It is indeed, but look, for OMG, I mean, the thought of playing these side maps and Angel really controlling sides right now. One of the props of Angel so far, one of the top MVPs in the LPL. I mean, Angel's been having such a good split on this new OMG lineup that, yeah, I feel like a lot of the time this guy has been carrying the team, and surprise, surprise again, on his Talia, which historically has hit similar notes to things like his Twisted Fate. You know, a lot of control of the map. I feel like in this game, it's going to be no exception as teams are gearing up for the top side. Baron Vision, 40 seconds till that spawns. OMG controlling here with a 3-4 member unit that are now clearing away Vision themselves, setting up their own Vision line. And that is because, again, set objectives coming up soon. And OMG definitely want to open the map with top outer turret being a big priority, as you can see their movement now.
Yeah, I think they've kind of just accepted that with Jinx being so accelerated, they're not really going to be able to contest through mid, right? Not only is it Shiv wave clear, it's the rockets at the same time, and it's kind of why Shiv is so popular. It's not also about, well, no, it's mostly about the stats. I'm not going to lie to the viewers, the stats are pretty good on that item right now. But just the added bit of wave clear can really, you know, change breakpoints on how quickly a wave gets taken, right? You saw right there, Arn hits the front of the wave, all of the creeps on the backside are left at 1 HP as far as a Jinx rocket is concerned, right? And the auto attack, so it's so powerful at just clearing out a wave, and those brief seconds of being able to rotate over faster can mean you're in situations like this, where Arn can sit kind of in fog of war as if he was a solo laner or a jungler, and then return back to that mid lane wave, shove it out again, and the pressure, the cycle of pressure continues.
Minute 32, we cycle down to the bottom side. As you said, though, Just on your 80 carry point, I mean, Arn insta-clears waves, and there's 2-item Jinx gearing up for the third. Abel is definitely trailing behind, as I feel like right now that might be Shojin in the base back. I think that's why he's backing, because there's a BF sword and a crit cloak from Arn. Like, holy moly. I mean, Shojin, yeah, just picked up, but I think we are getting close to an infinity edge for Arn. That 3-item Jinx with, remember, Karma buff up as well with Alistar engaged. Like, everyone in this team is just a tool. You know, the good kind, of course. IG, like, dude, everyone plays a role. Arn, if he dies, I think that's the one thing about IG's comp, Jamada, that if Arn dies, like, where is the damage, you know?
Yeah, it does start to look a little bit lacking. And it's not one of those funky games where Cassante is like super accelerated, so he's going to be like basically an assassin to Smolder. I mean, to be fair, he's got Thornmail and Iceborne Gauntlet with Tabby, so maybe he will be, but you kind of get the point, right? It's not one of those real trick situations where it's a 3-item Cassante at like 25 minutes. He's not that far ahead. And Karma will deal damage, but it's just not going to be, you know, it's not Orianna, it's not Syndra, it's nothing like that. So as you mentioned, if IG do lose on somehow, run themselves into big problems. And OMG with the reliable engage, not only of Nautilus, but also just kind of follow up off the back of that with things like Angel's Wall on Talia. Does mean there's a lot of room for it as this dragon does get started up.
Well, let's see how it's spaced off. Angel coming in with the rest of OMG towards River. 5k is zones away. OMG still thinking about coming in, but it's just smited down on OMG. This time they are window shoppers here, Jamada. As Wink flashes on in, great engage. Death Rocket flies, doesn't do too much work as IG looking for a fight after the fact. It causes Wink to pop his ulti on as well, and everyone's still engaging. Luyan pops his good shove back, and Wern doing his job as well. And even though with the seismic shove, look at Arn firing away. This is the problem. He's untouched, Jamada. Look at him go. Everyone trying to get through this massive front line as Arn's range is not to be trifled with, and Wern coming in for his debut does such nice work on the Cassante that it sets up for a double kill, sets up for IG, even without crying, to run towards the Baron.
Yeah, they're running towards that purple one. Let's see if they actually stay up. I feel like it'll be kind of audacious. They have second thoughts in the end. Or do they? They have second thoughts.
Oh, third thoughts. Wait. What's the fourth one going to be? OMG are like...
I think
maybe
it's kill
doing Baron. Oh, Luyan, peekaboo. Have we got a W? No, out of range.
Nope.
And yeah, no Baron in the end.
All right, well, good fight for IG. They get that Mountain Dragon. And Abel, not quite at that break point yet, still maybe a couple minutes away. 197 stacks, 201 stacks rather now. Whoa, still needs a couple more waves, and then he will have that execute on board, and then I feel like OMG will probably be able to play fights a little bit more aggressively. But looking back on this fight, the real turning point was really finding Abel on a knockback. You'll see it in a moment's time. As it's mostly poking and prodding at first, right? But Angel just kind of being in the front line, caught out by Leon, who'd stacked that 3-talon strike on the minion wave, I'm assuming, there into the knockback, and finds himself in Arn's firing sight. And unfortunately, that's 700 cold going to the Jinx's back pocket.
No. It's so much, dude. I mean, I was saying before, like, OMG must have been happy with the previous fight that Angel doesn't give away the shutdown. Now that he does, he gives it away to the worst target, who finished IE in the previous fight. Now is probably sitting on a bit more gold as well. Like, we already saw the gold lead between 80 carries was high. I'm sure it's like 3, 4k at this point, because Arn is massive. And as IG now respawn as a 5-man unit, they're clearing out the vision around the Baron. OMG going to have to walk into this one, and walking into the Jinx with that engage has never been riskier.
Nope, no, it's not. And Arn has flash as well. No ghost for now, but even if he does misstep or find himself getting ulted by Nautilus, he can still reposition quite appropriately and quickly. Mid lane wave will be cleared out. Beg your pardon. As IG, they're looking for it. They kind of see where Xiaofeng is.
They just go forward, don't they? Luyan late with the ulti, and remember there's an exhaust here now as well, and execute as well. Are they too deep? Death charge onto Arn. He's not in position to get the damage down either. As he steps on up, Werner's had to do the work, but the flash comes away already. IG just overforced the fight. I mean, yes, Smolder time, but also, IG, what are you doing? Luyan's just like, okay, boys, follow me. But he goes to Narnia, and this time he doesn't come back.
I'm lost for words. I don't even know what to say about that fight. OMG kind of put themselves in a very, very powerful choke. Arn is kind of being zoned out, I think, by Angel. That's why he's not able to step further forward. Xiaofeng as well, there's a lot of pressure there. But it's IG, they're the ones pushing the envelope on this engage, right? No other way to really put it. And as a knockback comes through onto Cryan and Lian is really far forward, you can see Lawless Ultimate, it disrupts Arn from getting all attacks over this wall. There's no pressure, there's no threat for Arn to actually attack, because at one point or another, someone on OMG is just doing their due diligence in making sure he has to step back and respect them.
God, Angel's been playing insane again. You know, solid engage, solid wall at the end, but Angel is just playing with the tools he's got. And again, from the games that, you know, Jamada, I think you and I cast one, like, there's obviously been a few that have been co-streamed as well. I don't know where your co-streaming is at the moment. I've been waiting for it. We can talk about that in a second, because IHG right now are getting engaged on again. Xiaofeng with the kick away, but it's not perfect.
Okay.
However, Winker's in a corner, has to pop the ult. He's got the flash, doesn't want to burn it. Smolder comes out once again as Arn now trying to play front to back here in this fight. He's got a better option, but the first kill already goes down to Abel as he engaged in the choke, and Arn is engaged on by Angel. Oh my God. You know, you talk about him, but Angel, you have to see it to believe it, don't you? He comes in, flies over the wall. Abel is now flapping, almost gets crying. That's a little bit janky, but hey, regardless, the thought is there. As OMG, all of a sudden, this game feels unlosable.
OMG have just managed to navigate their way into what feels like, as you say, an unlosable game. And to be fair, I think IG are more at fault for it, but
They are. Yeah.
at the end of the day, they knew what they're dealing with. It's a Smolder. You can't overextend once he hits that 225 mark, and it's exactly what they did and exactly what they've done 2 times in a row. Cryan gets stretch line to Musty. Initial disengage is obviously good from Wink. It puts Cryan and Wink in a very, very precarious position where then even on the side, if you're looking at where Arn is right now, he can't approach for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Just because he's at threat of being damaged, and whilst that's going on, you've got Wink getting chunked down, and then once eventually Arn can get into the fight, he just gets Lawless ultimate straight into another knockback, and he's just dead. So IG really just kind of dropping the ball quite heavily, and OMG happy to catch it.
Yeah. I mean, that was an amazing flash from Angel as well. What a ball up Abel. We're not going to talk about that one, but dude, the fact that IG has thrown this game away, I mean, also shows compositionally how difficult this was going to be, right? With all the tools from OMG, is the damage we saw in that last fight, and we might even see again, is that when Arn is not there, when Arn is not in range of fighting, there's just not enough to actually deal with even the bruises in the Lee Sin. Like, Xiaofeng stood there amongst 3 people for a while, doesn't die, able to get the kickoff, able to actually stick around for a little bit longer. Like, OMG had no fear as long as Arn is either dead or zoned out completely. The fight is theirs, and now 15-5, now with an 8k gold lead, stopping the dragon stacking earlier on, but continuing that with the last mountain too. It feels like OMG are perfectly set up to open up this game. And while my mistake earlier on has to be apologized for in saying that OMG with a win lock everyone else into playoffs, they will at the very least with this series lock themselves into playoffs. 8 is a very magical number. And that game score I was talking about before is the reason why, okay? OMG will not be matched in that regard. They can be safe at the very least. So part of my point, Jamada, was right. Part of my point about OMG locking in playoffs was right. I was just also baloneying with the amount of playoff spots they lock. They can still lock theirs in with this win. And it's nice when they're masters of their own fate, especially when, dude, it could be IG in the first round that they might end up going up against. So just saying, man, like, this is a very good sign from OMG, especially when, you know, the early game didn't start too cleanly with what we were seeing through these individual lanes, especially bot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that point that you mentioned as well, that they could end up seeing each other in that first round. IG still have an additional series to play. I want to say it's on either the penultimate or the final day of regular season here.
I'll tell you, it is the penultimate against Weber.
Thank you very much.
You're
but of
welcome.
course, OMG, this is their last series, so they don't have a redo button, I suppose, in this context, kind of like IG do. They want to be, as you say, the masters of their own fate.
Oh,
and being a team that you could potentially meet very early on in playoffs. I feel like that's a very, very sweet pill to swallow.
And I feel like as well, you know, when we're seeing Angel play like this, as IG, I'd be like, crap, like, what are we going to do about Angel's champion pool? And is there anything we can do considering that this guy is just one of the most versatile mid laners? Having the split of his life again cannot be understated. Like, Angel getting Talia, maybe a bit of a cardinal sin historically, but I'm even looking at the champion pool. He's been playing wait. Actually, pause on that. I'm looking at his Talia KDA. He's got a 100% win rate after 4 games. He's got a 52 KDA. 52. What the hell? Bro. Dude, his LeBlanc is 2-0, 25 KDA. His Twisted Fate has a 20 KDA. Angel is actually so good. It goes beyond the point I was saying.
You know, and it feels really nice. I mean, you know, you mentioned it earlier on that it's a very true fact. Angel's been having a really, really great season. Yeah, so far in 2024, and it's definitely a very nice story for him as our teams are kind of doing their best NA cosplay right now.
Yeah, they are.
And dancing in the mid lane with no wave present. There is a wave now, but Angel had a very, very tricky year last year, to say the least, between RNG and NIP. So finding a bit of a bounce back, even if it is individually right now, feels great. As here's the engage we're looking for.
Oh my god, it's beautiful as well. Look at the kick back. Xiaofeng finds on, and remember, it all started with a depth charge and an explosive smolder. Flash from PP God, and Arn has nowhere to go. There's the damage down. OMG don't have to fear anything anymore. How clean is that? You want to ARAM with the team that has smolder and tons of engage? Sure, says OMG. Show us your best shot as Loyan is left without his team. Angel went all the way to the fountain to make sure that he has nowhere else to go. And with a beautiful setup as well, with Xiaofeng now nearby, Loyan is no longer of this world. It's an ace. It's OMG's game 1, and it's so damn well played here in the mid game that it sets them up to one step closer to getting into playoffs.
One big misstep from IG, OMG capitalize and take the whole damn thing. And as you mentioned, one more game win. Put them at 8-8, and will lock themselves in to top 10. They absolutely need it. IG could afford to lose this series per se.
Yeah.
OMG, frankly, don't want to bear the potential nightmare of losing it.
I mean, dude, the fact that, like, the fact that OMG in that early game was so shut out, like it was a 2-3K gold lead. Arn was so big, shutdown of Angel given over. It felt pretty rough, but then let's be real, like the IG early fight, the low yet overextension in mid on that Xin Zhao, that was rough to watch because fighting in a space that the Jigs can't get into, but I think also more importantly, Jamana, that they were just so far away from, like, Loyan definitely overpulled the trigger. And as we go to this break, let's just question how IG are going to adjust, or maybe how Loyan is going to adjust going into game number 2 as we go to a short break to find out what they have up their sleeves, or if OMG can make it to playoffs after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mr. X. I'm joined by Jamada. I've jacketed up. I've changed from the casual knit, whatever you want to call it. Now we're in the real old school jacket because OMG, no relation whatsoever. I was going to say they're old people. I think this is quite a young team, actually. So ignore me. OMG, let's kind of like take this through it because OMG got given themselves not only a win, but I think also they're in their right mind. They definitely earned it. But you can see, like, you were like, hey, is it a good idea to engage? Loyan said yes. Everyone, I'm not sure if they're on the same page. But from there, OMG just skyrocketed with stocks.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was fine, but the problem is it just seemed like they weren't really fighting with the mindset of Arn is kind of our only damage dealer, and he's like a 3.5 item Jinx. Let's actually try and set him up to be able to right click. It felt like, yeah, just fighting in that choke was just the complete destruction of IG in that game, and OMG, Angel gets another MVP.
What a
I was surprised.
surprise.
Not really. He was definitely basically at the forefront of a majority of those plays, whether it was finding excellent flickback follow-ups onto the Jinx on Arn or great walls throughout the team, throughout the game rather. Angel simply just had a fantastic game and definitely, in my mind, deserved the MVP there.
As per usual, yeah. I mean, the Talia setup was great. The flash over the wall at the end as well, like showing the confidence of Angel, but also the fact that this guy is feeling himself this split. Angel is red hot. We're gonna get to stage in a second, but we're going through the mode. We had to show him again. There we go.
That's let him know.
Angel cam all the time. But yeah, look, OMG, one step away from locking in playoffs. It's as simple as that. All they have to do is win this series. And against IG, I mean, right now it's looking very feasible. And I want to see if IG throw a spanner in the works into draft because we saw last game, Jamana, their draft, as soon as Arn was dead, their damage kind of fell off a cliff. And that was no bueno. No bueno at all.
No bueno at all. Right, let's see what IG do then, shall we? Is it going to be a Smolder lock for Arn? Is it going to be another hyper carry answer in general? Are they just going to wait? They have soft sides. Sorry, took a second for my brain to register.
You're right.
So let's see how things actually do end up changing. OMG keep their bans, and it will just be a Smolder first lock-in. IG go, that champion seems pretty strong. I think we're going to lock in, and even if we lose for the first 25 minutes, as long as we get to that 225 stack mark in 2 pieces, we should be okay to try and fly that out the rest of the mid game.
And so now it's just a question of what they prioritize on OMG side instead. Like, are they going to give the Karma away? Is that going to go to Angel instead? PP God picking up the Rakan here, so setting up some engage for OMG. But again, I mentioned the Karma, Jamada, because still a lot of teams are looking at this with bated breath. This would be such an able pick. But again, I feel like anything aggressive bot side would be an able pick. So let's just see if they go for 80 carry or if they want to pick off something for Angel early on. And said, no, Cube just returns to what Cube's been doing. It's a very early Udyr.
Yeah, it is a very, very early Udyr. And when you see Udyr this early, I mean, we don't tend to see jungle Udyrs, but it does make me wonder if it's like some weird mental game of, okay, we're going to do this right now, and let's just see what you do. It's super unorthodox to me because, again, you have picks like the Karma available and the Xin Zhao available, and IG are just like, well, I guess if you're going to hand it to us, then we'll just take them both. As well as the fact that they could have just gone their AD, right? They see what IG were looking if they wanted to hide picks because they are on red side, and obviously counter picks a little bit more freely available on red side typically. They could have just done that, but yep, they did. Let's see where the draft goes, as IG have a very, very strong core mid-jungle 2v2, scaling, to say the very least, throughout their bottom lane. And if it does end up being Udyr top, then I'm sure one has a couple of answers at least in his back pocket to try and make sure he can survive the laning phase and just be useful in the team fights. Because when you've got Smolder, Karma's in, that's what you really need to look for.
How's GP against Udyr? I mean, that's my question, because does it get destroyed?
No, GP's probably pretty good.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
GP.
I mean, you'll lose a lot of prio, but it's one of those things where I feel like if you're optimizing your runes and such to kind of just get through lane as GP, then you just end up playing the game as GP, right? So let's see whether or not they decide to.
I mean, it's not like GP gets destroyed in a lot of lanes anyway, right? Oh, not destroyed, but not like he hard wins out any lanes anyway. Just another insurance policy.
Hey man, I'm just gonna say
you're a top laner. Okay.
Yeah, that's quite. Not to be that guy. Gangplank has a lot of good matchups. I mean, one of the really I don't know how it works these days because both champions have seen a plethora of changes, but one of the matchups that I used to destroy in quite heavily and people were very surprised was Aatrox, right? There was a very, very long period of time where even though Aatrox is kind of seen as this very, very dominant lane bully, Gangplank just kind of dumpstered on him in lane. But we'll see whether or not one decides to lock it in, because I'll be honest, right now, even if it's an okay lane matchup, and we've spoken probably more about Gangplank than we should have, I feel like into the rest of this team composition of OMG, it's not looking, particularly tasty, but one is privy to it, so wait and see. Angel does get his way in the end, so we all have a game of that, as all of the Gangplank talk, just for one.
When does Cassante, didn't Cassante get nerfed or adjusted on this patch? When does he get destroyed? When does he get deleted?
Oh, he's already been adjusted, bro. Teams just want to play Cassante. It's that simple.
I don't like it. But look, as IG round out the draft, it looks like we're going to have a Tahm Kench bot with the Smolder, and that's become a very popular duo. Like, Smolder with things that have, I think we've seen Lulu once or twice, but usually Tahm Kench, Nautilus, and that has engage and a lot of a spacing potential to give to the AD carry. Well, for OMG, Jamada, about this draft, I feel like OMG, their priority has been a little bit strange, right? Like, we get Abel on the Tristana bot. It was originally a flex. They showed the way. Ooh. Now Xiaofeng is looking up the Kindred. OMG are throwing a big spanner in, I'm going to ask you in a second what the goal of this composition is, because as this gets locked in, there's now range, there's DPS, but it's not a traditional front to back, because Udyr, as the game goes on, I'm just going to say this, the champion in team fights becomes a lot more useless than a Cassante.
Yeah. OMG are cooking. I'm not sure
What's
I'd
the meal?
sit at this table.
Okay. There ain't no Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, look, I think individually across the board, they've got really strong lane matchups. And I think that's really what I'm trying to focus in on here is top side should have prio, mid lane is kind of back and forth, bottom side, it should be Tristana favored as well. So I really look towards Xiaofeng and OMG as a whole on how exactly they're going to use all of this prio to try and potentially push out a lead for this Kindred, because aside from that, I feel like in the team fights, especially once Arn hits over, that 225 stack mark, it's going to be pretty hard for them to kill Smolder with the Tahm Kench there, and in general play out front to back. So there's double front line, triple front line really for IG alongside the Karma, giving all of those tanky champions even more shields. So OMG, I feel like they're really under the onus of pressure here, and at absolute best, they've got play of the Kindred ultimate. Other than that, this feels like a monstrous game to play out if you're looking at this from OMG's perspective.
I mean, again, you can question the draft. As we get in, if OMG are able to find something earlier on and set up, then great. Well, that's sick.
It's clicked in my brain as the gyos ring loud. I'll never get bored hearing these chants. Kindred ult. It's a counter to getting executed. Jake,
What's
maybe
up?
this is what we've been looking for. If you are supposed to die at whatever, like it's 6.5% or whatever it is, like the mini Elder buff that he gets,
Yeah.
maybe Kindred pressing R is the counter, right? And then you just get to like stand there.
Whoa!
And potentially throw more spells out and win.
True.
But then my fear lies in. I just had a terrible thought as well. What if all of OMG are practically just sat on Kindred ult, and then the Kindred ult ends, and then On just gets like an instant pentakill?
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, it's a horror.
Because they sit at that threshold, and then I mean,
Yeah.
the burn will keep ticking away anyway. So, I mean, it kind of delays the inevitable, doesn't it? You're right.
Yeah.
That'd be so
Okay.
satisfying.
We'll see.
Let's look forward to that.
I swear to God, if On gets a pentakill this game because of that specific interaction, I don't know if I'm gonna have it in me to sit through the rest of the series today.
Oh god.
Smolder will break me.
Well, let's get there first, because as we said for OMG, the onus is on them. We know for Xiaofeng, early mark's going to be crucial. We know that I feel like early lanes for all of OMG, like let's be real.
Yeah.
Early lanes are going to be crucial. And we look across all 3 lanes. Do we just have 3 winning lanes or what? Because I think that is a caveat that OMG can play towards.
Yeah, so I'd say definitely like side lanes, you could definitely 100% say straight up winning. I think this mid lane is a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more nuanced, right? It's
Okay.
a lot more about finding shove. Cube, Cube, I see the game you're playing this time around. And I imagine he's going to be trying to do that on repeat. And that should really be his goal, right? Stack up waves, crash as engage comes in onto Wink.
And a great engage at that as well. Wink gets bodied, and Abel, I mean, this is one of his core champions. Like, this guy cooks. And if we talk about OMG cooking, I'm sure he's definitely at the forefront of it. Because just looking at Abel, like, this split has already played a hell of a lot of Ezreal when people have walked away from it. His Tristana is now the most played along with Aphelios. He's played 3 games of Samira. He's played Twitch. Like, Abel's been in the kitchen since he was born.
Now, this is very interesting. There's no jungle camps here, so it's a flat-out dive. The question is, do they have the damage? Is the level advantage between the 2v2? Let's see it play out.
Good engage, flashed away from Azan, buys time. There's the rocket jump as well, gets the reset for Abel, and that means he's out.
Excellent.
Holy moly, that was clean.
1 flash blown, 1 ignite from OMG's perspective. They get on. PPGod's probably fine.
He's going to be dove on. Wink is thinking about pressing W. Aren't TP'd.
He's chilling.
Yes, he is. Okay, PPGod is out. So, yeah, it's still a clean dive. OMG with an early gold lead. And on Tristana as well in the lane. I mean, if we just talk about OMG's objective, I feel like that is a very good lane to get started. Oh, hello.
Hello.
B. All right, Angel gets a fear off on the side, so Crying can't join for now. Xiaofeng actually is turning this around. Wink jumped in on this. PPGod has been absorbed of damage, but now that's a lot of tools used. Abel is back in. Wink's gonna die. Angel gets a claw as well. Again, this guy, any tools he can use, he excels. PPGod jumps in on his dying breath, doesn't end up dying either. And now Crying is in full range as he gets flashed on and Abel gets the auto. Dude, OMG's comp, it's working. It's like bloody Anakin in the first Star Wars. It's working.
Honestly, Abel is so based for that flash forward into, like, doesn't even step back and then flash forward, right, to, like, make sure he doesn't get rid, just doesn't care. Just wants the DPS in, knows he's got it. And yeah, I mean, IG just straight up being punished across the board. And this is what we need from OMG, because it really does feel like to me, if this game goes a little bit later on, that not just because of the Smolder, in isolation and how much trauma we've been given by this champion in its short time on the Rift, but just the overall interaction of how these comps will work in the mid game, right? Very limited forms of engage from OMG into a Tahm Kench with Smolder. It just feels bad, right? And you could place any hyper carry in that position. It's not just about Smolder, as Xiaofeng dodges out on that knock-up. Really quick reaction time as well. W out of Fog of War. And even though PPGod drops really low, now IG have overextended, right? Wink's in a very precarious position. Crying's rotated over to try and kind of assist him. Leon was obviously going towards the blue buff as a whole. And it just means that everyone's able to get CC'd out in one way or another. Crying, a victim of Abel's aggression. And again, doesn't even step back, then flash forward, just goes, nah, I'll be alright, even if I get ruined. Nah, I'd win, he says. Finds himself the kill.
He's going to get the auto across, gets in range of it. I mean, through smart play through this early game, OMG now with a 2k gold lead. And having Abel have the gold in this game, I mean, it is going to be rough here for Arn for the rest of the laning phase. And I think as well, you know, we're talking about mid being the back and forth lane. For Angel, nice little boost here as he hits level 6. And because the lane's going so well as well, Xiaofeng starts off with the grubs, picks up all 3, backs away. And there is a bit of window shopping from Loyan because I guess he thought he could go topside here, Jamada, and pick this up. Maybe thinking Dragon might be on the menu, but maybe not.
I feel like from his perspective, he just wanted to kind of poke his head in and see what was going on. It's a little bit less about window shopping because remember, window shopping is like it's the whole team. It's a group activity. When it
You
comes
can't
to League of
solo
Legends, right?
window shop. You can't.
Nah,
it's
I mean
never
you
solo
can,
shop.
but I wouldn't necessarily call. This was like a I wonder if this person is here, and a lot less of oh my god, guys, can you contest this? This looks like we can contest it, right? And then the objective just dies in front of the whole team, because that's window shopping. Small differences.
Yeah,
like
see,
for example,
I window shop sometimes, you know, so I get confused.
like if IG all walked into River right now and just watched OMG take this dragon in front of them and didn't actively contest it, that's window shopping, right? Oh, Xiaofeng. Dragon and the mark spawns on Scott. Oh, man.
And he gets
Talk
3
about
off this as
convenience.
well.
Yep.
Oh, holy dooly. Yeah, that is convenient, isn't it? Sometimes you roll.
Oh,
I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yeah, they're all right. They'll be right.
stacks on Kindred in 7 minutes. That's not a big deal.
No,
not really.
that's all right. You know,
It's all right.
look, I think the biggest thing is that we came into this game like saying for OMG, it's kind of like a tightrope they walk because we talked about Smolder late game, like the fact that this comp has what 3-4 front lines due to Karma, and how OMG might struggle a little bit, you know, like getting through. Getting to the smolder by the time the game goes on. But hey, if the game ends at like 25-30 minutes, you never get to that point. You don't care. I feel like OMG are setting up for that as PP God tries to make a roam mid and just keep trying to accelerate the game.
Yeah, and it is, you know, it's a tight rope walking kind of style of play as well, right? We've seen over the years how much ease of execution can bail out a lot of teams at many different levels of play, right? So OMG kind of rolling the dice here a little bit in that regard. This high risk, high reward draft and a bit of a gambit, really, in the context of the minute. So, again, doing a great job so far. They've got that first dragon secured in under 8 minutes. They got 3 grubs. Xiaofeng, 3 stacks on Kindred. Looking for a potential invade. It doesn't really seem like he's got enough pressure from the solo lanes to make that one work. And you know, Jake, as I feel like we're going to have a mostly slow-tempered early game, it seems that Xiaofeng is off to the races on the marks.
Yep.
I will pose you a bet.
Okay, I'm in.
7 marks, over or under.
What, in the whole game?
Yeah.
Oh, over.
Over?
Over. For sure.
All right.
Are you fine with that?
7?
Like, are you under 7 is a bit risky. He's
All
only
right.
got 3.
All right. Fine. 8.
8 over.
Over? Still
I
over?
reckon
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon it's a 9 game.
You reckon it's a 9 game?
So even though, like, let me explain logic. As Abel, wait, Abel's just rotated top. What is this map movement? Look at bot wave as well. Like, there's not much that can be done with it. Abel, where are we going? Wait, he's got top. Udyr goes into Fog of War. They're just maybe expecting jungle to be hovering. 5 members top. Grubs are coming up. I guess, like, this lane swap. Hell, why not? No one's here.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Small doesn't take turrets that quick.
No, he doesn't. This sucks for IG. They are losing out in the net gold so hard here. It gives priority for OMG to get 6 grubs. What an excellent rotation overall from OMG. And this is just tower as well. This is just full tower over to Abel. So Cube feels like the saddest top laner in the world. His work robbed by his AD carry.
As long as PP God doesn't throw it away, that's the only thing. Gotta be careful.
That's all right.
Okay, it's Rakan, so excuse my bewilderment. Is 6 grubs on a Tristana. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's good. And wait, Abel's still pushing because they've just seen 3 people bot. So I guess Abel's like, what the hell? I've got Kraken. It's only Cassante, you know?
Yeah, it's only Cassante. Not the scariest thing in the world at this point in the game. And what a... again, we asked for an acceleration of game state here by OMG, and they've done just that, right? Full IM on Abel already. He's going to reset with all that gold in his back pocket, full Berserker Greaves, and the longsword just for extra measure. And they've still got 5 whole plates on the bottom tower to take, now with 6 scrubs. And Xiaofeng also being at Kraken Slayer. IG just can't. They can't go toe-to-toe right now.
No.
At all. Anywhere where Xiaofeng is, unless they absolutely one-shot this Kindred, that's going to be a massive problem for them to deal with for the foreseeable future. And they're still in this really awkward lane assignment now, where it's 1 on the bottom side of the map, and it's 2 Kraken Slayer AD carries against a full magic resist Cassandra. So he's not actually, he's not purchased items. Yeah, he's not purchased items. He has to just yield this. And I mean, I know Cassante says I will not yield, but I think
he's yielding.
Life just feels real bad.
He's got to yield, finally. Justice. It works out. Cassante gets the yield, while Abel picks up yet another turret plate. A 4k gold lead. Now Dragon as well. Like, all objectives are going to OMG. And while this comp looks risky, I guess just if you're just good like OMG and you punish IG early on, you don't have to worry about it, as Mark's going to be denied top. That's the very least from Loyen, but who cares when you're OMG and you're so far ahead? Cube has to double eat just in case, and that gets him out of there while Dragon goes down. Mid is now targeted as well. I mean, no one's there for mid.
IG are just dizzy right now. They are just second fiddle to every single possible play. And this is just all a consequence of that first rotation by Abel and the rest of OMG up towards that top side. They've been playing catch up ever since. And even right now, Arn, not going to be fully caught off guard there by Abel, but, you know, Arn's been very unfortunate in his ability to rotate to try and match and catch every single wave. And even though there's only been 3 kills, there is a almost, well, it's a 4,500 gold lead almost. It's been accrued here by OMG, sheerly just off macro and rotations.
It's a good sign for OMG. I mean, again, especially when, like, I think Angel's been a star player, but it hasn't always been in conjunction with OMG. Like, and I'm not talking about Angel's performance, I'm talking about OMG from what I've seen in this split. Now, again, I'm coming in as a guest. I haven't seen OMG every single game, but, like, I think, you know, seeing the series versus BLG, the good moments there, JDG, the good moments there. I believe it was the RA series where they just smacked them. Like, there's been some really good moments, but few and far between at times from OMG. Seeing this series so far, though, is real great, as, by the way, 4th mark was just picked up. A little observer thing that's just popped up on the side. So Xiaofeng, I believe, has picked up number 4. Otherwise, where else would that come up? And that does mean he gets a range advantage now on the level 9 Kindred as he starts up the Herald on the top side. Meanwhile, yep, confirming it is 4. And he's going to have no contest of this Herald. Just another objective that OMG get pretty much for free.
Okay. We're going to have a game similar to last game, except it feels a lot worse because OMG have executed on their own game exceptionally well. The question now stands really at, will Smolder start smoldering everyone? That's it. That's kind of just how it feels. As IG, it just feels like haven't had any agency anywhere, by design of the draft for sure, but it just feels particularly bad because OMG have punished so well on the map, and now we're at a point really where I look at it and just go, well, we're just waiting on Arn to hit this 225 stack mark, and if he can't do it in a appropriate amount of time, then simply OMG will continue to run over this game.
Can I ask about that top itemization? Maybe now's not the time, but I feel like as Loyen over the wall might get spotted out. Angel gets a root up. Hippie God's here. Yeah, it's definitely not. Spiraling Despair follows through. Loyen naturally doesn't take damage because of his ulti. Abel jumps back in. The plants go the wrong way, though. And Xiaofeng gets the kill. Not sure about the mark on that. Can update you in a second as Cryan's now in trouble as well from Abel. And OMG, they're not stopping the foot on the gas pedal. The Herald gets dropped in mid. Cube ran down for this as well. And, like, IG is still spinning, man. I think these guys are going to be so dizzy by now because, again, the amount of circles that just been wrapped around is huge. As the charge comes through, Mum, again, not able to do anything, and 6 grubs means that the family pops out at the end of the Herald on top of that too. Inner almost goes down, and OMG now firmly 5k gold ahead.
Yep, exactly, and it's just a really nice pick off. OMG starting to actually put pressure inside the jungle itself in a meaningful way. Root comes through, knock up Crescent Guard, stops all of the additional follow-up from Angel's damage, but eventually people catch up, and it's PP God who slaps the Blast Cone with the extended auto attack range comparatively to Lian. As Xiaofeng, he does get that Markinus 5 on the board for him. Crane isn't quite able to stop that reset. Looked pretty scary there for a second. But really, in the grand scheme of things, it's just OMG doing what OMG have been doing for the last 15 minutes of this game, right?
True.
Putting their foot down and just slamming authority in IG's face. And not really letting them play the game anywhere. And again, you know, real credit to OMG, because it's always very, very pleasant when you see a draft like this and you kind of wonder to yourself, well, there's a pretty high execution bar, right? You really have to meet it, and they've done more than just that so far. And as you mentioned, starting to crest towards that 6,000 gold mark. As they continue to scout out, looking potentially for bot tower between PP God and Angel. As again, IG, look at where they're positioned right now. They have such little information that they simply just have to give this tower. And it's going to continue to bleed this way for the next several minutes as the Dragon's also up. Xiaofeng's moving towards that, so that's going to be Ocean Soul probably up and available at 23 minutes, a little bit before then. And I don't think Khan's going to be anywhere near that 225 stack mark by then. Oh, as I say it, we finally get a hover over him. He's at 152, so he's actually doing a pretty good job of it, despite the game state around him.
I was going to say, it's like not bad for a Smolder that probably shouldn't have a say whatsoever with how strong Abel is. This Dragon goes down. OMG taking what they want here as well. Xiaofeng, I think his mark was on the Raptors just before, so as OMG start pushing in all those outer turrets through, now looking for an inner bot. I mean, this just enables Kindred to get into the enemy jungle so much easier. As OMG hover, going to get zoned out a little bit here. You can see Werner's trying to get some of that objective bounty for IG in the top side, but he doesn't push turrets that quick, especially without any grubs to his name. So walks away, still worried about where Cube is. But at least I will say for one, his saving grace is that now he has tabbies now. So he's got at least some kind of armor as well, stopping those auto attacks from the 280 carries in OMG. That's nice. I was going to ask you before, Jamada, was Koenig Rooker first really the way just for the Udyr damage?
Not even going to sugarcoat it, though.
No.
It's just sit on the Negatron cloak and then just, like,
build armor,
build
bro.
armies, and then build a Frozen Heart, and just pray that it's enough. You know, like... Yeah. It's one of those things you see a lot where maybe in one's mind he's like, you know, hey, I'm going to be on the side lane a lot this game. Koenig Rooken kind of just gives me additional health versus Udyr. But what he probably didn't foresee is just how much his map would get smashed. Well, Brian.
He's dead.
Bye, Brian.
Yep.
Anyway,
another mark. Oh, wow, he's got 7, by the way, Jamada. 7 marks. I told you. Didn't I tell you?
Well, we did raise the number to 8, and to be fair, you said over 8, so he needs to get 9. So he's 2 away.
Well, what spawns next? Because like everything in the jungle's coming up.
That's another mark, I think. Actually, that wolf.
Is it actually? Yeah, he just got 8. I told you, bro. I told you. Like, dude, with the early game starting off, I'm like, there's no way that this doesn't just snowball. I mean, OMG had the serious throw, or at least slow down the pace. And I mean, to their credit, they didn't do that whatsoever. And now just over the wall, look at these 80 carries shred down the turrets. Zone control from Angel on top of that as well. And PP God adding into the mix. Just like that, Inner goes down. OMG are almost 8,000 gold ahead. Bro, this is a stomp.
You know, comically, I actually think IG banning away the Nautilus might have been one of their biggest demises, because I know that they have Tom Kench, obviously, to keep the Smolder alive, but they just don't have any engage, like, at all. It just feels really, really bad to watch. Because even if, you know, there's some really weird world where OMG really, and I mean really overextend, how much immediate CC do IG, like, reasonably have? It pretty much all sits in Cassante. The rest of it is, like, you know, what, Xin Zhao ultimate, and then you've got to wait for the 3 auto attacks to get the knock up. There's obviously Tom Kench as well, but that's a pretty telegraphed knock-up, and not only that, you're working with 280 carries with ways to just straight up avoid it. So it feels really, really bad. And as we're 2 minutes away from this Ocean Soul, I kind of just wonder how quickly are OMG just going to run towards this Baron, because look at the AD. The answer is right now, because look at the items on the AD carries. They're just going to shred through this. 21 minutes, it's 15k HP.
Oh my god.
More than got the DPS to just ruin this.
I mean, turning for IG, though, might have to be the play because they're already here. Loyan looking for a steal in the back of the pit, and OMG, are they going to 50-50? No, they turn for the play, and Spiraling Despair starts on Wink, goes half HP. Mum does a bit of work, but Redemption does even more. Baron's going to heal it up, but because of that Redemption, OMG can just do it again.
Yep, exactly, they can.
Cube's running. Dun. Cube, are you going to go in? Spiraling Despair, remember, is down, but the Severing Bolt follows through, and Abel just jumps on it for the whole team. Ulties, is it dangerous? Yes, he gets
Abel!
Abel, saved! He's saved by Xiao Feng as he gets on out of there. He still dies though because Wen takes him over the wall. A bit of a whoopsie so far, but OMG able to claw it back. Remember that Xiao Feng still the damage source, and he's still alive. Cryan drops next, and even though Abel decided to do Abel things that historically Abel has always done, IG are unable to win the rest of the fight.
Yeah, and OMG will definitely take down this Baron off the back of that. You kill one AD carry, you've still got another to deal with. There's no jungler here, so One and Arn certainly just going to be playing window shopper. They can maybe do a bit of disruption. Arn's hit that 225 stack mark.
Might
they won't steal Baron.
Okay. Now, One, is he going to die? The answer is yes, without his ultimate as well, as Cube is just on top of Arn. As you said, the execute is there, but he doesn't do too much damage to Cube. And especially with Xiao Feng nearby, if Arn goes into this, he will die. Don't do it. Don't do it, brother. Okay, good. He leaves it for now. And Baron does go over to OMG. Xiao Feng, we're getting a little bit late that Xiao Feng picked up 2 kills. I think LPL's just broken in the top right, but we'll look at the fight again.
Okay. So, Abel. Truly from the school of Jackie Love.
Yeah.
I mean, he finds Wink, but yeah, unfortunately, there's a Xante in the game, so he gets pulled right out of Lamb's Respite, and is executed. The shotgun goal goes over to One. We'll see how exactly he's able to use it. But the rest of the fight, I think, as to be expected, very telegraphed from the side of OMG. The rundown is on. There's a bit of a trip back into memory lane. We've got the old scoreboard pulled up for you guys, just to ensure that everything is working as smoothly as possible.
Jamada, 11. 11.
Yeah.
11.
Baron was a stack. He got off stack in that team fight as well.
I
think Dragon might have been a stack as well as we came out of the replay. I didn't quite catch it. A lot of stacks. I mean, Kindred is just one of those junglers that truly does, like, she's a win more champ, you know?
Yeah,
It's kind of a bit like Belveth, where if you start to pick up a lead, it feels pretty infallible. Unless you start to make some major mistakes. Like OMG kind of do. They had a nice wave there, but no member with Baron on the bottom side to buff that one up. But they've certainly got this mid lane tower down. 6 scrubs will help assure that one comes through. And hey, you know, IG again. No reliable engage, Jake. What can they do here reasonably?
I mean, man, especially with the extra range that OMG get. I mean, Tristana, the level 18 scaling. Xiao Feng, the marks we see. Like, IG walking up here. That's the other thing, Jamada, is like, Arn might have the execution, but to step up, I'm pretty sure he still gets out range. As Spiraling Despair follows through. Quickness as well. BB Gold with a beautiful engage, and now forward they go. Again, the range in question being shown on our screen. BB God is one of the sorts of damages. Arn wasn't even there. He was dealing with another side wave, but as OMG at 25 minutes poke down this Smolder, make him useless. I think this team is so well deserved in going to playoffs. OMG are going to lock their spot, and in this game especially, with this draft, these guys showed us they can be ballers, they can be unpredictable, and watch out for OMG going towards playoffs, because now as they lock their spot in, they can pull out something like this, and you have no clue what to do.
Yeah, really, really well played by OMG. This was all execution, plain and simple. And there's no more prideful a way to make your way into that top 10 than keeping fate in your hands. You don't let a draft dictate, you know, hey, we're just going to sit here for 25 minutes. No, we're going to end the game at 25 minutes and ensure that Smolder doesn't get to play it. 8-8. OMG will finish the regular season on here. They should feel pretty happy about this game. IG still have that one series left over to play. Don't forget, they are now 8-7. I believe that series in pocket is against Weibo.
I mean,
but yeah, exactly.
Dude, end of season's been real rough. Like, imagine ending your season with a 4 or 5 loss streak. I mean, pending on if they can break it with Weibo, because that's kind of the mental game going into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's definitely it's an awkward situation, I suppose, for IG. Playoffs locked, so it doesn't feel the worst, but you do wonder internally what kind of issues potentially they are facing, whether it's, you know, philosophy, whether it's specifically drafting. It feels like a kind of a mixture-ish of the two. Their early game in game 1 wasn't too bad, right? But again, a lot was reliant on Arn pulling a lot of that extra weight. And unfortunately, it didn't really turn out the way obviously they wanted, simply to me because it felt like IG weren't playing specifically to enable him to get team fights off in those mid games successfully, and OMG very happily capitalized.
I mean, you know, credit to OMG not giving any options to IG, like through that bot dive or through that early bot play. Both Eddie carries are set up, and I think as well, like Angel playing a facilitating role in this way. The range damage was there. He was also just cruising. And we don't get to see, like, oh, what's the potential of them being able to play front to back or them being able to play with Arn's execute. Like, that option was never given over. So I think that's kind of the sign of a top tier team. Even though I know there's been inconsistencies with OMG, if they play like that all the time, then I'd be like, dude, this team's top 4 easy. But yeah, like, I mean, again, it's really impressive to end your season on that because, as we said, OMG have now locked in playoffs. 8 is the magic number for the split, as it always is, but especially with that middle of the pack that I got wrong before. I know this one, Jamada. Don't worry. I'm not walking you into a trap with this one. I promise. I promise.
You didn't walk me into the trap the last time. I said, look, I'll trust you, but let's be real. We should never do maths or playoffs
at
implications
7 a.m.
unless
in the morning.
We have it in front of us on the screen at 7 in the morning. It's just not something we do.
That was the problem. It was early in the morning. My brain was a bit fried. I've had my smoothie. My wife brought me a smoothie, man. You know, clutched it. I had a cup of tea that was kind of shocking, but, you know, we'll make another one in a second. And now we're on it. Now we're okay, guys, okay? We're okay. Now, I'm going to tell you, people are going to go to Leaguepedia and be like, oh, but Hysterics, OMG aren't green. I'm going to tell you why they're not green. Because Leaguepedia doesn't take in game differential, which is our other tie-breaking option. And remember that AL have only got 1 series left, and they can only get to -2, and TT can only get to -4 at 7 and 9 as well. So OMG have locked themselves in a spot because at the end of the day, they've got the higher game differential. And if AL are able to trump like a WE or a Weibo, then it doesn't matter. OMG are going to stay in that top 10. So this time I'm right, okay? I swear, Jamada, I swear on your future child or my future child. I swear on their lives. Okay?
Why does my potential
kid
have to get there? Look, it's still good for OMG. I am wondering though, because Jake, if teams outside of the top 10 happen to be tied 8 and 8, so but this is no, you're right, because LNG and
I am right
W
for
have
once.
No, Jake, if
it just went green on Leaguepedia, by the way. It just went.
They're
green. Watching.
It just went green.
It just went green, bro. I promise. See, I told you.
All right.
I told you. I did it.
All right. I wasn't familiar with the game.
I know. I had you in the first time.
I was just wondering though, because I think if you have a situation where there's more teams outside the top 10 that happen to also be 8 and 8, some regions, when it comes to like playoffs like that, they do like weird X-way tie breaker,
and I don't like that, bro.
Rule scenarios.
I hate that.
Me neither.
This game differential is good because it's like then the best of 3 individual games matter, which for OMG, like, so anyone wondering what game differential is, it's obviously the wins, the difference between wins and losses. OMG are +1 because they got 19 wins in the regular season, 18 losses, so they're at a +1. AL have not only lost a lot of series, but also have lost themselves a lot of the, like 2-1s, right? Or even in their wins, a lot of 2-1s as well. That's what hurts them a lot. I think I got whispered in my ear to break down, or at least look at what's next, Jamada. I'm not sure. Yes, I did. Not break down as a human being, but break down what that game was, which was just cleanliness from OMG.
Yeah, I mean, it was a complete breakdown on IG side, right? I mean, look at the goal difference over time. It is just a completely clean curve of OMG snowballing the game very, very quickly, as I feel like Xiaofeng is going to steal away Angel's MVP, and I mean, rightfully so, as far as this game is concerned. Really, really well played by OMG overall. I really have no qualms, and IG drafted in a way where they just said, look, we are going to try and survive. You have 25 minutes, and then 25 minutes passes, and yeah, they didn't really get to play that game, and OMG recognized it and immediately capitalized, punished, and made sure that their answers draft side were also executed on.
I mean, look again, I think we've said a couple of times, like the draft has been the most impressive thing. The fact they can execute on something that, again, felt like it had a high threshold, especially if they weren't able to find an early lead. For OMG, with that locking them into playoffs, I mean, it gives us up for what's coming next. Now, just for everyone out there, there is going to be a small delay before the next game because WELNG is in Suzhou or Xi'an, actually. I wonder. Either way, it's in another arena, so it starts on the dot. You know what that means? You know what it means? It's going to be breakfast time. What's your plan? What's on the menu this morning? It's 8:41 for you. What suits the breakfast?
Well, I had a bacon sarnie before we went live, so there's that. Bacon and egg sarnie, actually.
So sarnie just a sandwich? Is that a...
Yes.
Okay. What's a sarnie mean?
Look, it's just what we say here. I don't make the rules. I just follow the culture. When in Rome and all the rest of it. So yeah, I had that. I'm looking at its remains. It's actually, I haven't fully finished it yet. Talking, eating, kind of hard to do at the same time when you've got to be a professional and all the rest of it. True. So that will probably be the remainder for me. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe another coffee. Got to stay caffeinated. Early morning for the LPL, and we've got to keep the energy high for the remainder of the series, of course, because they are still not only specifically LNG WE, but the final series of the day, NIP PLG, my GOAT versus the top team in the league. I've got to be ready for it.
I mean that will pump up, don't worry. By then I'll be like, a quick note on the next series, WELNG, the winner. I'm not sure, Jamada, was that MVP or break? Which one will we get? What do we get?
I'm not gonna lie, you were talking
highlights.
Over it. I think it was yeah.
Hell yeah. No, sorry, apologies. We're just having some audio issues, but it's okay. I will say, as we kind of review this series, next one also a Barney, because lock-in of the playoffs as well. That's just what I'm going to leave that there with as we kind of review through. Dude, how good is Hwei as well? Like, that's the other thing. We didn't kind of mention Angel, but like, hey, you want more CC? You have Engage from PB God. Hwei from downtown, honestly, was just a CC bot as well.
Yeah, I feel like teams as a whole are kind of undervaluing Hwei a little bit, right? Like, I feel like he kind of does everything pretty damn well, I feel like, obviously, to me, Talia, overall, as a champion inside of this meta, probably objectively a little bit stronger. Teams are more comfortable playing with Orianna because she's got, like, specific synergy combos, and obviously there's Ari with Vi and a couple of those other more aggressive junglers like Viego. But I feel like Hwei is just so well-rounded because he's got really useful early CC, he scales excellently into the game, and he can almost be a bit of a pseudo-artillery mage, right? As well as the wave clear also being really, really phenomenal. So I do hope that teams as a whole start picking the champ up more as in the same tier as those first three champions I mentioned, because I feel like he deserves to be up there, and Angel, of course, a little bit more of a specialist, as yeah, this game, a complete slaughter. We already knew that. And OMG, very, very happy about it. Now I'm wondering about who the MVP is. It was Xiaofeng. Well earned, I feel like the draft was kind of designed for him to be the main character this time out, and I think he played like it as well.
Man, I absolutely love the fact that Xiaofang, assimilating into the roster again, kind of facilitates the crazy style that is Abel. That could be this team. Like, Cube, let's be, can be a bit vanilla on the top side. But man, the rest of this team could be crazy. As a big congratulations to OMG, once again locking in playoffs. But next series, LNG versus WE in one of their home arenas will start in about 15 minutes. Go grab a drink, go chill out, and then come back because one of those teams is locking in playoffs today. Well, it's the second series now as we go over to Xi'an. I was wrong before. I thought it was a Suzhou day, but it is not. As WE's home arena to see if they can climb across the finish line and get themselves into playoffs. Remember, this is a definer for both of them. LNG or WE winner is in playoffs because 8 is just that great.
8 is great. Okay, I was wondering if you was going to go anywhere else with that. No, true. 8 just is, as we refer to it as always, the magic number. And yeah, very fateful for Team WE and LNG to both be sat at 7-7 right now. You know, both arguably with relatively easy, to say the least, series after this as well. Rare Atom and Ultra Prime for LNG and WE respectively left over. So even if you are the loser here, you do have, you know, kind of a second life at a team that doesn't really have nothing to lose, right? But often those teams are the scariest to play at those points because they will truly do anything at that point. As you can see on our screens now, team stats flying through. Both of these teams have played a wide variety of champions, as LPL seasons often do tend to bring out very deep pools at one point or another. And I think all that really does is add to the potential excitement of the series, not only being that sort of guarantor into playoffs, but just in general, potentially going to be providing us with some excellent entertainment as well.
And very different AD carries at that as well. I think that's the first place I'll start because looking at LNG, obviously Gala's been playing the whole split, like playing with different supports, yes, but I've been playing the whole split, whereas for WE, we've got Stay again today. And Stay hasn't played for a few weeks. It was, once again, Prince coming through for Weibo, Top Esports, RA, TT, like, but now against LNG, they're going to try and bring back in this LDL superstar to try and hop up to the LPL. Scout and Fofo being looked at in the meantime, who seem like they're, you know, mainstays at this point in the LPL, been around for that long, Scout especially. And look, I don't know where you want to start with this, Jamada, because I think for Team WE, like, I kind of look at this team as being Fofo orientated because, again, 80 carries are swapping out, but also Fofo's damage percentage and his ability to team fight in this team is kind of high.
Yeah, no, I mean, Fofo's the guy, right? Like, even last year when Fofo was on EDG, he was kind of the guy that was keeping a lot of that team alive, right? Whilst everything else was kind of falling down around him after spring. He was, for the most part, one of the big performers, and even once Uzi came in, and it kind of became a bit of the Uzi show, I feel like, because of, you know, mostly nostalgia, Fofo remained a relatively big performer throughout, so still happy to see here on WE, especially with kind of that rotation from time to time of the AD carries, that he's still stepping up, and I think it's definitely something that, to me, LNG are going to have to try and mute a little bit this series.
True. I mean, because honestly, like, you know, Fofo right now, the way was looked at, things like the Karma, Tristana, like, this guy can take over lanes. And you can kind of say the same of Scout, who, even though his Orianna hasn't been as great, or at least the Orianna hasn't been as successful, Scout is someone who, again, historically, like, been great on things like the Azir, which is unable to be played. Things like the Nico, things like the Ari as well, which actually the split hasn't been too bad. And it is kind of funny that we're comparing Fofo to Scout because I think Scout has had one of his worst splits overall. I don't know how he's rounding out, but like, while Fofo has been a core source for WE, LNG, the games that I've seen, Jamada, Scout has been pretty rough. So, yeah, I mean, I guess they've been compared at maybe an equal pairing, maybe even favor of Fofo because of how Scout has kind of rounded out.
Yeah, I mean, I also think if it's one of those things for Scout as well, to me, where you have to also kind of just recall that last year, summer, and honestly throughout a lot of last year period, Scout individually, to me, if we're going to ignore the rivalry going on between Yagao and Knight, was kind of the other standout mid, right? He was in that top 3, and for me, I'm pretty much said, hey, you know what? I think individually, I put my hands up and I said he was the best mid laner going into Worlds from the LPL last year. So, you know, to come off the kind of split like that, where that sentiment was shared as well by some of the community, to what we have now, sorry, I beg your pardon, to what we have now, it's obviously, you know, the contrast makes it just a bit worse as well.
I mean, it does indeed. And also, like, further to your point, yeah, I agree. Whenever you have people performing at their peak, and then next split or like next year, they then go to the opposite end, it obviously feels more dramatic than it potentially is. But again, when you have such high standards for this mid laner on LNG, then you definitely want to make sure that he's hitting those same levels consistently. Now, for LNG, I will say, I think Gala's had some pretty decent performances. We're looking at the Varus before as contrast in the 80 carry champion pool. That's going to be high priority today if Smolder's taken away. But yeah, I mean, Gala and Hung are a lane I want to see continue to develop, because I think also Hung's a bit of a chat, and you know, both of them can be really strong individual laners.
I do agree, and I'm really, as I tend to be with teams, right, this year or so far, since the introduction of Smolder, I do kind of wonder where the Smolder is gonna land, because WE, you know, between switching from Prince and Stay, have not really shown much a tendency overall throughout spring to lock in the Smolder. I think they've only played one game so far this year, WE. And of course, you know, that does also speak to Smolder just being banned quite frequently if you're on the red side. Or if you're on blue side, so you don't really get to pick it up super frequently. But even then, WE, they're finding themselves banning it on both sides of the map as well. So I do wonder what's going to happen there, and whether or not we're going to get some creative picks, like you mentioned as well. I believe Stay starting today, as you can see up on the screen. And did bring out, much like Kazi in the LEC, that Twisted Fate bottom lane. So I am very, very curious about whether or not he's going to give us some of that special sauce here as well into the series, as such an important one, with Prince predominantly being, you know, one of the main starters, or the main starting AD carry, of course. Earlier on, towards the back end of February, Stay came in. WE looked pretty decent. They were pulling results. Now bringing him in to arguably their most important series of the split.
Which is crazy when, again, just talking about Prince's Warhorse as well, another honorable mention considering his success in the past on LPL teams. You know, Prince was touted in NA as like one of the best AD carries, and I think as well people saw his potential back when he was in LCK as well. But the crazy thing is, he's then come into the LPL, and the fact that like Stays in competition with him, this LDL superstar, but also this LDL player that's been in the LDL for a while, again, shows you the quality of talent that's coming up in the secondary league in said LDL. So, again, props to Stay, but also I think, again, Prince has got his work cut out for him if he wants to be a starter on this roster or even on an LPL team. As coming into this important game day, just a side note, we already said it, the winner flat out, whether it's a 2-1 or a 2-0, makes it into playoffs due to game differential of the people lurking outside. That is AL and TT for the time being. So WE and LNG, it's nice that they get to create their own fate. It's also nice that they get 2 attempts at this, right? Ultra Prime for WE in the last week. For LNG, it's RA in that last week as well. I think it's very manageable for both these teams to make playoffs, but getting it in today means you chill out for the rest. Jamada means you start prepping towards the playoffs. Means you also have that safety net, because you know most likely you are going to be starting in that first round, pending on what happens with the rest of IG. But you know, you just kind of know that you're in playoffs and you get to start working towards it.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's just kind of that confidence maybe you can kind of use, not to disrespect the other opponent in that final series, but you can kind of use that final series as, okay, is there anything we can cook here? Is there anything we need to practice specifically on stage, right? And it doesn't mean you won't be taking that series seriously, but it just means, you know, you have that little bit of extra leeway. If you know you're locked in between 6th and 10th and you're not necessarily bothered about the very specific seeding, you can live pretty happy with that, as well as the fact that I believe that IG play their series before both of these teams, so they'll know whether or not 6th place is locked.
True.
So that could also play into it, going into it. Whoever does end up winning this series here to date, but certainly this one, I guess, is also kind of the series where potentially you have to find a little bit of something special, right? A little bit of cooking in the kitchen if you want to try and catch your opponent off guard as well, if that's what you want to go for.
You just raised, you just raised a big question in my mind though. Yeah, because if IG lose, which I mean, IG are in the habit of losing, then Weibo kind of play Kingmakers for the 6th spot, where like LNG WE, with their last series feeling very manageable for both, I'd say. I would say that LNG WE, one of these teams here, are probably going to be 6th with the way things are going with the expectations, because of the fact that one of them will hit 9.
Yeah, that would kind of be the main expectation, right? If IG do lose this series into Weibo, which again with recent performances starting to look more and more likely, then you just have a bunch of teams at 8-8, and whoever does end up winning this series has a real shot at all of a sudden leapfrogging from sort of 8th, 9th joint position up to 6th place, and of course that means you skip out on that first round of playoffs, just gives you that higher bye.
It's interesting again. LPL players has always done this in the last week. There's always spots to fight for. No one's really secure. No one's locked in. It's not like other leagues where, the format of having 8 teams getting into playoffs and then 2 missing out is like, okay, 80% of teams make playoffs. Yay. LPL's 58%. 7 teams miss out. 10 go through. Well, you might look at that number and be like, oh, well, look, it's still like close to 60%. With the amount of teams, at least a lot of them are cut out. Just going to say that. Let's go. WE, LNG. Okay, WE on blue side. Renekton, Lucian ban is already a different angle. But against Zika, I understand. Against Gala, I also understand. As with the Tristana gone, Smolder follows through on blue side, actually, by WE. I guess they just don't want to play this as a first pick.
Yeah, I mean, again, WE as a team have just simply not really prioritized it. And they know, even though they're on blue side, they're just not willing to give it over. And you really can't blame them. Also, or LNG's last ban be in us, that will be the Poppy, so potentially a couple of mobile answers early on in LNG's draft, as WE haven't necessarily heavily lent or overlent on the Poppy. If anything, they've been really leaning on Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not that's going to be an early rotation. If W maybe 2-3, I'm imagining, well, I was going to say maybe Senna, but at the same time, okay, Talia. Nautilus we saw first picked in the last series, and whilst I'm a bit of a Nautilus here, I'll be honest, it still does its job very well, right? So can't really complain. Talia first rotation means something like the Vi can be very easy follow-up, and then you've got a very strong and powerful lockdown in the 2v2. And if LNG do go to this Ahri answer, I imagine it will just be Vi plus AD carry, right? And for the sake of stay, it can really be a very, interesting pool. Maybe they lean on something like the Jhin overall setup. Nautilus as well was hovered, right? So they might have been considering it. Either or, all of these answers, the end result is lockdown, with a lot of single target burst damage in tow. LNG will definitely have to try and find some answers to it. There's the Nautilus, and I guess the question is it going to be the Vi, or is it going to be the AD carry to match up so that they don't have stage champion will be pinched out?
Maybe the Xin Zhao as well. Just going to throw that out there. But as you said, the Vi feels like a better option. However, for Hung, he has played this 13 times already. They're thinking about the stay option. So both are valid there, Jamada. Stay played a couple of games as Zaya, one of his most played so far in his short and split. As he locks that one in, we go to comfort for WE in game number 1. And we find out for LNG, now that they've been given jungle, do they just lock in the easy mid-jungle duo? Just way just pull out the Vi. It feels like that's the best option, right? Like Vi, Xin Zhao, whatever you want to take away, and then ban away the others.
Yeah, I think probably Xin here. Or you completely throw a spanner in the works. Okay. Go Volibear. So Wei now, what this really sets up to me in my mind is a lot more early dives, right? With matchups like Varus and Ahri, specifically the bottom lane, 1-to-1, Varus should be gaining priority, and you're going to have counterpick support, right? As Hung, so that should be really easy setup. The mid lane priority is obviously going to be a bit wishy-washy, but as a mid laner, you always find the time at some point to rotate over to a side lane. So LNG, not only should they have the opportunity to look towards these bottom side dives, because they should have a positive support matchup, they'll then also have R5, right? So LNG in a very good position at the minute as they do remove away that Vi. And I imagine it will just be Vi Xin Zhao. Poppy's already off the table, and as far as Hung is concerned, that has kind of been the trio of champions recently, so he's probably going to be relegated to something like Maokai, maybe a Jarvan. Like, it does feel a little bit rough from Hung's perspective at the minute, as WE are going to answer out towards Zika's Kasante.
Mundo's open, by the way. So Hung has played that 3 times already. I must have missed those games, because holy moly. That's new. Again, guys, I'm a guest coming through, and I haven't seen all the games, and I've missed the Mundo game. Actually, wait, no, that's a lie. I think I co-streamed one. I think I remember seeing one. So again, having that is just, again, as you said, there are more options on the board, but being limited here, maybe Hung goes for something like a Rel Jamada. Maybe that's like the next best option available. Yeah. Does that do anything?
but we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see where Hung goes. I'm more surprised that WWE aren't trying to pinch out Hung's ball right now. Maybe they're just kind of accepting that no matter what, they're gonna have a bad time down there. No, they at the very least remove away Renata, so they're definitely cognizant of the fact that they're gonna have a bad 2v2 on the bottom side, and maybe what this Renata spells is they're just gonna look at more dive in the draft options, right? Whatever they can find, but Hung certainly will still have positive champions to look towards in this 2v2. What will LNG do? It's Heimerdinger. So I mean,
oh my
look,
god,
it's a little bit, I suppose, outdated, right? We don't see much Heimerdinger support these days, but we still know what it does, right? It's going to be prio, and of course, it's going to be excellent follow-up for the Volibear stun. You just get chain CC'd and immediately burst it out. So LNG, a lot of tools at their disposal. It'll be Jax up in the jungle for Hung. So that's where he decides to go in the end. Jace will end up in the top side, blind, and Zook has the opportunity to answer Wukong. That's a really fun hover. I would love to see it get locked in for Zucker. I don't think he showed it so far this split, and of course it did get changes to make it a much stronger top laner, but we're just getting drunk, so
it ain't one day yet.
A little bit more standard to what we are familiar with from Zucker. And I mean, hey, LNG across the board, 3 very strong lanes, an early game powerhouse jungler, decent scaling as well, 1-to-1. They're not necessarily going to get super outscaled, I don't feel like, in this game. They have answers to what WE also have, and W have answers to LNG, right? In terms of very reliable engage. Side lane threat is always going to be there with Fofo. They do have answers. It's just about how the execution falls through in my mind for LNG in this early game, right? How aggressive are they willing to get? Are they going to go to OMG levels of execution on some of those dives in that first series of the day? That's really the major question, and can WE stave those dives off and actually look for potentially cross maps, maybe setting up Wayward to get really far ahead? Because if there's one thing LNG do lack, it's reliable engage, and if you can set up this Jace to be a complete monster, then that poke can really become an issue that LNG maybe can't deal with, and then that's where the engage of things like the Talia Wall and Norla start to really be a pain point for LNG.
Well, Wayward's been a lot better at the split, so again, there's reliability here coming from the man who's played the most uniques on WE so far. But there is a bit of fun story that needs to be brought up. The fact that Iwandi's going up against LNG when, was it last year he was in prison behind Luma? Was it the year before? I forget my years, but Iwandi, you know, previous LNG support, the Jana OTP once upon a time. He's already picked out his Camille support that we saw in the LEC yesterday, and that was fun. But let's be real, Iwandi going in for this bottom side, is he going to be able to get revenge? Because the 2v2 to start off with is going to be rough. One of the best 2v2 lanes in League. Gala and Hung versus Stay and Iwandi. It's a playoff race. It's the last week, at least the penultimate week. But guys, there's only today, tomorrow, and then 3 days in week 9. Let's just call it what it is. 5 days remaining in the LPL. And playoffs on the line for the winner of this series. Let's see who takes it as WE's Arena gets ready to roar. Where is it?
No way.
Hello?
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 Hello? No way. Did we miss the gyro? Did they just not gyro? No, this doesn't feel right. Can we get a redo?
No.
Can we get a redo? Where did they go? I'm just going to assume that they did them before we cut to it. And that's what I'm going to assume.
There's no... I've never heard a non-gyro, you know?
It doesn't feel right, does it?
Doesn't. A gyro. We can do like the LCK thing when they do a
can we
remote.
can we do it?
Yeah.
Like WE, gyro, WE, gyro, LNG, gyro, LNG, gyro. All right, now that we've done that,
We had to
that
change the
truly
voice.
felt wrong.
Yeah.
My eyes are really just going to be peeled on the junglers here. All right, Wei starting on the top side. Volibear has a ridiculously fast clear in the early stage, and you might definitely notice the difference between Wei's clear speed and Hung. Bear in mind, I caught that correct as well. Wei also started solo, so that's going to be a very, very fun comparison. But he's pathing down towards his bottom side. He knows where his bread is buttered this game, I feel like.
Yeah.
And as for Hung, on the Jax, it's a lot more about, you know, finding the angles when lanes look set up for it, right? And I'm not sure how often those opportunities are going to be there. If I was playing through this Jax's POV, I would just try my best to stop my bottom lane from getting absolutely destroyed.
Sure.
This 2v2 and in some of those dives, but we'll see exactly what his game plan is as the game progresses.
Well, big wave building up, as you said. When you butter your bread down on the bottom side, you definitely make sure you set the toaster up, and as the bread is about to pop out to get ready to gear up, Gala and Hung already, I mean, with that wave crashing in the range, is going to be huge. Now, top side for WE on the response is good for Wayward so far. Some pretty big trades as utilizes that range advantage, and Pazika already a little bit behind in CS.
Yep, definitely going to be a bit of an annoyance from Zeka's point of view. Just for the first couple of waves, right? Aatrox really kind of scales into this lane towards that level 5, level 6 mark, and that's where he finds a lot of pressure. Speaking on pressure, Scout eats a pretty meaty trade, but we'll be able to just walk that one off, look for a reset. Fofo is out of mana, so he's just going to probably try and clear this wave and then back out. And as I was talking about earlier, the jungle clear just a touch faster for Weiwei. Both junglers, though, on the Skull on Swarm. And it looks like it just could end up being a full reset. It doesn't look like there's a dive in the offing on the bottom side by any means, but maybe a dive on the top side if Wayward's got a little bit more mana to work with. Zucker's definitely in a position where he can be worked on. Scout won't spot out Fofo, but of course Scout has already teleported in, so maybe a wave of priority to move towards on his end.
Yeah, TP in response here from Fofo as well. Bot side, the camera pans away for a little bit after they push in the wave. Already picked up one plating, by the way, as you'd expect, as Ignite goes down onto Iwandi. He came into phase check, but the arrow's out, and Iwandi with Comet is dead. Oh. That's perfect. He thought he was fine to check, but Gala and Hung bait him in.
Yep. I mean, it's very, very easy for Hung and Gala. Once Iwandi's in, there's Zucker. Doesn't quite find that sweet spot on that Q3. But still, trade is good, and you'll kind of notice the thing about this matchup and why it's such an irritant for Jace inside the lane is a lot more to do with, like, hey, Jace tends to work really well at just kind of chipping down his opponent, but Aatrox's sustain kind of does just about outweigh it a little, as, yeah, Iwandi, yeah, just caught lacking a bit in it. There's not much to say. Comet. Finishing touch. Is it Scorch? I think it's actually Scorch off the Comet, yeah. Maybe. Really, really good. And feels nice about it. And LNG off on the right foot. That's where they want to be. Way now as well. Should have this lane of priority on the bottom side. Eventually, I think this is a crash in, and then the bounce back will be there for LNG and Gala. So they can't quite start the dragon right now, as Gala needs to collect that wave. But give it about 30 seconds. And they'll be a little bit more free. Or they can just do it now and not give a monkeys. I'm not sure if they quite know where Hung is. Oh, they do. There's a ward on the grubs, so they know where Hung is. That's why they're sliding Son up.
Oh, here we go. It's Hung versus Hung again. I just realized. Oh, my God. I'm like, what are you talking about? The Heimerdinger at top. He's bloody bot.
This... Do you know what the best part about this is? I think in summer, we also cast LNG versus WE. Or wherever... Where was Jungler Hung? Was Jungler Hung also on WE last
yeah, Hung was Hung was WE.
It was, right? Yeah. So it was just WLNG. So Hung versus Hung. Yeah. Truly our worst nightmare.
True. It's like Wei versus Weiwei all over again. Except at least like there's two of them, you know? Like you hear Weiwei, you're like, I know that's LNG's jungler. You hear Hung, you're like, Hung or Hung?
Hung or Hung?
Hung. Yeah. wait, what? Yeah. That's right. This zoning, by the way, in bot, more important because Gala and Hung are actually just sending the WE bottom lane off. Weiwei's down here as a level 6 volley too. I mean, this is free real estate.
Yeah, it is. And there's nothing staying Iwandi can do about it either. They didn't have Hung in their back pocket. God damn it. They didn't have Hung in their back pocket until just now. And the important point is that Weiwei already has level 6. For that 7-minute mark, so first use of the ultimate is going to be very important to track. Dives. I kind of treat Volibear ultimate in a way, kind of like how the old rule of globals used to work, right? You would typically dictate how well like champions like Shen and Twisted Fate were going to do based on their first cast of the ultimate. I kind of see Volibear ult like that to a point, just because of how long the cooldown used to be. Of course, buff this patch. but still lengthy. A little bit over 2 minutes, I think, at level 1. But for now, we'll just return to farming Dewey, and I imagine we'll continue to supplement that bottom side 2v2 on these clears, just going top to bottom, ensuring that he's staying ahead of the curve.
I mean, as you'd expect again, LNG playing to the strong side of the map. Weiwei is clearing top side for now, but it feels like the pathing naturally leads him down once again. As for WE, what are their options here? Well, it doesn't seem to be anything about top side because as the trading continues, oh, holy moly, never mind. Forget why did I talk about top side? Who cares, bro? Literally, I want these out again. This bot is so doomed.
Yeah, 2v2, it's looking rough. And the problem is, to me, is that WE aren't really able to find other avenues to abuse, right? Like, topside is 1v1 in isolation, a losing matchup, and so far, Hunger's not really found the window. Maybe they can find jungle picks like this, but at the end of the day, Weiwei is way too tanky, as well as just having things like the flash, the ultimate to get out of. And they lose the 2v2, they lose the 3v3 realistically as well. It's just rough across the board. Like, WE don't really have a way to play the game. I wish I could be a little bit more optimistic about it, but that just feels like the fact of the matter. They've rotated. I thought that was Stay and Iwandi in the mid lane, but Iwandi is just helping Fofo out to get a nice reset time up.
Bro, look at the wards, by the way. Like, LNG have lit at bot side. I mean, again, it's good control, and I think for LNG, they are a slower team. Like, watching LNG this split has been similar to what we've seen in previous splits as well. But they don't overforce the sticker onto Wayward. I mean, this could be dangerous. World Ender not going to be popped. Wayward's out with Phase Rush. The emote's out, and very, very well said by Wayward. As Zika is starting to win more and more.
Wayward's giggling. He giggled a little bit, I think. Judging by how he bobbled his head in the player cam, he's like, well, back to base I go. And yeah, this is just one of those pain points of the matchup. You know, Zika just has so much damage afforded to him just by nature of Aatrox and how he works in the early stages. And you can't be poked out, right? And that's kind of the threat of Jace is you kind of get poked down to maybe 60, 70%, and then you're always kind of just about in lethal range if you misstep, right? And Aatrox simply doesn't really operate under those parameters because he trades the health back.
True. As we gear up for grubs, just a quick note, Gala's moved towards mid. You can see the damage already onto someone like Fofo. I mean, I wonder if WE respect this or they just try and get the grubs and get out as quickly as possible. And it seems like it's going to be the latter as Weiwei looks for engage off the back end, but 5 already picked up. You'd call that a minor win for WE as Hometown instead of getting the next one. He gets all 6. Okay. So there is something in this game for WE. There is side lane threat from the Jace that now gets boosted up a bit by those stats, but again, they've got to stop the bleeding. I think that's the main thing right now. Even with grubs achieved, that's nice, but it's going to be second dragon for LNG, and I think it's also going to be either mid or bot plate to give it over in the next 3.5 minutes.
I would absolutely love if WE just full send it on the top side. There's on the way. Oh, thank God. There's a cross map. That's how I know I'm no longer in Europe. They need to just try and kill Zuka and make sure that they can use these grubs to their advantage, right? The thing about grubs, they're an objective that is a win more objective. We kind of saw it actually in OMG series, right? They grabbed 6 grubs. They were so far ahead. That's why they were shredding all those structures. WE then not in a winning game state at all, so they need to try and force one side of the map at the very least to be, you know, kind of a winning state. Try and give some leeway, and even though you're getting, you know, cross-mapped in your own right, losing plates down here, maybe a tower, the point of the matter is you need to inject gold into yourself whilst gold is being taken on the other side of the map. Otherwise, you're just at a complete net loss without really gaining anything anywhere else.
Another reason you know you're not in the West is because the cross-map is actually respected too. Like, I mean, I guess the other thing is in Europe, if they don't do it anyway, that's why people just stay on the turrets because they're like, oh, they're not going to cross-map in the rare event that it happens. But yeah, I feel like, you know, here it's respected a lot more. Zika just backs away as Fofo not respecting here. Probably thought Scout went back to turret, but Weiwei, as he comes on in, is going to act as bait. He's got Stormbringer available. Charm just needs to connect. Depth Charge is there, and it does. It is a bait there, Jamada. And Fofo runs into it. Weiwei played it beautifully as Scout's going to get a double kill. And it was all because Fofo thought he went back to turret instead of being in the bush.
Yeah, wasn't expecting Scout at that angle, and Weiwei, you know, not enough damage between Fofo and this Nautilus at this stage in the game simply just tanks the combo, and Weiwei flashes on Talia's face, and Talia face plants into the wall with her flash as well. Easy pick, and LNG able to finally pick up that tower on the bottom side. 2 kills in the back pocket of Ari, as well as that 600 gold from that tower on the bottom side on that first tower bonus.
And everything else continues to go swimmingly for LNG in the early game. Look at this again, as you said, not enough damage here after the full rotation's out.
Yeah, and what feels really painful as well is that, you know, it's just the flash afterwards. Oh, he's never making it over that wall. Never. Not from there. Just overestimating where he is, and yeah, great acknowledgement from LNG that they know they stomped that 2v2, even if it was Hung, right? The Jax Hung, not the other one.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, just in case you were confused, guys. Of course, even if it was the Jax, they still win that one out really well. So good job by them.
I think overall, though, LNG should be happy with the way the game's going. I mean, 3k gold in the early game, and you've got Dragon stacking. But I think more importantly, you've now set up Scout, who heard me knocking on him before the game was going on about this split. Obviously set up for success here again, as Zika is just playing that said side lane once more. World popped up. This time he doesn't respect it, because as Hung has the flash, the whole of LNG are coming in. It's the Goon Squad, and with the charm connecting at melee range, Hung is just dead. Kill over to Zika too. And Wayward, look, caught out. He has no TP available. He's hoping like, oh yeah, I can back here, right? Charm, just in case he's in that push, but now spots him out. They know he's there. Peekaboo. All the Deception max range. Another kill over to Zika. Both side lanes are giga-fed, and both bottom laners are in a good position too. This is all LNG's game all the time now.
Yep, 4k gold lead. Herald spawning up for them to take. Scout is on the bottom side with no teleport, but again, just look at the priority through the mid lane. Even if Fofo has first move through top, it's just one of those things where it doesn't really matter in this context, and Herald can get started up. Even if there is a contest, now I just feel like LNG are in such a commanding position, items and all. It'll be very hard to win out on a fight right at this moment. It's Hung just playing complete nuisance. He's going to tank a Nautilus ultimate. But again, look at his zone of control. All those turrets on the floor, he can never really be killed.
Hung just didn't want to go in on Hung either. I guess they just, mutual respect there too. And as they hold the bar, Herald goes down in the meantime while that zone is continuing to be controlled. 4.5k, by the way, and Herald just dropped immediately. Like, this is okay. This is the go button, isn't it?
Wait, got his driver's license, so he's got that little bit of drift in him.
Oh, boom. Very nice indeed.
Tower number 1 crashed. Let's go top actually.
Oh yeah. Oh,
okay.
Go. Okay. Does he want to clear with it, just like as in go to blue buff, or no? He's actually going bot.
No, he's going bot. Oh, right. No, they're not even.
And minions. Oh, come on, brother.
But what it does do is it does put Herald in bot, and maybe Wayward does actually just get to clear it out, but now it's just here.
Yeah.
Like it's
true.
And the problem now is that WE are on the top side, cross-mapping. Sure, they'll get this tower, but it's 1 HP. That was kind of a given. LNG have the opportunity to just rotate into the bottom tier 2, and they're pinging it as well, so they should be able to get a charge. Even though they don't have 6 grubs, they could actually just straight up take this tower because they've got the volley bear down here with the ultimate.
I mean, again, options. Like, where are the options here? And I know Jamada, again, like, we're kind of hoping that, Stay might scale into it. Fofo starts using the ulti, but challenging any part of this map right now. Look how hard it is. Chains of Corruption flashed away from. Hung takes the gate to get here. Wayward gets poked out by the other one. And WE now threaten them off, but it's in front of Baron where, even though Chains of Corruption went down, like, there has to be a reset here from Wayward. He has to TP in.
Exactly. Maybe Hung can find some weird flank in, get the dragon. Okay, there's the weird flank. It's with the gate.
Hung is going to get zoned off, and Hung on top. Stretch line there, flash away, but they just jump on the jungle. Wow, the LNG turns great as Gala's like, okay guys, am I still attacking this or not? Spirit Rush for Scout is up and available as WE are now zoned off. Wayward on his own path. Zika here with flash available and World Ender. All he needs to do is hit something and eventually he will automatically, nope, never mind, ignore me. As Dragon goes back to being reset and WE lost their jungler, but they do have a health bar advantage, so Dragon stays kaput for now.
Yeah, Dragon is also just going to stop Hung's base or Hymaning up. But in the grand scheme of things, wait, he gets his reset off. Should be able to make it to the Dragon if they want it. But this is kind of the power of the Grubs there. They should get that mid lane tier 1.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah. Goodbye, Wayward.
Well
Goodbye,
done.
Wayward.
I mean, there you go. Now Dragon is absolutely guaranteed. 3 dragons, more gold. Like, dude, this LNG early game. I mean, this is the most. Again, it's not like I'm here every single day, but from what I've seen of LNG this split, this is definitely one of their more proactive games.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some stories, mate, about LNG. And even
really?
watching some of the games I've been able to get my hands on for review. It's not looked good, bruv. It's not looked good, I can tell you that. But yeah, great decision from LNG to immediately turn, find their mark. And yeah, Jack's just... From the second he CC'd, doesn't get to control his character until death.
Yep.
Well played by LNG. They get that 3rd dragon. Now Hex Soul super early on in the game. It really can just kind of make this a bit of a non-contestable for WE in terms of team fights, and doubly so if LNG can find themselves getting a Baron, it just goes from bad to worse. As
Flash, everything used. Kitchen sink, Weaver's wall as well. Zicker's going to get poked out as 4 members are down here. There's a response
Nice
from LNG,
secrets.
maybe not expecting it. World into their depth charge as well. They've used a lot of ulti for this. They need the kill. Hung jumps on and they get a shutdown. It's a good move from WE, getting objective bounty as well. First kill of the game. Scout is the only person on the other side of the map to find something for now, but hey, you definitely take that as WE.
yeah, definitely do, and it's about time, right? We finally see a bit of an attempt at a cross-map play, and look at how quickly this tower's being moved. Not only because it's 3 champions, but the Grubs as well, just adding salt in the wound. So really good stuff from WE to find some of this gold back, and they have
TP.
closed up that gap.
Oh, dude,
Bit.
the TP is on top of the Hex Gate. Spirit Rush Charm, and Scout's there waiting, and he can get back over the wall to follow Hung. He flashes as well, and waiting for the next charm of the Orb of Deception. Hung flashes out to get out as TP from LNG also being burned a second time. And Zicker this time, as I wonder he's just caught out. Somehow Wayward just got back. He backed in the middle of the lane. I guess they weren't there yet. And as I wonder he tries to waste time. I mean, this is still an LNG kill, but I am still typing worth in all chat, Jamada, because that play got 2 objective bounties, got a kill, and I mean, LNG lost a lot of momentum as Baron spawns.
Nah.
They're all down here. The Volleybear's backing. Oh my god, WE are going to win this game, aren't they? WE are going to win this game.
Nah, it's cool. Garlo still.
He won't, will he?
No, he won't.
Dude, they just got Baron. WE are in gold. WE are 700 away in gold. This was a 4 or 5k gold lead. Spirit Rush again. Okay, it journeys in, but Baron enhanced recalls. LNG, their heads are in their hands. Like, what the hell? They just got so much objective bounty.
It's like I never left. It's like I never left. I love this region, man. I mean, look, credit to WE. I'm a bit dumbfounded because of how much control LNG had throughout this early game, and it's by design, I feel like, of the draft as well. But WE find their window, right? They make that cross-map work. They kind of acknowledge in that previous sequence that LNG were going to probably open out onto the map top. They've got Grubs, they cross-map, they kill Zeka, everything looks great. Into, they kind of get punished for overextending a little bit, but because LNG takes so long to make that punish work, WE are out on the map in time to get the Baron. It's so... I mean, again, credits to WE. They just read the map really, really well. And now they've gone from, what was it, 4,000 gold down to just about even Stevens as far as the game state is most concerned. A couple of differences here and there. But one thing that I would really like to know is Wayward, 2.5 items. A little bit of lethality starting to come in now. And to me, he's the one with his poke that will really make the difference in making LNG's life a bit more miserable. And there you go, half HP on Tagala straight off the rip.
It hurts. I mean, it really does. It's crazy again. How WE have fought their way back into this game. Again, really good map movements. LNG caught unaware, no response. You know, we like talking about counterplays on the other side of the map. Well, we'll ignore that for now. Stormbringer as Iwandi tries to run it on in. Wayward has to flash out as he almost throws himself, but the Hung absorbing the damage is fine for now. Wayward way out damage. As LNG do find the pick, they stop the aggression through mid, but because of the range here, Jamada, they're quite confident as Wayward maybe shouldn't be. Who can throw more? Right now in the fight, it seems to be WE who can't take the 5v5. Scout almost getting caught out. The charm, I don't know what the adept was, but Gala shuts me up again. A double already picked up, and just as we're praising WE, they overstay mid, they get caught out, and LNG, with tools of their own, move back into the lead.
My region, my region, my region. LNG should be able to pick up the Hex Soul off this as well. They're going to take a couple of resets, maybe. Some members here. And the Scout has teleport, so he can be afforded that. I1, it's just like kind of back-to-back WE members. First Charm, next on to I1D. Great stuff from Scout. Why is I1D so far up without a wave there? And then Wayward just kind of loses his head a bit. Like, you just saw, like, your support's body is on that. You can see the... Yeah. Very, very, very silly.
Control ward.
Very, very silly. Yeah, from this point on, Arrow, good job, Gala. And if they wanted more chase down, they probably could have gone all the way, but they know to just kind of hold their breath, pick up that Hex Soul. And now, even though, yes, a bit of a macro blunder on LNG's part to give up the Baron in the first place, Baron spawns in less than 3 minutes.
Wayward's dead.
Wayward is very scared.
They got Soul, by the way, because of that play. So LNG have a lot of stats bonus. Charm doesn't need to connect. I guess Scout is doing a lot better this game than we've seen in previous, but let's be real. I mean, for LNG, giving away back into this game after, again, their blunders, so it's who can blunder the most, Shimano. That's what we're looking for. And right now,
it's a game of catch.
Well, WE, right now, they are throwing the ball. It's a 3K gold lead again, and Elder's going to be up in 5 minutes, but I mentioned that because of the Soul point I just brought up, considering that Soul is going to tag down and be a nuisance for WE when they're trying to run away next time.
Exactly. And it's one of those things where, like, LNG in the middle of when their CC is on downtime, that Hex Soul potentially providing that little bit of extra slow is just going to be so critical to ensure they stay in range. As a Hung, they know he's there.
Gala, why is Gala isolated? He's by himself, flashes
no.
away, but he's
Oh,
shoved.
no.
Gala's dead. Hung gets a kill. It will be a trade, but Hung flashes away. It's matched by Zika. He needs one more hit to get through. His Counter-Strike saves his life, at least for a little bit longer. Now for Stay and Fofa, they're getting charged on, and Scout tries to bring it back. I mean, it's weird to say at this split, but Scout is the saving grace, really. One more auto secures it. I mean, he's so fed. And even though this game of catch keeps going on, I mean, LNG right now, I think they got some Major League Baseball players because they are still smashing it out of the park.
Yeah, exactly. Really well played by LNG, even though Gala kind of got dunked on a bit by Fofo. Doesn't matter in the end, because LNG just pick everything back up, all the pieces. So Baron now 6 seconds away. They can just secure priority, easy as you like, and then look to make WE's life completely miserable as they try to approach the Baron, as we get a replay. And I'm not sure if it was fully a prediction on Fofo's part. The replay, yeah, it was. Wow. Fofo. And Gala just straight up flashes into it. Not much else he can really do at that point, as Hung tries to delay the inevitable as much as he can. Isn't able to, and then, like you mentioned, Scout forces stays ultimate. Able to run down Fofo. On the bright side, I feel like everyone's ultimate should be back up for the Baron from the perspective of WE, but it's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the most part.
For who?
That's the true question. Oh, no.
That hurts. Okay. Wait, why is Stay there? He flashed. What? Why was Stay front? What? I wonder he's almost dead. I mean, WE, what are you doing? What are you doing? WE just decided to, like, walk away. Baron just spawned. We have River, but we're just going to move to mid, which we already know LNG are running down because they just cleared the wave.
Oh, Gala.
Both are doing good damage. Gala's dead. I mean, both of these teams, are they round one Andes in playoffs? That's the question I now pose to you.
Yes.
I don't know. Because what the hell?
It's all good, Jake. It's all good. At the end of the day, it's high-level gaming. LNG, they're not really worried about Wayward's poke if it's hitting the front line, I guess. They can burn this one down. Heimerdinger is doing a lot of work as well. And Scout, he's just pushing them out. So, WE, Hung's not even going to get a look in.
Okay, nice jump. This time it does connect. The Scout gets a reset on this as well. Baron's gone. I mean, WE, like, if they didn't run down mid before, there's a lot of plays for WE. LNG gave them back the game. They made such a good macro move down bot side, Jamada. There was no trade. The gold was back in. WE looked like, hey, that they might actually win this game, and they probably should have after that. But then the move mid from Wayward, from Iwandi, like, bro. God.
My region, my region, my region, my region. I mean, look, it's just a bit questionable from WE trying to enter into the mid lane through that avenue. And LNG happily walk up, murder their targets. Gala, I'm more curious about how Gala ends up. I guess Hung's in a really, like, interesting position, trying to kind of find that flank behind the rest of LNG, and that's how him and Wayward are able to collapse on Gala at the end of the day. As, yeah, Fofo a little bit too isolated. I mean, the thing for me, I feel like, is WE, even when they had that Baron, you know, overextending in the mid lane, they just weren't able to try and allow Wayward to set up for poke, and then, you know, then you try to wall people off, send out a Lawless Ultimate for a little bit more additional pressure. And LNG continue to just push the envelope at every opportunity they can on any play. Break open the base now of WE, and they've got that one structure, tier 2, in the mid lane to work with. They can push that one down, but again, their attention's being split. 3 members on the bottom side. WE, it's the world's longest flank, but the problem is Hung just got spotted by, I think, a Heimerdinger turret. So
I think he did, yeah.
He's not doing anything with that flank.
So, a CP comes through. That's Scout. I mean, I'm just waiting because Elder's up. Hung, they know, is somewhere back here. WE get priority mid as Scout now looks for an angle, but the level 17 Ari might have to burn the ult before the fight. I mean, there's no damage there, actually, from Wayward.
The thing... Wayward.
Oh, he's dead, he's dead. Stormbringer comes down, Wayward knocked up, and that's an easy kill. Hung gets on the backline, though, onto Gala. Look at LNG's AD carry. Never mind, no one from WE is there. Fofo tries to build a wall, but much like politics, you can't get that one through Parliament. LNG, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to run through base, and now with big death timers, this one's just over. But you don't even need the Elder.
Nope. Don't even. LNG, after a strange mid game, a 23-3 kill game, may I add. Top of our screen. 24. What a strange game. But LNG won't mind it. They'll go well up in the series.
Oh my god. What's
That was an experience. That's what it was, Jake. Find some optimism, you know?
I mean,
like,
I try. But, like, when you, I mean, dude, I've been very tempered in the LEC. I think if I called out every throw in the game in the LEC, I'd probably be upset with a lot of games. So, but here, you know, LPL is the elitist squad, right? And when you see games like that, you go, could have been better, could have been cleaner. I mean, props to WE for the, again, use a blank word of macro play. Like, I think they really use tempo well, but yeah, a lot of throwing. Jamada, we'll go to a break. I won't need you to explain it till we come back, because LNG are one step away from playoffs after this.
to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Well, welcome back. That was a fun opening game, one from LNG that I guess we didn't expect in the caliber that we got. As WE tried to fight back, they had some good moments, but Jamada, then it was also all thrown away with a bit of a turbulent gold grab. Look at it, up and down.
Look, I know that there's technically no point in this graph where you see like a big blue hill, but I promise, like WE really did make that game kind of awkward at that 20-minute mark for LNG, picking up that Baron very quickly as well, just securing a lot on the map, on that cross map that led up to it. So well done by them to make that at the very least a contestable game, but you know, just throughout it felt really difficult for W to find a foothold, and I think a lot of that came down to the draft. So you know, by design, LNG kind of did end up finding majority of things they wanted in that game, and unfortunately W didn't get enough out of that Baron when they were able to find it. As player of the game, MVP will be Scout. No qualms. The guy did a pretty damn good job. He was very pivotal to a lot of the major plays, right? Found very important and crucial charms throughout the game, and these two back-to-back actually were what broke up WWE's entire flow, right? That they had just started building up with the back of that Baron.
That was his fifth. I mean, Scout, the fact that he's not top of the standings in or top of LNG in MVP is kind of crazy. But I'm just looking at LNG's total. Weiwei actually sharing the most right now. Scout now second. Yeah, I mean, not a surprise after the game. And I think, look, as we look past in that game and look at all the moments that WE had, W were always there punishing on a different angle. Zika on the Aatrox, you know, alongside Weiwei. I think more importantly, Hung on his Heimerdinger also this big pain in the bum that Scout was able to play around too. So while Gala just kept dying randomly, everyone from LNG just found success the other parts of the fight.
Yeah, that was kind of like the funny thing, right? Like, Gala was not really a central piece, a player to this game, unfortunately, from his perspective. Though, he definitely still did some work, right? I think he had the second most damage in this game. Right behind Scout and Zuka, who were kind of like tied, so I guess that technically makes him third. But still, he was present. Just unfortunately, a bit of a focus from WE, which did definitely shine out, but that just opened up for Scout and the remainder of the team to constantly have angles. As see right there, again, another one where Scout just takes over the fight and again makes it completely lopsided in LNG's favor.
Good. All right. Well, pick and Ben. Let's go. Let's see if this rounds out and we get to the NIP BLG series a little bit quicker. Do you remember the Cassidy days? I don't know if they'll hover towards Scout or Fofo. Like, remember when we just had Cassidans being played left, right, and center? Doomby was in the league, and like, yeah, man, crazy days. Anyway, biggest point is Cassidy is no longer there. I'm losing my marbles a bit because it's still early. I'm just trying to get it all out before the next series.
It's still early. It's 11 p.m.
It doesn't matter. 11 p.m. a.m. It doesn't matter. We woke up early.
You are a gremlin. Come on, man.
I normally wake up at 8 or 9, to be fair. It's just that extra couple of hours before makes me a bit loopy, you know? And so I just got to get it out before we get into the next series.
I'm hearing it. Anyway, LNG, Varus first pick, so Gala's going to be on Varus duty again. And they will go towards this way, which I guess when Hung is on your team and you have Varus as a pairing, that could technically be flexed down to the bottom side. Here in the LPR, I feel like it's almost exclusively in the mid lane. Oh, well, all right. Well, my answer. My question may be answered immediately. It might just be Scout getting his hands on it. And they will just remove the potential of that nonsense going on. And it does kind of mean if Iwandi is willing to, you can find a very strong counter. And there's the Rumble, which is also another champion, we sure. And I've been seeing kind of pop up in the support role more and more. And with the Renekton there, you'd have to imagine that it just is the answers to the Lawless.
I feel like WE are like, hey, let's just go all early game. Let's go for these lanes and let's just blow them out of the water. Like, maybe similar to OMG, but maybe more explosive within the lanes. That WE are now putting a timer on themselves already, Jamada, it feels like. If they start taking away some tools that can help dive the backline and maybe be a nuisance from Weiwei.
Yeah, exactly. OMG as well, also moving away to 6, so they don't want to deal with the potential of like the double demolition squad. Maybe Hung goes on to something like the Volibear early with it as well, and then you just really turn into a completely different team where you're destroying those towers with the threat of dives always on the offing. WE, what's the next jungle ban? Because you have to remember they also need a jungle up.
Get rid of Vi.
So, okay, Cassandra, they don't want to trim it down too much. Maybe, I feel like because LNG can also remove away a jungler that they don't feel like they want to deal with. But instead, they go towards the AD because they are not sold on this Tristana going into the hands of Stay. And in all fairness, I don't necessarily blame them because off the top of my head, Stay a lot more about the Jins, a little bit more about kind of utility picks overall. So a departure from that and on towards that Xayah last game was definitely a little bit out of character for what we've seen from him. And speaking of utility, there you go, early Senna. And that could be straight up fasting, right? You could just basically have support Senna here
Senna
with
Rumble.
Farming up as well on the bottom side.
I guess you can also, like, just to flip this around and maybe play a weird devil's advocate as Weiwei just showing us what's in his champ pool, which could just be the simple Zins out. There could also be...
Great one, by the way.
I was going to say, like, how do they deal with him late game? Where's the damage going to come from? How do you actually stay in combat with this LNG lineup?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. There's 2 really, really reliable forms of engage and 3 damage dealers. So WE could be in for a bit of a world of hurt here. What's the final rotation? It's Maokai. So this is also if we're, you know, full mad scientisting it up here, another flex if it does go through and get locked in, because typically it'll be Maokai Senna, but then where does the Rumble go? You know, there's a lot of questions that will be answered once this is locked in, and it is, and stuff gets swapped around. I like what WE are putting down. Will it actually be the Rumble in the jungle, or will it be Maokai? Looks like it's Rumble, seemingly for now.
Really? Surely not. I mean,
so.
I know it's like triple flex for all these roles, but like, you want to walk me through?
I mean, sure. Rumble still can jungle quite well. It's been a while since he's been, you know, pretty much straight up now. But still, clear speed really good. It's more about getting past those first couple of levels where the Flame Spear is on a 10-second cooldown, but you know, things like, of course, the overheat giving you the percent HP damage and all the rest of it really does still get you through that jungle clear really, really well. And you're kind of just a slightly worse lane Rumble, basically, except you just offer a lot of potential skirmishing power into Graves. Could be something that they can look to abuse, but I do kind of worry about lane priority across the board on their side, and that's really where I'm kind of looking towards, because for me, LNG have 3 very, very stable lanes and a Graves, right? So it's going to be a lot more about what, to me, LNG can get done with this Graves and how they'll move him around the map. And WE, I'm not necessarily saying they're going to be second to most plays, especially in the early game, but I think they're going to have their work cut out for them in finding windows to actually, you know, put in some work to make things like this Rumble look really, really impressive out here in the jungle, and especially also maybe even to keep up with Graves after the first couple of recalls come through.
I mean, honestly, like, as we get into the Rift, and just to remind you all that, hang on, Gyos, wait, Jamada.
Wait. Oh. Peace has been restored.
Ah, yes.
Ooh.
Very nice. Okay. LNG win this. Playoffs. WE win this series. Playoffs. It's just a matter of getting 8. The only teams secured are currently the top 6. That is BLG, JDG, Top Esports, NIP, FPX, and IG, right? OMG also in... Sorry, I forgot to add them in because they won the last series. So 3 spots left remaining.
Oh, stay.
And as we... Yeah, look to see Dredgeline. Good dodge away. 5 teams fighting it out for it. 1 of them secured here today. Then there'll be 2. Super simple. If you're tuning in, I hope that helps you out. But as we said, Jamal already set up for WE. Stable lanes going up against LNG here. So they're going to have to really push the limit. And I feel like, again, for WE, Jamada, like, it's interesting to see a draft like this, considering that it could just be a knee-jerk reaction to last game. LNG just having so much early game priority that blew them out of the water and gave them limited options.
Yeah, it does make you wonder if that is the overall vibe, the case here from WE's read. It's a completely different tune being sung. And I feel that, yeah, you're right. They, in some ways, may be limited, right? It looks like, to me, well, I guess Gala's got lethal tempo, so he's probably going on hit here.
Yeah.
But if there was a world where he goes for that lethality build, then it's like poke Varus plus 2 reliable forms of engage, which can then be followed up by Scout and a Graves. That feels really, really rough. Either way, Varus is still going to be very, very powerful. Regardless of what build Gala decides to go as Hung. He's going to clear out his blue side quadrant and move up towards the top side. And again, with this Rumble jungle, the only real difference between when it was last meta and right now, off the top of my head, was just that Flame Spear cooldown. Is very much catered towards being a much better laner, as he's going to wait for that ward to die out, and then now he's going to start the camp. Did he miss that second E? Did I see? This
Maybe on purpose, who knows? But they're very smart, you know, very big brain play from Hung. And again, on this Rumble jungle, like, we haven't seen this for a while. And I think, the attack speed getting nerfed as well was a big part of it. The overheat damage, maybe some kind of part of it, but also it's just very much like Hung, who people haven't been tuning in for the split. I mean, this guy has played Mundo jungle. This guy plays things like Trundle. Like, he's crazy. Even in previous splits too. Big Poppy enjoyer as Iwandi. Won't be enjoying any part of that Q arrow from Gala. We're also down bot side as well. So the WE 2v2, Shimada once again, Gala and Hung are bodying them. I mean, I know it's fasting center, but still, like, bot lane is just still a good news story for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sign of the lane, right? And now you do kind of start to see Weiwei already looking for invades, but top side, whilst he's doing that, Hung, he's looking to try and dive Zika, and they should have the damage to do it.
Wait for the Bellows Breath, flashing away, not surviving the damage. Searing Charge does nothing. Well done. First blood over to WE to kick off this game. And Gala and Hunk now looking for a response down bot side with Weiwei, but there's no dive there. Wave not big enough, and just going to have to try again.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of feels bad for LNG. I mean, at the end of the day, Zika just teleports back, and it's only half a wave lost, and it's the on lane, right? But still, WE doing what they need to do and finding a little bit of priority and pressure somewhere. And that all comes down to the level 1, right? Wayward spotted out Weiwei on his blue buff, so knows that there is no real threat of the Graves being down here. I think they also spotted him as he was walking into the jungle on the bottom side at some point too. So yeah, good job from WE and Zika. No real answer. LNG, no real answer.
So far the early game off to a roaring start when it needs to be for WE. Already talked about it, but these lanes need to really kick off. And topside's doing well in isolation with Hung also flexing around as Weiwei now spots out Hung, speaking of the devil. There's a same level here as Smokescreen comes through. Hung is here, but luckily Scuttle Crab's there, gives them movement speed boost. I mean, Zik up, Flash not available, so he can't go for the engage, but they just turn it into a grub start here for LNG.
Alright, yeah. Let's see if Hung is able to steal away any. But that'll be the first one going over. And looks like Weiwei's got that second smite charge coming up, but the problem is full rotation here from WE, so there's 5 members here. Gala's on the bottom side, so it'll be a 1 for 2 overall.
That's that kind of feels worth getting the EXP from the first grub, denying 3 in a rotation, giving Gala this massive push in bot. Like, that's probably a plate, Jamada, and honestly, I'd say for the Varus lane, that's kind of worth.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you as well.
Hello there.
And LNG, they might even be able to kind of just keep the remainder of WE away, so this just ends up being a completely split map state.
Oh my god.
But
the Orn experience. Ow!
Yeah.
Oh. Nice try for CC. Wayward almost dies, but it's no cigar, and he's also going to get a plate off this too. So WE are definitely more than off to the races in top side. They are set up.
But this is going to be a game about how fed LNG can get Gala and I1. Okay. I go.
Well,
My Lolo even.
my
Steps
man.
underneath the tower.
He just doesn't care,
Gets
does he?
the wave.
Not
No,
the plate.
he's good. He's good. He's all right. And LNG, the cross map is in full effect. This is effectively just a split map at this point. LNG will pick up 2 plates. The Dragon. And W will continue to accelerate their Renekton. And again, this is just going to be a big old battle of the Croc versus the Darkin Man. That's pretty much it. My only real concern is I feel like LNG just have a much better comp 1-to-1 later on, but there's a lot of utility inside of WE's composition, and that can't be understated.
Oh.
As a, oh.
Okay.
Oh, man. Someone throw up the court emoji.
Did you see who was it the other week in LEC who flashed into a wall to Q? Week 1, I think it was.
I missed it, unfortunately, but I'm sure if I saw it, I would remember.
You would. I tell you though, I think it might, maybe it was Targa. I'm not sure if I'm just throwing shade for the sake that it was KC, but yeah, dude, that was something. There's been a lot of Nautilus players this split, and I don't know why. Probably because he's like a first pick champ, but just everyone in their kitchen sinks playing it as Weiwei now getting invaded topside with Weiwei just moving in. I mean, this Renekton is strong. Weiwei giving respect. Blue buff just going to be stolen from under his nose, and there's nothing they can do. Hung gets it while Fofo and Stay just cover in case anything happens topside, but there's no way LNG are touching this.
Yep. Not so bad so far. WE getting most of what they want, all things considered. And again, you know, whilst, at least for me, at flat value, looking at the compositions, I feel like LNG are kind of okay with this game state, right? You still have to feel like WE have to push the envelope a little bit more, right? You know, like, to try and really make LNG feel uncomfortable, because so much is kind of baked into LNG's composition here of, we can wait till 25 minutes, and whilst, you know, they don't necessarily have a Smolder, on-hit Varus, you know, Graves being in the game, 2 frontliners, WWE don't really have a tank killer, right? Like a true and tested, like, frontline killer, unless they set Ornn so far behind that he simply can't survive, you know, the upfront damage that WWE will eventually have, and that's what it's going to really be about. How WWE set up, mostly through Iwandi, right? On this Maokai to then supplement the rest of the damage dealers on this WWE lineup.
While we are looking at Iwandi, can I just point out Stay? I know he's level 5 because, again, fasting center. He's been roaming a lot, but he hasn't actually been moving through that many lanes as far as I know. I'm curious about the soul check because with all that time, not only out of
26.
lanes, but outside of that, that is abysmal. Is it not? Depth charge coming through. Okay, maybe not as bad as I said, but under turret, nice dive, but Weiwei might be traded, flashes away, and Iwandi stays standing, and Stay is now dead as the equalizer. Wei just knows he's dead. Walks into it, doesn't want to give it to Fofo in the end, and Hung picks up a kill in jungle.
Alright, well, LNG attempt to cross map, but they actually get answered out a little bit by WE there in the extended, because WE had enough members around from downtown. They make that one work. WE, I really want to just see them continue to punish Zika on this top side. Wayward also has a Black Cleaver completed, so just that isolated 1v1 is going to be a lot stronger for him. But yeah, have the members here able to react. They're not really in a position to punish top, so they come down here, but great dive by LNG. Weiwei has to flash, and because he had to flash off of that, there's actually a ward there. Ultimate comes down, and they're able to pick him off as we come out of the replay.
But again, Riley the best, good Dredgeline almost connect. Maybe Fofo would have died, but maybe Hung would have regretted it with Hung over the wall as well. Gala now joins in, and LNG are moving up towards these grubs, which have already started off by Weiwei. But again, for WE, they don't want to give it over, but maybe they have to, with everything used in that bottom side just before. So Jamada, LNG denying the 5-6 grubs. Feels like a really good start of this game.
And that's kind of a big deal. Like, grubs again. Oh, hello. Swing and a miss.
WE though, because they do miss it, they do avoid it, they are going to get a grub themselves, but 3 for 3, still not the end of the world, as Hung is able to benefit off the experience as well and get himself a bit more gold in his back pocket. So movement up for the grubs. Now next up is a Dragon that LNG already started off with this game. 45 seconds till we look towards bot side.
Gala's down there by himself in the minute, so he'll be able to shove in this wave. Maybe the next, and yeah, like you're accentuating again, right? A lot of solo XP being given to him as,
Here we
I've
go.
seen this one before.
Indeed, we have Searing Charge is good. Wayward's taking up, but he's fine. Man, top lane experience for Zika.
But this is what we wanted from WE, plain and simple. It's just more gold into the Rumble, into Renekton. They know they're not going to get this Dragon. They just kind of accept it and go for the pre-planned play. And now, even if they don't have the ultimates, they can try and match this dive, right? Even if the tower falls, then maybe, again, they can have numbers for the actual play itself, and Zika's going to have to teleport to the play and be behind. Are they a bit too behind on tempo, though? That's the real question. I think the answer might be yes, so the Dragon might just go down.
Bro.
Regardless, Hung.
He doesn't have ulti. I mean, without the Rumble Equalizer. Gala backing away, though. They believe in the smite, and he does get it. Hung now zones off. Change Corruption follows through, but you're right. The pick does come through in the end. It goes to Hung once again. 4-kill Rumble now on the board, as Wei would even move down for this as well. Giving a bit of solo time for Zika to absorb whatever wave he could get up in the top lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, still feels okay. It's not like the most over-the-top thing for WE to get back, but again, at least they get something back, right? And that cross-map play happens so early before the Dragon spawn that they're able to also pick up an additional kill. More gold into the Rumble's back pocket. And Hung, 4-0-1 on this Rumble. He's going to be a monster in these mid-game fights. Already at the item and a half, plus the Sorks. So very, very much online. And again, it's about all of the setup that he kind of has around it, specifically pertaining to Iwandi. The Maokai ult plus the Rumble ult is going to be such a terrifying thing to play against if you're Scout and if you're Carl.
Man, I will say, on the other side is not important right now, is it? No, ignore me. Zika's coming in red hot, and with once again the Ram Jam up and available. It just depends on where he's going to put it. Zika, where are we going? Waiting for it. Stay just gets ulted against the wall. Iwandi dies. Stay now dies as well. It's a snipe. They give it to Scout. Well done. Zika playing his role perfectly, while at least for WE on the other side, Fofo is going to get this turret push in. But look, TP to cover, way to cover as well. Big play from LNG to get gold on their carries.
Yep, exactly. Now that the carries have a little bit more gold, the game feels a little bit more even in that regard, right? Even though WE are leading in total gold, a lot of that gold is just front-loaded into Hung right now, and the jungle matchup itself in isolation doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Come into the replay, and yeah, just WE trying to extend, get some plates in. Great dredge line to secure the play, and of course Iwandi in the long run. And then Stay has to stay put whilst he just gets all the soul in. Or noted, doesn't get to play the game. Poor guy. And then Scout gets donated the kill on top of that, so LNG finding a little bit of gold back in their pockets where they want it. WE though, it still feels like have priority, right, across the map, and as they should with these champions and the matchups they find themselves in. And another good set of lane assignments does also mean Wayward might be able to just straight up rotate to the top side if he wants to, but we'll just take a back seat. Was potentially worried about getting pincered on.
Yeah. The moat game is strong as well today, as 50 CS in the lead, by the way, this Renekton. So while, again, we're talking about, you know, like, WE have a condition in the jungle, like, they've still got strength even through mid lane with the CS lead. Top is out of this world at this point. This Renekton is huge. Look at Wayward's gold. It's more than the 4-kill rumble in jungle. Like, carry on my Wayward son. Gala is the only one close to matching that, but as we were saying, if Wayward gets on the carries now at level 11 with Flash available, they're just dead. Gala luckily has cleanse, but like Wayward's squishy, Scout's vulnerable. I think it's going to be hard in the mid game here playing against WE's comp Chamada, because the amount of tools they have with the lead, I mean, gold feels more relevant when you have such a strong mid game power spike, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. And LNG, you know, it's on hit Varus. Varus needs a little bit more time to ramp up. It's not like that front load of a burst damage that you'll get from lethality. And Hui, even though I was bigging him up in the last game as this turret charge will come through, you know, he does need a little bit of time before he becomes a true, almost like, you know, solo carry. In fact, some people would even argue he does need to be a little bit accelerated, really, to match up to the power of some of the other S-tier mid laners in the meta right now. And as for Graves, well, Graves is Hung. It's forced the flash. He's blocked the soul in the fight.
Is he? I think he's just dead. Wow, burned down. God, Hung is strong. Despair. How sad is it? Well, Iwandi, Severing Bolt doesn't connect. Scout, I'm not going to put it in the right place, but naturally, WE find another pick again. They're not really halting the aggression here, as it's only a few members that have to do it, Chamada. WE just have to walk around with the Renekton, with the Rumble. Like, that's enough. They can probably 2v3, 2v4 in some regards even as well. They're still so damn strong, and WE still have control of the map. This is still their early game to take.
Exactly, it is. Towers across the board, specifically mid and bot, right? And they're lower and lower. Herald almost took down that mid tier 1. So anytime WE feel like they want that mid priority, they can just force the numbers and probably get it. Now what they really need to worry about, of course, that dragon. 20 seconds. The reset time is, I was going to say a little bit later, Wade will teleport down. He's got Sterax on this reset. And also, I think important to note, Hung has Void Staff, so he's got 2 full completed items. And there's not really a whole bunch of MR to work with to begin with from LNG, so it's just gonna up the efficiency even more of those Sork boots, and then also negate any forward ball magic resist later on in the game.
Seems like a disaster walk into WE right now, but LNG at least have river control and are trying to dictate the pace here. A pick off, good fear, severing Bolt, stretch line onto Iwandi. That's one of the front lines there. It's collateral damage. Where is it? Not there. And Wei, of course, it's on a cooldown, I believe, actually. So there was no chance of him throwing it out as they get a pick onto Iwandi. The damage done, but he has TP, Chamada.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not really your traditional support, right? It's more like a... Yeah, it's kind of just a weaker laner with teleport running around playing Maokai. There he is. Now they could find Iwandi.
Excuse me, that's not Iwandi. That's Scout who's coming in, actually. And for WE, Wayward's isolated. Gets a heal up. Oh my god, Renekton things. Weiwei almost dies. I mean, that kill had to be taken regardless. Hung unfortunately gets the shutdown, but Fofo is going to get mid. Well, Dragon started on the other side. Let's shift camera down, see what's going on, because the equalizer comes out. I mean, Weiwei being so low, he has to go farm up and heal up.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he's going to be full health once he comes off the Krugs, but still a bit awkward. Hung on the side.
The engage is there, but I mean, Hung is going in when no one else is. They're going to try and get Dragon now, burst it down, but now the numbers are even. The smite through, luckily picked up by LNG as they move to 12 points, but will it be worth it? A root down onto Zika, bellowing breath saves his life as Hung tries to poke him out, but Chains corrupts him with the turnaround. It's a big shutdown, and it goes over to Gala. He got baited in, he thought he could find the kill, but that's so worth for LNG now.
Yeah, I mean, W really should just be playing for, at best, a potential steal away on that Dragon, but Hung slowed up, I think, by the ultimate from Hui as he was trying to return back from killing that diving Nautilus. Isn't able to secure it, and WE, honestly, still, even though they lose that Dragon, the shutdown goes over. It's a bit awkward. At the end of the day, they kind of get quite a bit. They got that mid lane tower. They got both mid lane towers, I think, actually, now that I think about it. 2 towers in the mid lane. A couple of camps stolen away as well. A lot of gold injected into Fofo's back pocket on the side of this play. And I think that's what's slowing Hung down. It's this ultimate. Kind of just stops him from getting in range. I think even if he wasn't slowed, he probably would have been quite in time to try and go for 50-50 with Weiwei. Either way, just overextending and getting clipped on by this Varus. Almost shut down. 900 gold injected into that Varus. Now he's got that Guinsoo's. He's going to probably be a lot quicker to a second light. And then, well, I guess there's no one really to compare him to in the game besides maybe Fofo, I suppose, is the only other AD carry on an income.
Okay, he's alright.
He's good.
Baron spawns now, by the way. And as you're talking about that Varus, I mean, almost onto the third. Just picked up a recurve bow as well, by the way. So look at, wait, was there another kill? Fofo died? What? Kind of insane. They just wanted to show it. Is he dead? He's actually dead. Weiwei has the damage, doesn't he? Wait, did he die?
Well, he has one death. So, yes, he did die.
Yeah,
it was
he
off
did
screen
die.
in the replay.
Why did we not see the end of... anyway.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll leave that for another day. Anyway, you know what? That's another big pick. And as you said, you know, like the map play from WE has been setting them ahead. But now they have to get forced into a fight. 5v5 coming up next, and LNG have the flexibility of things like the Baron as well with the double AD carry with the on-hit Varus. Hui does Baron quite quickly as well with his consistent DPS. So Jamada, like, the LNG options here in Game 2 are quite high, despite WE getting such big lane leads throughout the map. It feels like, again, LNG have just been able to cruise through and get some of these trades to lead them into this position.
Yeah, and I think what makes them feel really stable is the fact they've been able to pick up all of these dragons as well.
Yep.
It does kind of put now this soft timer on WE to really think about how they can take fights, because once that Ocean Soul comes in, sure, you've bullied this Ornn for a majority of the game, but he's going to be an Ornn with Ocean Soul, right? Same thing for Nautilus on this front line, and even to a point, Graves very tanky stay.
Hung on an engage tool, man. When he's firing, there ain't quite nothing like it as Gala picks up another kill, and now mid is just going to drop down with the Dreadfly.
Oh, man.
Follows again. Hung is fishing today. And there ain't nothing WE can do. The bottom lane is destroyed. They can just start it.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo really, really powerful, right? Zero with all of this gold. He's going to be able to find a second item, but WE, 3 versus 5. Almost all ultimates up from LNG. Wayward.
Wayward's big. Wayward can actually 5v2 this. I mean, with the help of his jungler, never mind, excuse me, but Hung turns him down. Is winning the fight himself. He's still
oh my god!
But Fofo, what the hell is he doing? He just ulted him out. That could have been another one. Hung and Fofo now on the Baron TV coming through. I mean, they can start it themselves.
I mean, yeah. LNG just got minced, man. That was insane. Like you said, you know, dividends being paid off there from Wayward being so strong, and then all of that damage from Hung on the back end. WE get themselves a Baron, but I will say, you know what also happened last game? WE got a very cheeky early Baron, and it didn't amount to too much, so let's see. I mean, Wayward just buys so much time being so tanky. He eats 2 ultimates, maybe even 3 at the end of it, and then Flamespitter comes in, Fofo as well.
Holy.
It's just so much damage, and yeah, you're right. The Buster Shot buffered so early. I just, yeah, bit of a misclick, perhaps, but still, damage done, and WE able to secure that Baron as I agree. Poked out a bit.
Is he going to get caught out again is my question. I mean, as we get up for this Dragon Soul, WE had the Baron, but a few members to pick it up in the end, not the whole team. I'm trying to look and see who has it. Am I wrong? 4 members have it, actually. Nature's Grass flies out, and Zika's going to frontline this for the time being. Searing Charge puts him back into position. Equalizer is across in front of the Dragon Pit, but no damage really there yet. LNG is still doing this Dragon. Hung is nowhere nearby. It's an Ocean Soul for a DPS team. Thank you so much. You know what? LNG going to go for the team fight, because why wouldn't they? Stay as the flash away. And WE, if you fight this, note that the Ocean Soul is going to give them a hell of an edge, as the Soul is just taken in front of their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, now, you know, picking up the Baron, it's kind of bittersweet, because you're against a permanent buff. If you're not able to take away at least, you know, an outer tower or an inner tower, then it just feels horrible. And all you really got from it was all the XP, of course, and the gold. LNG very happy to just kind of neutralize now for the next 90 seconds until that Baron's off the card. So W really needs to put some pressure down and try and take away whatever gold they can with the remainder of this Baron buff.
They need something. They need the map to be more open. I mean, Fofo's been permanently sidelining this game. Like, Jamada, all he's been doing is playing for turrets. But the problem is, inners still aren't down here in this game. Only mid for the time being. He's shoving towards mid with the Baron buff now being utilized by W in the bottom side, but TP from LNG to dissuade that push. But they've got to look towards mid, because Fofo, again, channeling in with a wave. Gala now matches it as WE, try and flex and push and pull, playing between bot and mid.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for LNG is they've got a lot of strong wave clear, and Way's wave clear in particular is very, very non-interactive. Even against Baron buff, it does kind of chew through the wave. Now Kyle comes through. Equalizer as well. It's a lot of damage.
But they got Ocean Soul. So, I mean, all they have to do is... Yeah. Doesn't. Fofo doesn't get anything mid. Now tries for top side. So again, he's that push and pull, a key phrase for what WE are trying to do. But the wave far off. Baron's down in 10 seconds. Someone needs to just slowly move up to the top lane, and it shouldn't be a problem as LNG hold off on the Baron push. He doesn't get any more than the initial gold play. And even though it's a 4K gold lead for WE, I mean, again, Jamada set it up for a draft. Like, this is a comp for LNG. You've got Ornn, you've got Graves, Wait, you've got a lot of good scaling. And Jamada, there's a lot of good team fighting coming up that we've already seen come into fruition, even though a lot of these carries didn't have the 3 items they have now, or didn't have the frontline Ornn with almost 2 items himself that can absorb the damage.
Yeah, like, the only real good thing for WE is that, like, Fofo should be pretty hard to lock down. With the rocket jump, with flash, with buster shot, even with all the CC available to LNG, he can really get away from it. But the person I worry about, even though he's now picked up as Zhonya's, is Hung, right? He can be so vulnerable to Ornn ults, to Nautilus ults. And if he has to stasis either of those and WE aren't in a position to really stand their ground, stuff just gets really awkward very quickly.
Yep.
So I do hope that for WE, if they are to find a successful fight, it is through Hung. And they are the ones that try and pull the trigger first through an I1D engage into Hung follow-up. And then maybe Fofo can do some work as well. But as we've kind of also previously stated, Fofo has simply just been on the side lanes. He shows up when an objective is there, but other than that, he is just farming on the side lane. 2-level lead at the minute between him and Scout. Scout could be close to level 15. As I say, he does take over on that bottom wave, but Fofo, 3 items, very powerful. WE need to put him to work as much as they have been Hung.
Whenever you talk about Hung, I mean, the whole game, I'm like, oh yeah, that one, right? It is the hardest thing. Like, it's like putting Xiao Hao and Xiao Hu in the same team. And
isn't the best thing about both their names, as far as like pronouncing it with the proper Mandarin inflection, is that it's like, if you're not a Mandarin speaker, it practically sounds the same.
I mean, it still kind of is
between its own.
Whoa,
like,
Wayward's big.
Wow.
There goes the flash, but Wayway still gets out. I mean, Ocean Soul gives him a bit of leverage, and Wayward flash for that. Ain't no way, Car. As Mungles to the re-engage, I1D's by himself. Zika has to flash out. What are we experiencing?
Oh my.
Scarlet spare no more as Wait, Hung still burns. Scout flashes forward. Close to more is out. There's a shutdown. Dude, we are every which way. Looking at 5 different camera angles for a big fight.
Jake, they have a wave. I think it's in hip ult.
Nah, get me out. Get me to the next game. Fofo, that was his impact in the game. That was all right, if he wants it to be over, let it be over.
No, I need to open a co-stream and listen to the reaction of the rocket jump or something. Let me. What did he just do? All right. Well, I guess LNG just have Baron now. W. I'm more than anything, Jake. I'm simply disappointed. I can't even lie. I am simply disappointed. Wait. He's here, clearing the spot wave. It feels like WE just imploded off that play. Completely and entirely. Because what the heck was that? Elder's up in 40 seconds. And let's just get a look. I mean, the initial idea is not too bad.
Yeah,
it's really not. It's fine, but you know, Wayward flashes, doesn't find a connection. Iwandi, you know, he's committed to the play, gets run down, I think, by Gala. Maybe the last arrow connects and kills him.
He does.
You know, it's just a flash over the wall. And then turn around, they find Weiwei, so like, cool, that feels nice. Hung does die. Fofo going over the wall. Just strange. W do have control over the river for now. I just feel like LNG with Baron don't really care as long as they know that Elder isn't being taken down.
Why would you care?
They can
Look
just
at
pull the
range.
trigger.
That's not even poke Varus, by the way. It's on hit as they run the front to back. I mean, this is their bread and butter. This is the beauty of their comp. LNG with Ocean Soul unkillable. Scout is dealing with the Croc. The Croc that was such a big threat no longer. Hung is now going to have to 1v5 again like he did in previous fights, but it feels like the timer on that is gone as well as Elder sits there waiting, and Wayward on the back of the pit is spotted out by Scout, who is ready to snipe him down. Wayward just charging at them because they're unkillable. Jamada, they are unkillable, man. Hung is going to get charged up. It's over. It was over as soon as WE couldn't end the game about 10 minutes ago and stared at the soul in the face, hoping by transitive properties it would just go to them instead.
Nah, I think it was over when Fofo Rocket jumped over the wall a bit more. Like, it was still playable, but as soon as you lose the Baron right before Elder like that, it just puts things a little bit too far out of WE's hands, and someone will hit something eventually to kill State, and it's Gala's arrow that pierces the hearts of WE, and they're not going to secure playoffs today.
No,
It's
but
like it'll be
LNG are.
LNG's. Exactly, it'll be LNG's day.
LNG deserve it. To be fair, though, like, with all the jokes in this game and, like, the hilarity, LNG this series have been pretty switched on. I think Game 1 was a great example. There were a couple of mistakes. They threw away the game a little bit, but, like, they were the better team. Overall in the series, they have been the better team, I think. And Jamada, you know, like when playoffs race is coming through for LPL, when there are so limited spots left, 5 teams vying for 3 spots. LNG are going to be taking one of them here today. 8 is the magic number. WE have to fight another series on another day and hope that they can get the magic number themselves. But as they look at their final place defense against the Elder, it ain't going to work out. Is that Equalizer hits absolutely nothing, and Iwandi jumps to his death yet again. I want death, he says. Now with the poke following through, Wayward doesn't have a chance. Looks at the health bars again. The range that flies through. The spiraling despair. It is cat despair for everyone of WE. Implosion comes through, and LNG, welcome to playoffs, buddy. It took you a while to get there. You've been a bit of a crazy squad this split, but at least you're here now.
Yeah, and hopefully they can try and find some consistency moving forward into that playoffs. Top 10 secured. Feels good, and a nice little spree of series, right, for LNG to kind of round out their spring split. 1 series to go. I'm talking as if they're finished, of course, like you said, against Star 8, and that could bump them up to 9. And hey, you never know, depending on how IG, yeah, right, depending on how IG look, they could even squeak in to top 6. Weibo, like you mentioned, could play Kingmaker for one of these teams moving forward. To wait and see how Weibo perform. As what a sadly disappointing series for WE. You know, it does feel like, at least from the perspective of coming in today, seeing their series here into LNG, and of course their recent struggles in general, that things can work for them, but it just feels like at crucial moments, at crucial moments, they just make the wrong decision when it matters the absolute most, right?
Sure.
Their macro in the early stages, they were going toe-to-toe here of LNG. They were making cross maps work. They were ensuring that they were putting gold into, you know, useful targets if they had to yield one side of the map. But again, just some of those individual kind of missteps when they're kind of making plays that seem coordinated enough between one or two members, unfortunately backfiring in their face and then turning into much larger macro leads on the opposite side, in this case here for LNG.
I mean, I think again, like, doing to work from LNG, but I mean, especially in that game, the wing cons were there. Like, they survived through the roughest part of the game, which was the laning phase. And even though there was a 4-5k gold lead, we knew that LNG was stacking dragons early. We also knew that LNG's comp were the ones that were going to outscale on the 5v5 so much better. And a simple front to back is how they ended up the game, how they ended the game rather. And I think again, it's kind of telling of how LNG in the past have found their success front to backs with people like Scout, Gala, you know, great team fighting carries. People like, you know, Zika has shown that he can be a role player as well. He's like between 369 and Bin. So, I mean, I love it. I mean, LNG, look, it has been the most successful season. I can't remember what series it was, but like, I think it might have been the FPX one, the NIP series comes to mind. A series that, again, you'd rather not. The LGD series. God, there's been some rough ones for LNG, but at least regardless, they can rest their head. As you said, they can get top 6, but I would just rest your head, man, and just enjoy the fact that you made it into playoffs in what has been one of the most turbulent splits I've seen out of Scout and out of LNG in quite a while.
Yeah, definitely right. And it's such a big drop-off when you kind of think about where LNG were just 12 months ago, right?
True.
Moving into playoffs, LNG were considered by many, even with, you know, this whole new rivalry brewing between BLG and JDG, they were still, to, you know, us on the broadcast at the time, considered kind of the thinking man's team. They were a very, very macro-oriented and very much a smart performing team. Unfortunately, you know, spring played out the way it did. They didn't quite make it across the mark into top 2. They fell just barely short, which meant no MSI, and then summer split was summer split, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like in some ways they are still structurally recovering from that on the grander scheme of things. And hey, at the end of the day, they've still made playoffs, you know, back to back to back. I don't think anyone's expecting LNG to not, but it is, again, about trying to find that consistency, or at the very least raise the floor, because we know that LNG are very, very capable, even with different pieces coming in and out of the roster, to look like one of our strongest teams in the region.
I mean, again, we just got to question one thing, and that is how far can LNG go? Because, you know, you might get baited in by this and be like, oh, is LNG back? Like, is this the LNG? Or, I mean, are we being ambitious heading towards playoffs? Let's just kind of go through that game, and I guess overall we can touch up on the series if you just tuned in. Because this game, yeah, as you see, bit of throwing from WE, but also, I mean, they started falling off a cliff a bit, and dude, Fofo did. How did Fofo and Wayward do no damage? Stay wasn't even in the game. How did Stay do more damage than... What? What did WE do?
Yeah.
What?
Look, man. I'm an analyst. I can break down things that make sense. I can't break down things that don't make sense. Well, I can. Fofo just AFK'd on side lane. Stay was at the very least kind of present in the fights that did happen, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's a very confusing game. If you're a WE fan, I simply just kind of feel a bit sorry for you having to watch that one unfold. But hey, again, LNG don't really mind. And hey, I feel like in some ways WE don't necessarily mind themselves too much, because they still do have that series, final series to play out against Ultra Prime, which even if WE are struggling, they should be able to take down an Ultra Prime at the bottom end of the table, and again, give themselves that magic number 8 number that all these teams are chasing to make it into playoffs.
And again, that's just bewildering, isn't it? But some of the moments in this series were bewildering. But WE, another chance. They've got one series left remaining. Now, if they lose that, let's just quickly talk options. If WE lose that series and AL have to win the series regardless because they're at a bad game differential. However, I think if AL, no, actually no, never mind. They just got to win. They just got to win, Javada.
Yeah,
But-
it's the same for TT as well.
I
right?
can tell you. Yeah, TT.
Yeah.
By the way, to interrupt, I know you guys can look at the replays while we break this all down. TT didn't beat AL, but it won't matter if AL lose. TT didn't beat. Oh yeah, they beat WE. So if WE lose 2-0,
Yeah, this, by the way, was the perfect scenario. WE lost 2-0, right? TT now have to 2-0 FPX. Good luck. But
Yeah.
like,
but
you know, the path is there for them to squeak in. If WE somehow, and I mean this with the utmost of somehow fumble their series against Ultra Prime and get 2-0,
it could happen.
there is a world where TT, I think, squeak in.
And it's possible as well. I mean, AL will also have to lose the top esports, which a lot of people are expecting, but it's not impossible. So just that tangent is there as well. Like AL has to lose, WE has to lose at 2-0. TT then win 2-0. It can't be 2-1, by the way. It has to be 2-0 because then the game differential will be tied with WE and they have the head-to-head, and that's how TT make playoffs. But while that's all going on, I mean, look, teams like Weibo are still going to play against IG as well. That's a big one for them. OMG, it might not look like it on Leaguepedia, but I can tell you right now, it wasn't green before. You know when someone goes green, gets playoffs, and then it goes ungreen, and like, I don't know why, it's just something about their system, but now it's gone green again. So 2 spots in playoffs left remaining as I ramble away over these replays.
Yep, exactly. And it was a fun series to watch, all in all.
Yeah.
WE had a lot of very fun tools to watch, and LNG, again, I will echo my sentiment as I always do whenever I see the champion. We need to see more Ornn. There is enough immobile champions and enough champs that can't really punish Ornn hard enough that can make him a bit of a god pick in some scenarios, and this is kind of one of them. Even though he got bullied out, like, simply existing to press R as Ornn in a game like this versus the kind of carries that really struggle to deal with it, just set up the rest of your team to really, really dominate and perform. So happy to see that. As yeah, good stuff. LNG. I wonder who the MVP is. Yeah, Gala. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
1-5.
I can feel it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not peeved or not mad.
No.
Well earned.
Sure, just chill. I mean, they did win bot, and you know, bot was a bit of a gaping weakness for WE at the very least. But let's be real. You know, Gala did his job, did his duty, and I think in game 1 got bullied around a little bit. So it's nice again that he gets some respect after the second game. As that's it for LNG until we see them again in week 9. But they're secure. They're locked in. 2 spots for playoffs remaining. This next series, this last series of the night, that won't dictate playoffs, but it will dictate whether BLG match their old record from last split of 15-1, or if NIP can try and claw their way into a more solid position in the top 4. We have a battle of the top 4 coming up after the break. Bit of a break itself, but we'll be back soon. All right, welcome back. Now we talk business. Now we're onto the business end of things. Now we are XDD businessing as myself, Asterix, and Jamada. That way. Yeah, you are. We're getting into NIP BLG. This is for the baddest. Like, this is for the ones with the huge biceps, the huge triceps, and the people that can bench press 200 kilos. Jamada, let's get it. Oh, hell yeah.
My mic was muted. It's BLG. But
Me or
Jake, you
you?
wouldn't know. I was muted on stream. It's my bad. It's BLG fighting to get their record, 15-1, trying to match it. It's NIP trying to break into the top 4. It's a high stakes series, right? And NIP have been on a bit of a gameplay upswing. I am looking forward to seeing how exactly they can try and conquer a BLG, who have been basically the most dominant team that we've seen here in a while.
Oh man, Jamada, I'm so sorry. But look, you've introed us perfectly. BLG in the past 2 splits, you know, the 15-1 record is very real. One step away from it and favorites in this series once again. BLG, it was the win over JDG that really changed the perspective this split. But again, if you haven't tuned into BLG this split, it's Knight being on the roster that is the big change. It's not your Gao anymore. It's not a supportive mid laner. It is another lane dominant mid laner in Knight. Being also, you know, his style follows on that as well. Elk and On have been the best 2v2 in the league, and I think it's really easy to talk up BLG when, again, this guy we talk about in the mid lane, like, yeah, that's their head-to-head record going up against the OG rookie. But Knight, obviously, in recent history, has been on top of it.
Yeah, definitely has. It's always one of those matchups which is super exciting to watch, right? Rookie is kind of, for many, you know, if you don't know much about LPL, but you mention the name Rookie, most people are like, yeah, I know Rookie. Rookie's the guy, and it's very much the same thing for Knight, right? 2 very much household names in the LPL, and like you mentioned, Knight definitely getting the better end of the trades in recency, and Knight on this BLG team feels really, really unstoppable and on top of his game.
And that's why going up against Rookie today is going to be exciting, because Rookie, we know historically, is one of the best laning mid laners in the league, in the world, right? When Rookie's on form, this guy can carry games based off the leads and based off the skill and clutch that he finds within his individual lanes. So, again, back on NIP, he was on V5 when it was known as V5, but it's nice to see him back on the organization, especially after the split up, the famous breakup, one that's bigger than, like, I don't know, mainstream media. Did Kim Kardashian and Drake or something?
You could have said like any boy or girl band in history or any man,
yeah,
and somehow you land on good.
That's the level. The Shy is better than Kim Kardashian. Anyone who sits at home and thinks, man, Kim Kardashian's like the most famous person in the world, screw them. The Shy is more famous than Kim Kardashian, is better looking than Kim Kardashian, and a better league player. Like, Kim Kardashian can't even play top, bro. I don't even know what elo she's in. So that's what the breakup was to me. Her and some bloke who's maybe in the media. It's just, it hurt me in my soul, and I think Rookie, you know, is trying to come out better on the other side of the breakup. Did I explain that to you? You know what I'm saying? You with me?
I've run the maths.
Surely.
I've run the maths in my head. It all makes sense. And I'm with you. And look, I feel like, well, strangely, actually, the Shy got the better end of that deal, didn't it? The Shy's not even in this. He's not been playing the LP. How have we got to the Shy talk?
It doesn't, because when Rookie's there, you always got to bring up the Shy. It's like talking about who did 500, the Proclaimers, right? There's 2 Proclaimers who do, you know, I would walk 500 miles. It's like one of them leaving. The band is dispersed, and so every time we talk about Rookie, we have to talk about the other Proclaimer.
Okay,
surely.
that's fair. That's fine. And you know what? Look, it feels like Rookie has been searching for a lineup that will take him back to international, you know, tournaments for a while. And I'll be honest, at the beginning of the year, especially, you know, if all things considered, with how the rosters were kind of shaping up, I feel like a lot of people were really, really excited for this NIP roster, right? Shanji and Aki coming off the OMG run, which looked really, really promising. Photic and Duo, both individually and as a duo, looking really, really solid, to then have Rookie, who was I would probably say the best performer on that top esports roster last year. You know, Wayward was looking pretty inconsistent. Tien didn't have the best year of his life, and it was really just kind of him and Jackie Love. And Jackie Love had market support, so it didn't feel great. So, you know, this is kind of the expectations a fair few people kind of have of, you know, if not MSI, because top 2 is definitely a very, very high bar to hit, making sure for summer that they feel prepped and ready enough to break into that top 4, have a strong enough spring performance to set up the championship points, to then look to place high enough in summer to make it to Worlds at the end of the year.
Man, it's crazy again. Like, we're having this conversation about NIP, who in previous years with B5, we thought they could do exactly that, but now NIP on this roster, I mean, again, we've already talked about Naki integrating from the old OMG, focusing more where Kodik has been on this roster for a little bit now too. That's what makes this exciting, is that BLG are looking to be tested here. BLG have come through the split relatively unscathed. The only loss, the only thing that stopped them having a perfect split was IG. And then, even then, after losing 2-0, you look at all their wins. Jamada, they have dropped an individual game to OMG this week. They've dropped an individual game to JDG in week 4. They've dropped an individual game to Top Esports in week 1. When BLG wins games, they don't drop a single game otherwise. Like, this team is literally so insane and so dominant, and that's why we're looking for NIP to test them.
Yeah, exactly right. It does. And also, a question for you is, now isn't that just adorable?
Sean's getting carried. Sean's getting carried again.
But one thing I would really love to know if BLG, how close they are to like a record and also the individual game loss rate as well, right? Because they have to be pretty up there with this split, especially if they can close out here against NIP with a potential 2-0. It could be really interesting. But again, that's why we're kind of so curious about NIP on the upswing in terms of performance. How much can they really test from top to bot, right? Even though their most recent series were against strugglers here in the league, right? TT, RMG, RA. Now finally playing against another top team. It's been a little while for them. You know, kind of wonder, hey, like, how much pressure can they put on this BLG side who have been practically unfazed throughout the year?
Because for NIPs, we look at like the upper echelon, they have taken some losses there, like the JDG loss that came through at the start of the split. Weibo, I know, are below them, but still like challenged them as well. AL challenged them, FPX challenged them. As you said, they've come through a relatively easy strength of schedule in the past 3 series, but I am glad that now again at the final hurdle, we're going to find out what NIP have got in them, as they've also got Top Esports next week as well. I think that's also on the final game day. That's on the Wednesday. Yep. Very last series of the split is also a banger, so save your calendars for that one, because we'll see how far NIP can potentially go in playoffs. As Jamada, I like their uniform. I'm going to say that, because if you look at BLG on the other side, their uniform's white. It's completely white. And you know the problem with that is if you want to eat food or like you want to drink a drink that is not water, dude, you spill one drop on those clothes, and like, bro, you got to get out on
GG.
stage like that. It's over.
It's cooked. I agree.
Look at NIB's lineup, right? That color, bro. You could drop like half a plate of spaghetti on you, and you probably see a little bit, you know. But that's it. You got so much more leverage. White outfits, it's a risk.
Yeah, you know, and a lot of it's just it's difficult, isn't it? And the food that you'll be eating, generally, it's gonna be quite sus. It's gonna always stain on white. Yeah, that's tough. I agree. You know what? I'm with you. NIP's jersey and merch all the way. Go get it if you can. I don't know. Look, I think that aside, even though to me, I feel like BLG's like kind of color scheme outside of the fact that it's all white kind of like meshes really well. So I'd still say they win the drip war a bit.
Not true.
BLG, they should really be coming into this with a pretty, I wouldn't say a sizable advantage, but like you say, NIP haven't really been able to pull out, you know, results against the top end of the table like perhaps they should. And again, some of their final games here, BLG, their final game, like you mentioned as well, Top Esports. So they still have a lot of those, you know, well, 2 more of those teams left to play, which could simply just result in them falling face first into a 10-6 score and then moving into playoffs potentially in 6th, right? So they would ideally like to pick up a series win either here, if they can help it, or definitely against Top Esports, who are obviously a lot more of their, considered a lot closer in competition. And I think for me, as it always kind of does when it comes to NIP, my mind and my eyes are set on Rookie to try and stand up tonight and take it to him. Even though in recent history, the results have gone Knight's way, I think you have to take a look at the roster that Rookie was on last year and even arguably in previous and say, all right, maybe there are some issues going on outside of Rookie's control. Now, to me, I really want to see NIP approach this game from a mid-jungle perspective. I feel like Shanji should be able to hold his own against Bin, at the very least, and make this a game about bot lane where you shut down Elkanon, because to me as well, BLG, their functionality has always kind of been through either Elk's aggression, which is then supplemented by On in the early game, or On and Shun linking up together and then finding plays on the map. If you can basically nip it in the bud from the get-go and kind of supplement a strong Rookie Arky duo to then go towards the bot lane and shut that down, then I feel like you're set up for success from the get-go.
Nip it in the bud, good one. Great pun to start us into this draft, I think, as we're about to jump on in. A quick note on top side, though, I will say it's just going to be Cassante war up top. Who can get it first? Who's going to play Udi in response? Maybe they're just chilling top. Bin does have some counter picks, but I mean, again, how far are we going to go off the playing field for these two top laners? I want to talk a little bit about champion pool, because going across and now looking at what we could see potentially mid, like Knight has been a Nico aficionado, has been a Karma aficionado as well. Where Rookie's different. Rookie's been playing a hell of a lot of Talia, the Orianna, the Hui. Like, he's gone a little bit to some of his classics as well. And it is funny because, like, you know, Knight's not a Azir player, so you're like, man, the meta's favoring him because that dude barely plays Azir anyway. Rookie does, though. So he's going to have to diverge a bit. And if we get to pick and ban, let's just see what direction he goes there, going up against the other best mid laner in the league, or at least one of better mid laners. It's hard when you have the winning team and you're like, oh, Knight is so damn good. But big man, Sonata, roll me through, because Talia straight away banned against Rookie. It's a nice start.
Yeah, Nautilus and Kalista as well, taken off the board. Potentially feeling like Photic could be pulling that one out. It's not anywhere near as top played. It's been playing a lot of time on Varus, actually, which has removed the weight. Yeah. So where do BLG want to go? It's an instant Ahri lock-in. And again, you know, like you mentioned, with Rookie kind of being so, I wouldn't say necessarily reliant per se, but it's his most played, right? The Talia. That being banned away, the Ahri then being picked up out of the top tiers of mid laners. It kind of just leaves, you know, Orianna, then you're down to Hui. That's the kind of position that you could be in. Karma as well, still flexible, but it's something that, as far as NIP are concerned, has only been played by Rookie this split. And it was only once, so it could just be one of those things where you have to defer down with, you know, the limitations of not just bans, but also that global Azir ban too.
Well, Karma gets taken away from Rookie. I mean, again, handshake deal here for the NIP mid laner versus Knight. As the fake can be flexed around, you can kind of look around and see what that possibility could be. Is we get the Shanji top lane Renekton instead for the time being. This is quite early on though, Jamada. So Ben has an option to counterpunch here. I just wonder if he really wants to, or if he's just going to isolate himself in the Cassante matchup.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Also, I feel like BLG as a team would probably like to really lock in their duo bot lane as well. I think they can probably be quite confident that Shin will have a deep enough champion pool to survive 2 more bans, especially considering that it's only Vi that's been banned away. And it seems like that'll be the case. Elk and On. I mean, they can also go towards Milio as well if they want, between the Lucian combos. It's really up to them what they'll go, Milio, Nami. It kind of just sort of facilitates the same thing. It's just that, to me, I feel like Milio offers a little bit of a higher scaling ceiling, whereas Nami is a lot more about that mid-game punch. And it seems that BLG want that mid-game punch a little bit more than the scaling, so NIP, I feel like you have to go an AD here, otherwise you just kind of suffer on Photic's part. And the question is, with Varus and Kalista both nerfed, what do you really look to lean on here? Because if you go something super early game, like a Smolder, which is still up or available, or even a Senna, you are going to get bullied to high hell in the bottom lane. So do you just try and match it like 1-to-1, go something like Draven? Or do you just ignore it entirely? Maybe you look for a jungler? You do? Okay, it will be the Jax, so... Go ahead.
I love that LPL, like, really, like, some of these top teams, it's not like the EU, they ignore Smolder. Smolder completely wide open. What does NIP and BLG do? Say, nah, play Tsunami instead because he can actually play Tsunami as the open on. And then we get some back coming through Aki, most likely. And we get a very exclusive up NIP as well. You're going to love it. Again, the drafts are just a different beast.
Yeah, they really are. BLG now, I think you just really pinch on anything that Photic could potentially stand up to Elk and on with. But after these two bans, I really do worry for NIP's bot lane as a whole. And I feel like NIP are really going to have to lean on trying to play through this top lane. But they're going to be in a counter matchup, no doubt, with Renekton into Bin. Yeah, it's a real uphill battle. Let's see what NIP bans second here, because Nocturne was the first ban here into Shun. I mean, honestly, they can kind of go anything. Viego would maybe be a nice shout-out, even though Shun's not played it too much. It's definitely something that pairs up really well with Ahri, but they go towards the Lee Sin. Let's see where Shun decides to go in the jungle. But for now, BLG, they banned away the Lulu. So maybe we're concerned about a potential Zeri Lulu, or maybe something like a Zeri Kai'Sa. Or, sorry, a Lulu Kai'Sa, I beg your pardon. BLG, I mean, I just feel like they're in such a strong position at the minute. I've temporarily lost Jake, if you're wondering why I'm yapping.
I am
so long. It's the
refreshing my stream.
Yes.
How is it now? Does the microphone sound better?
I think, I'm not sure if you guys can hear Jake. If you can, that's hilarious. As Senna is the eventual lock-in, and of course Karma is still being flexed. So let's see where NIP go. I've got the green flag whether or not Jake's actually back. I also don't have the production chat. I hope you're here.
Hang on, brother.
Okay. I'll keep talking. Don't worry. Shun now has this jungle pick to go towards, and also Bin, of course, still has that counter matchup. It seems like he'll be getting the Aatrox and Sejuani paired up. I mean, hey, it just kind of rounds out this BLG composition to have a way of engaging, a way of chain TCing. Volibear also kind of does something similar. Jarvan's also kind of a bit of a monster pick, because I feel like no matter what, NIP are going to have so many immobile champions on the bottom side that can get engaged on, then be very quickly followed up on by Ahri, by Aatrox, but they do land on the Sejuani in the end. And of course, just flexibility to play to both sides. Such a strong skirmisher.
Working.
And NIP, I mean, if they have to land on Tahm Kench of all supports here, whilst you're certainly going to survive the lane, I just feel like NIP are going to have not that much damage to work with. So I'm worried for NIP out of the gate in terms of how well they can actually try and stand up to, especially the mid-game power that this BLG draft does bring.
I believe I am working. Okay, I believe I am working. And I just got a message from Dagda. Dagda's like, you are on stream. I know, Dagda, I woke up at 6 a.m. LPL, I know I'm here, okay? I'm not that crazy for human being. So, I don't know what happened to the mic. I think maybe I was getting DDoS or something, Jamada. You're solo casting, so you just take it away. Here's Dagda for like casual.
Pick up Dagda.
Yeah. So here we are. And now that I'm back, you know, all I remember you saying is that this is going to be a good game. You might not have said that, but at the end of the day, even though I said it's putting off the best Entertainment in the world, yeah, I said that. And then Elkanon, one of the best Tsunamis in the world as well. Now, I say one of the best because why would I say the best? I don't think to really determine that in the season. I think that's just rubbish. But I can say one of the best because holy moly, it's crazy when you get to see these guys out the international side.
I agree.
Oh, on your own.
Okay, let's go. I mean, look, I've been waiting. Throughout the entirety of 2023, I never got an opportunity to be a solo color caster on the LPL. I was never cursed enough. Now, as a guest returning in 2024 for BLG's final series of Spring Regular Split to potentially match out their record, I'm by myself. Who would have guessed it? But we're here on the Rift for NIP versus BLG as the Gyos hopefully do ring loud. Mixed responses of the Gyos.
It's weird.
I feel like we might have got a cutout of the NIP ones. We barely caught the back end. Oh, we did get BLGs. I'm not sure. I don't want to, Jake. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know if you're back, but you also need to speak so we can get clarification on whether or not you're still on the wall.
No, because the thing is in Discord, it ain't doing it. So there's obviously something going on with myself and the stream having some kind of audio issue. So I don't know. Apparently, I sound like I'm drowning. Dagda offered his place, but by the time I get there, Dagda, I think this might end. You know? So.
Well, you know, look.
Let's pretend I'm back, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I'm back. Right. I'm just gauging from the audience at this point. Thank you to everyone who sent me well wishes in the chat. It's Shanji 1v2s, and hopefully we get to see Barney's up on the top side as we kind of expect when Aki picks up Jax. Shanji on the Renekton.
All right. A little bit of information gained there. And we'll see exactly how NIP decide to use it. In the previous game, WE, even though they lost the series, just seeing that the jungler started on the top side, they were able to really snowball their Renekton previously. And Aki, he's pathing away from Photic and Zhuo. Zhuo. He knows what's probably going to be going down here on the bottom side, with Shun present or not. And don't blame him for wanting to try and get some positive trades down on the top side. That tower shot was really hidden underneath those particle effects, but Fricky does take one. Does get the worst end of that trade for now, but that mid lane matchup is really just going to be about pushing back and forth, trying to get first move, supplementing your junglers and skirmishes. Nothing more, nothing less. Should just be go as
Elk. Draw goes a bit forward. Elk doesn't commit forward either, though. Maybe Draw could have been a kill, but he had flash available still. Didn't want to stay in the trade alongside Photic, but Draw gets quite low there, looking for a dive in, looking for an engage in this 2v2. So, again, Elk and On, I mean, I'm expected to have a high-class lane out of these two because this is such a good Lucian Nami lane. And I noticed as well, having Shun as well, the gank potential bot feels endless.
Yeah, of course it does. Whilst the Sejuani doesn't necessarily have a melee champion to work with, right? To stack up that permafrost really, really quickly. Just the upfront burst damage that Elk and On have between this Nami-Lucian combo will still be enough with the added little bit of CC that Shun can provide, as Shun is actually beelining it back up towards the top scuttle by the looks of things. So he's trying to deny Aki a scuttle grab. Doesn't have Cryo up there though, so does need to be careful. It looks like because Aki's so much slower than him, he might be okay. Depends on where the scuttle actually is right now in the river.
Just running towards him, I guess.
Pathing up towards Aki, so she'll be fine.
Well, he's also in position if anything happens topside, but I mean, Bin is just been real calm there. That charm, that could have been a disaster for Rookie, but he was only just out of range as Shun crosses the river and now looks at bottom side scuttle. And it's been a pretty swell early game, been pretty chill throughout the lanes. The only thing really is what can happen through bot is, again, with Time Kench, the answer is usually not too much as Elk and On take an unbeneficial trade, but they got healing up Jamada. It doesn't matter too much as well, it's Aki just continuing the invade on the top side.
Yeah, this is really cheeky. I wonder if he's going to have time to get the wolves as well, because Shun's resetting now, but the wolf camp will respawn in about 15 seconds. So the thing about the jungle right now is there's two very frustrating facts when you play the jungle role. One, catch up XP is bloody broken.
It's silly still.
And two, second respawn camps are so valuable to snowballing an individual league.
Oh.
If that's your...
Shanji flashed the dunk pin, now flashes back as well. Shanji's going to be pulled back in. That's nuts. And here comes Aki to fly through. Dude, top laners are flexing, and then Aki just comes in to say hello.
It's jungle diff in the top side. Aki cleans up, but how funny was that? They were both kind of just fighting for their lives in the middle of that wave. And thankfully, because Aki stayed around for the jungle invade, beg your pardon, he's able to clean up. So feels good for Shanji, feels good for Aki, who gets the kill credit. And Bin is going to be returning to that lane with far fewer stats in comparison to Shanji showing up with that pickaxe and boots.
I've always wanted to try the Korean style of casting. I don't know if this is the series to do it. Probably not. Probably needed to do it last series.
We should have done it last year. Look, maybe.
If it gets chaotic.
Yeah. You know, I'm down.
Good flash. If it's crazy like this, right? If there's moments like this of just individual skill being tested.
Yeah. We'll find a spot. Don't worry.
Okay.
Right? We'll get one. But for now, Western casting, I guess, for better or worse. NIP, is this a Dragon timer? Looks like the answer is yes, as I focus back in. We focus back in. Everyone is shoved in on the side of BLG, so this will just be an easy takedown. Of course, that was 3 grabs picked up on the opposite side by BLG, so things are evening out. This is a really big wave, and Bin is taking his time about stacking it, but Shun electing not to look for a dive, and Shanji actually just hit 6 and is full HP.
He's got so much CS. Actually, Shanji's going to be ahead by, like, what, 10? 5, 10 at least? As Bin gets that massive push in. Yeah. So, good start to the lane. What happened top?
Okay, so we...
Award!
The award. Awesome. Cheers. Thank you very much. Ooh. Aki again, stealing away a camp there.
How much are we dancing? Okay, Dominant's going to be used. Bin could be in trouble. World Ender gives him movement speed, but I think he can slice and dice this and get W. Depends on Bin Eing over the wall, but can be matched. Shanji. Never mind. Oh.
I love this matchup because, like, one top laner pops R, and then the other top laner pops R and she runs away. True. Photic. Chillin'. Heal was burned though, so they at least secure some of the spell out of that. But I always feel like Renekton will pop R, feel like he's going to win the trade, but then he forgets that the Worldender just gives a whole bunch of movement speed, so you just end up walking out.
True.
No real contest. And it happens both ways as well. Like, Dominus obviously gives you HP, so you can often survive getting run down by Aatrox. Very whatever matchup unless junglers getting involved. There's hello. Cleanse blown. Another summoner spells traded back and forth.
We're going to be real slow in this early game, aren't we? You're going to continue just seeing small trades as Rookie moves the top side. I said that, but with the massive oversized wave, Bin now without World Ender is just going to get engaged by a Rookie. They run up, Bin gets a stun up, but Shanji under turret. No, he buffed it. He failed it. Rookie's coming in. He's going to get dunked down, and he's like, bro, what just happened? Good nuking damage, but Knight's now flown up as well, and he's got all the tools he needs. All the deception kite away from us. Rookie tried to flash and get Bin. That's a worthy attempt, but now caught in the middle here. Foxfire makes it a done deal, and the charm nicely connects. BLG punished so hard, and that Shanji dive hurts to watch.
I can say stuff like this now because I'm a guest. What has my goat just done, bro? Rookie. I mean, it's not really his fault. He didn't actually have Mantra on that dive, as you'll see as we come into the replay and look at it. So there's just that little bit of extra burst damage missing off this Mantra Q, right? It's not quite as high.
Yeah.
Potentially would have just been rooted in place. And I mean, to be fair, he dropped below 100. Would it have been enough? It's hard to say, but either way, Bin outplays the 2v1 dive. Knight's here to very happily clean up. Rookie tries to find the cheeky flash backwards. Oh, good reactions from Bin. I think Rookie just made his flash a little bit too telegraphed as he started to path back and then flashed. Just for that brief second, it gives Bin all the insight he needs. Sidesteps that one easily. Knight picks up a kill for free. Bin picks up a kill for free.
Oh, yeah.
Now all of a sudden, these solo laners feel a lot more stable inside of these matchups.
Oh, they do indeed. I mean, for BLG, this is a great start to the game when that Aatrox top was getting pushed in. Bit of a CS lead building for Shanji. You know, Rookie making that move up as well means that Knight was able to follow and get his own kill, as you mentioned. So mid being matched, an even better story. And bot was already going well. Like, NIP, sure, probably have the gold out of that bottom side thanks to the center passive, but things are still going good as Bin went through a ward to get into this brush. So it is going to be a 2v2 top side. Being matched by NIP, World Ender for dominance yet again as Aki is fighting on the side. You're right, it's not even evolving into a 2v2. It is BLG looking like they're losing the 1v1s in each side. Shanji survives but forces Bin off the wave. And Aki just gets a solo kill with Rookie and Photic hovering up now towards the grubs. Like, NIP taking him apart.
Yeah, NIP cheating though. They had Photic's ultimate from downtown. It helped him both 1v1s actually. It hit both Bin and Shun from the opposite side of the map. Helping out Aki and Shanji respectively. Really, really well played. And the grubs.
He wants it. He wants that minion. Oh, regret.
Oh.
Regret. Charm connects as well. No dominance. You just saw him use it. Dunk down for Bin. BLG are just as quick to punish even after NIP find favor.
Exactly. Feels good for them. Nice little pick on the back end. NIP. Couple of crumbly plays, but still, the game state's okay. And for BLG, I feel like they're yet to hit their mid-game spike, right? So we're really going to be dictating and judging BLG on once these first items come in and how well they actually use the power of their champions. As this replay, pretty damn funny. I mean, Shun and Aki just like duking out in the river. Bin and Shanji just having their like you know, their straight up Gundam fight in the top side. As unfortunately, Shun cannot get away from Counter-Strike. Knight not quite in time to save his jungler, unfortunately, for Shun. We come out of that replay, and I think only 2 grubs picked up by NIP. They weren't able to secure the 3rd, so that's still on offer if BLG can find the time, or NIP can find the time.
Would make 4,
Still
but
1 grub. Once you're not at 5 or 6, a lot of teams just kind of say, yeah, not worth it. And they'll leave it to the wayside.
very, very true. Not worth it as Elk. Might be caught out here, actually. Tongue Lash out of range. Elk still getting slowed down. Photic good damage. Tidal Wave to disengage. On was scared just in case. As the 3v2 continues to the bottom side with the wave getting pushed out thanks to Arki's help. Maybe giving them the rotation towards this dragon that's been sitting up and waiting. NIP already picked up the first one. And with this wave crashing in as well, with what looks like mid teleporting in now from Rookie, NIP have their eyes set on the prize.
Yeah, this feels really, really good for NIP. Being able to secure this one. Mike's going to eat a bit of a trade here.
Oh, yeah.
Off his health. Still not that bad. NIP get the second dragon. And it feels, I wouldn't necessarily say like against the run of play of this particular game, but if you looked at this draft coming into it, you would have probably thought, well, BLG, Lucian, Nami, likely going to be stacking dragons early on. Infernal Soul is what's on offer. Sold Infernal Rift. Let's see if NIP can keep that dragon pressure high and continue to make BLG second guess themselves around some of these objectives, especially later on in the game. If NIP secure that 3rd dragon, then if BLG don't have a particularly large gold lead to really dictate the tempo of this game, they're always going to be second guessing. Can we contest this objective, or are we going to lose Soul? Will we lose Baron? That kind of decision making could be up on the table for them.
Think about the range that they have to play against on the side of BLG if the game goes on, right? You talk about dragon stacking and like Photic as well, naturally with the scaling, the Time Kench being a nuisance, the Karma speed ups, the heals, like, or shielding, excuse me. How annoying this center will be to a composition that it doesn't have a dedicated tank outside of the Sejuani. So the NIP getting bot ahead, or maybe just getting some more pressure down here to give freedom to Photic and Dwarf seems to be the next priority. Is culling into Dwarf, does a bit of damage, but it ain't enough to finish the job, especially with how the Time Kench already has a bit of stats behind him. Has been now ultis once again. That one went a bit wide. Shanji flashes back into it, trying to kite around at 1v2. Now all of a sudden, slice and dice is there, but Bin just fights it out. And I feel like Shanji now with nothing available just has to sit there and take it. Ulti though in the heel. Proves me wrong. He jumps back in, tries to outplay, and props to Photic. That was doable at one point, but BLG kite around it, and they still find the miracle.
Oh, the next rotation of Eclipse coming up, plus the Photic ultimate, so crucial. Had it maybe hit Bin, and had Shanji maybe weaved in one more auto attack, or just managed to land the spell somewhere, Bin could have very easily dropped, and Shanji could have found himself running out of a 1v2. But BLG, they find their mark, they find their man. It's not going to result though, because it takes so long in setting up for Herald on.
Sashimi.
Not going to get picked off.
Man, how good would it be if you just throw your tongue out and there it is, sashimi for free. Perfect day. Honestly, I'm a bit hungry, Jamada. I'm sorry. Got to start this one off by saying I suddenly feel like raw fish. Hey, dude, there are so many good sushi places back in Australia. I don't know in Berlin yet. I'm going to be honest. I've had like one good Japanese place. I'm a little bit sus because the food quality I have noticed in supermarkets is not very good. And so I'm like, man, am I going to go and try out raw fish in a city I don't trust the food of? You know what I mean?
Are you not enjoying the Berlin food quality so far? Old Knight is probably
is he dead?
It's fine. No, it's
He's
good.
flashing away.
He's playing Ari. You're not enjoying the transition over to Berlin with food so far? It's not
the
not up to your
food, like going
standards?
out for food is okay, but dude, it's so close to Asia. That Asian food is so good. As now with Tidal Wave, again, the tsunami follows through, and you're just going to have to see, will the battle for Sashimi continue as On holds his line alongside Elk. They've moved to mid. Both bottom laners are here as Culling goes through onto draw once again, and Elk feeling himself a bit here with the Storm Razors, but unable to find the kill once again, but at least he pushes out the bottom side.
Yeah, exactly. All is well. I think too important blown, I guess, is the important thing, right? Just ultimates kind of traded for now, and those will definitely be up by the time this next dragon comes up. And Bin, he's fine. Bit of a cheeky attempt from Aki. But what we're kind of looking for now is the mandate finished up by On. There's not really 100-0. Damn! Okay, well.
Wow, he's dead. Dude,
like-
0-4.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
not a
wait, don't dive
bruiser
this.
build.
Hang on, BLG, they're
Oh,
hoping for the
no.
center to heal up, but they still failed it again. Rookie flashed away, Arky flashed away. Ben! Not gonna die. Rookie's damage was close, but dude, stop diving. The Aatrox is just not working.
Man, dive's just, yeah,
That was with
not
center roll.
NIP's best friend this game, to say the least. What I was getting to, though, as we take a step back, Dragon. Dragon's up, 40 seconds. 2 items almost on the cards for Elk. He's not going to quite find it on this reset, unfortunately, but I feel like now BLG very much on spike. Everyone's on 1 item. Mandate's there for Elk. NIP, whilst they do have, you know, quite a few core items up and ready, I just feel like the strength of this composition is kind of going to be in about 5 minutes time. Once, to me, you start to see the peak of the utility available both through Photic and Rookie to kind of buff up these bruises and work off that base damage. Until then, though, BLG should, big emphasis on the should, have a lot of the agency to force plays and make plays work, just because their champion should be just a touch stronger at this point in the game.
I mean, also, 3k gold lead helps too, and the 2-item Lucian also helps, but you're right. Like, this point of the game, the power spikes coming through are very adamant from BLG's side as Bin gets more gold for his team in that top lane. While Herald now spawns here for NIP, but this could be a bit of a risk with the charge coming forward. BLG still feeling themselves and feeling how strong they are. Even in 3 versus 4, Tidal Wave is there. Counter-Strike comes through as well. They get poked down as Knight now joins in, and Herald doesn't find the opening mid. That means Dragon still up for contention here. NIP might have first move, but BLG won't be too far behind them.
No, they won't. And I want to see, once we swap back over, there's one nice ward there, right where Duo is, right above him,
yeah.
that Bin can maybe teleport to, but it's about to run out.
Oh
It's
no!
controlled in the bottom river as well. They look for the engage.
Glacial Prison there. Cullen comes out once again. Dwar, the one to absorb it. Dragon stop for the time being. TV on top of Shun's head. It forces him to flash away as Knight has the zone out as well. Shanji comes in and he is chilling as Bin holds the flanking position with ulti available. Flash almost up in 10 seconds.
That's 3 ultimates blown by BLG. A lot of their engage.
Nice
They're
start.
looking for
Charm
Duo.
gets the flash away from Dwar. Good damage though. Photic is
Bin.
frontline and gets eaten up. And now, as you said, Ben is just holding the line. He hasn't pulled the trigger yet. NIP are getting forced out. And BLG, there's good poke damage coming from Rookie, but it's not enough. Charm doesn't connect. It's at 3k. We hold this standoff in front of the third Dragon. The center roll flies through at 1.5k. It still goes over. NIP gets soul point as BLG can't steal it away. And that's one thing they've got in this game. They've got time on their side. They've got a tool to play with and flex through this Dragon stack.
Really dangerous from NIP, though. You could see how powerful BLG are, not just because they're up 4k gold, which just kind of crept up on us, to be honest with you. But again, it's just about the spikes that they're on at the minute. It doesn't break out into a full-blown fight. NIP can be really happy about that. They secure the Dragon. Shouldn't. Arky were really dancing over trying to secure it. In the end, that Jax wins out. Triforce auto attack, the empowered W as well.
Let's see
Little bit
Bin
too
stand
powerful.
here for 10 years. That'd be the
Yeah,
TP,
I mean-
because Bin didn't move, did he?
No, he was just like wiggling back and forth, but you can't really blame him. He's looking for it. Teleport comes in. Nothing's actually able to lock him down. And, shouldn't force the flash out, otherwise definitely would have been CC'd and likely killed.
Bin?
NIP. Yeah, it's all about like Bin's really looking and trying to find the angle. I think the big pain point for BLG is they don't have control of that brush. As hello, Rookie has been
Rookie.
caught out.
Uh-oh. Well, what's up and available? 20 seconds till the Baron. Rookie has TP, but he's 33 seconds away from spawning. Jamada might be an opening here for BLG. I'm not sure how quick the Baron is, but at least try to lure NIP in for a little bit more. Maybe there's a possibility there.
Yeah, I mean, historically, my rule of thumb has been AD carry needs to be on 2 items, but when your 2 items are Storm Razor, Rapid Fire Cannon, I don't know if you can burst the 20-minute Baron with this kind of composition. Typically, that was when, you know, Kraken Slayer, IE,
What
or Kraken
the?
Slayer, big... Oh!
Holy moly. Yeah, that's what happens if Photic's by himself. If he doesn't have Tahm Kench next to him, Elk will solo him.
Yes, yes, he will. So, BLG, very much in the control of this game right now. No doubt about it. NIP, again, it's about a few more minutes from now when the utility of their comp will kind of spike a bit harder. And that's really their window. And even then, it's not a big one to work with, Jake. I'll be honest with you. Right now, BLG full mid control. Can move over to sides if they want to. Right now, though, their eyes are set on this tier 1.
Can they take it away? I mean, they're not doing enough damage. That's the other thing about the Lucian here. Jamada is like, this team, not the fastest turret taking machine either. So As they walk up, dude, Photic is just not given a chance. Draw has to have that R key on lock as he gets locked down. Never mind, because the Time Kench is just going to die. Photic now knows Saving Grace. Arky the same. They're diving. This BLG have brought Ben in, and this time he ain't sitting and watching. The camera's been put away. Now he just chills and sips and hopes to find something on the side. Maybe a gin and tonic as turret goes down on the top side. Rookie at least finding something, but it is a turret trade. It's a kill trade as well. It's still the gold over to BLG, as they're looking to take more for whatever's left in jungle.
Yeah, exactly. Takeaway camp start to starve NIP out, right? Really make this gold lead be felt as time goes on. BLG, I feel like they can just steer this one as long as they don't give over Soul, and even then Soul will not really, you know, be the end all be all, I think, for now. But what it will do if NIP do manage to pick up this next dragon is it will spawn Elder onto the map. I almost said Ender onto the map.
Ender Dragon.
It does spawn Ender Dragon. And that will certainly be a bit of a problem, Rookie.
Dude, how much of a baller is Elf? Like, what other region have you seen a Lucian full gun it towards a Karma who's got a Nautilus on the other side of the wall? You know, Elk's got everything available. He's like, I'd win. You know, that's what I love about not only Elk's Lucian, but a lot of the top tier LPL Lucians. They win through the 2v1, the 2v2. Like, they just full send it, and that's how they find advantage.
Yeah, I know. I mean, to me, Elk, Ruler, Viper, they're the Lucian gods. They just know their limits so well. They know how much damage they'll output. They make it so hard for the enemy team, whoever their target is, also to just, like, answer them as well. So, we'll see how he continues to use the strength of this champion. NIP, though, I feel like it's such a hard game to talk about because NIP, they don't really have reliable engage. They don't really get to be first to a play ever because they don't have mid lane prio. So life just kind of sucks, to be honest, for now.
Sure.
And they kind of just have to soak up the pressure until BLG potentially make a misstep and can actually be picked off.
Now, Jamada, bad timing, but apparently I've gone under the ocean again. Props to that one chat who's just DMing me on Discord being like, see, that's all I'm getting. And just telling me what's happening. Maybe I can cast like I'm in The Little Mermaid. Down here where the ocean's greener, Aki's jumping in. BLG with so many angles, Knight and Ben are coming in. Well, Elkanon jump on through. The charm doesn't connect, but Draw does too. He flashes away and Shun runs in as Ben finally flies under the sea. Oh, NIP are under the sea. Where the dragon starts, NIP run under the sea. I think Aki wants to jump in, but he can't, Jamada. I don't care if the mic's fixed anymore. I can't sing this whole fight out.
It's too long right now. NIP, they're really on the back foot. You are my bloody goat, mate. Bin doesn't have World Ender anymore. Wow, this is so precarious. If they can secure the soul, it feels great, but look at Knight. He's on the flank. Can he find a good charm? He can't. Joe's gone.
Oh, yes, he does, baby. Yes, he does. He opens up, hanging the soul away for free. Shanji runs in, and everyone's good. Under the sea, Aki, where are you going? Just went in without anyone else's engaging. Now for the angle onto Shanji, onto Photic. I mean, Knight has an angle just set on up. Dragon denied. And Photic is going to die as well. I don't know what Mr. Krabs is called in that movie, but he would be proud watching this fight and watching BLG once again under the sea.
What a beautiful, beautiful 60 seconds of League of Legends viewing experience. That was lovely. Thank you, Jake. I hope you can fix your mic. I don't know if it's still broken. But that was probably the final nail in the coffin. That was probably GG. NIP, I think they're outgassed. Plain and simple. If they couldn't secure this and maybe make it some weird flip, then it feels like now they're truly out of options. Drafted into a bit of a corner. Not only in draft, but just in game. BLG far too strong still on this spike. And even though the initial skirmish is really weird, you can see here, it's just the fact that they're kind of being attacked by Knight over the wall and from the side, whilst the rest of BLG's front line kind of just slowly picks off the members that step too far forward from NIP. It's way, way too awkward for them to navigate. And yeah, BLG full on the drivers in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if they have Baron as we come out of the replay. They don't just yet, but I'm sure that'll be on the table very, very soon. All I can do is wish NIP good luck As
that's
Jake's
nice.
been silent for a while.
No,
don't know if it's-
I am actually okay. I'm just listening to you.
Oh, okay. All right.
I
Look,
think
at
I
this
think
point,
my mic's
I don't
alright.
know.
I don't know. You know, neither do I though. I just have to. You know what I have to do? I have to just wait for that person to message me. You know, they just say all they do is say C. Either they're from SEA and they're just one of the gang, or they're actually just saying, you know, the mic is is struggling.
Hey,
I apologize,
in all
ladies and gentlemen.
fairness-
I'm not sure why.
Rise Up SEA guy. I'm sure it's like
True.
their time zone right now, you know. As a hello bit. He's got a turnaround.
Oh, he
my
is indeed.
god.
Holy moly. I mean, this is damage. I mean, BLG is so far ahead now, and it came all of a sudden. They deny the soul, and we just get fight after fight that's going in their favor. Culling to reach Photic at the end as Knight now Spirit rushes in, ignoring Shanji. At melee range, tries for the charm, but Photic flashes away. Knight almost runs it under turret. In fact, yes, he does. Wait, Knight ran it. Also, Elk did as well. Shanji tries to bring it back. Shun almost dead, and should die, shouldn't he? Bin from over the wall just stands there waiting. And On is going to look for an Aqua Prison. Photic at least has the range. Bin getting close himself. BLG, maybe they just don't care, bro.
He's just staring at me menacingly. Photic says. Bin hops over the wall. Very, very easy. I mean, yeah, a bit of a oopsie moment from Knight. And
When
isn't
was
it
that
insane
released?
that Renekton is 1-6 now, but just looked that threatening, even with this item combo? Which really does make you wonder how this game could have looked if some of those plays that NIP tried to force to actually press the issue and get the Renekton ahead could have made these mid-game team fights, right? How competitive they could have been. But unfortunately, so far, it wasn't the case. And we've kind of ended up in this pretty game over scenario for NIP. Knight, yeah, a little bit overzealous. The tower was still ramped, which is a little bit unfortunate. And yeah, again, look how strong Shanji kind of can be. I think a last second heal from On there is what also saves Shun, so well played
Yeah.
on his part to ensure that he doesn't drop over to Photic.
Well, although I have to apologize for being a little bit scattered, ladies and gentlemen, in this game. As we round this one out, you know, BLG through bot, through mid. I mean, there's been a lot of whoopsies in this game that I think we need to kind of just summarize and say that for NIP, it feels like some plays put themselves in this position. There were some really good plays around bot side, quelling the combat thanks to Arky's Jax, but, you know, the dives on Bin, the consistent giving of gold to this man's Aatrox has created a really serious problem as NIP played the defense for what could be the last time in this game. It's all leading up to BLG getting more stats thanks to the Baron, thanks to the Dragon more importantly, and putting the finishing touches on this game to lead them one step closer to that record of a score they set last split in 15-1. And the fact that they're doing it again, I mean, surely people are going to have favor for this team going into MSI.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and, I mean, you said it right there at the very end. Going into MSI, the expectation is they will simply make it, right? As the LPL stands. They have really, really upped their game from 2023, and of course, the addition of Knight trading Yagao for it just seems like a outright good trade deal. Don't know what else to say.
You're right. Look, more importantly, Jamato, I think I need to interject 10 seconds before Dragon. What is your favorite Disney film before we get into this? Do we have time?
Monsters Inc.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, that's goated. I would have accepted Tarzan as Elk. Look at him running forward. He just ran into 5 people. Culling does half the work. Tidal Wave follows the backline, and this is why I love LPL Lucians. They do stuff. They don't just sit on their bum and wait for the game to end. It's awesome to see as BLG have just taken 2 fell swoops at NIP. Arky's on a flank. He was trying for something, but that long play is now going to be sent backwards as well. And BLG have a Dragon to take. They have a Baron to take, and just like that, they should have a base afterwards to follow suit.
Yeah, honestly, I'm always surprised that this is a 30-minute game, given the overall trend of it for the most recent, I don't know, almost 15 minutes, maybe 20. So there goes the Dragon, just to ensure that NIP don't do some weird soul for Baron trade. And then eventually BLG will return to the map and likely just put all of their attention and focus on this Baron and close out, so we can have more riveting conversations. Like,
Well,
but
yeah, what?
it was just a weird time to cut into a, you know, there was a face check going on there, but it's all good. Yeah, NIP.
You're dying. I thought, man, we're going to
I
have to do
wasn't
this
dying.
solo.
I wasn't dying. I was just like, interesting time to cut to a replay, that's all. But yeah, you could see NIP fully out of it. No gas in the tank. And yeah, like you're saying, more riveting conversations like, what is your favorite Disney movie, Jake? You asked me.
It's hard because, again, like, no recent Disney movies are that good. Let's be real. Also, I'm top.
But yeah.
What, like, Enchanto is okay. Hang on, we'll call this fight first because Draw just gets caught out again. He's not tanking up at the front line. Disengages. The Shanji just TP'd in, but that time Kench is already out of the fight and he doesn't have TP to re-engage. So free Baron or free base entry, whatever BLG want. I'll tell you and I'll think about it because Tarzan is an OG, but I think that's DreamWorks. So hang on.
No, I don't think it is. I think that's Disney.
Animated Disney, it has to be. Lion King and OG, for sure. If Tarzan's a Disney movie, I think maybe Tarzan, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. For me, Monsters Inc., Toy Story, like, oh yeah. How can go wrong? Arky's just not being allowed in the parrot pit, by the way. Very rough. And he's dead. Oh, the Flower. All right. I feel like I've not seen Joe press his Arky this game. I don't know if I've just not been paying attention. And it's not flack to Joe. I just feel like someone just dies far too quick next to him as... Oh, Bin. Could be... Oh!
Oh, he's just taking on the world, dude. He doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. I mean, here's health, by the way, as well, but he can do the same. He Cullings out Bin. Should be dying here, right? Guys, right? He took so long to die, and after what was already just an easy play, turns into a belcher for BLG. Hot damn.
Did he kill Photic with Q2 and a Profane Hydra? Why did Photic die like that? Riot! Oh my goodness me. Either way, BLG don't care. They're just going to end the game. And the fact that he almost got away with his bloody life just makes it even worse. Blink and you'll miss it. Talking about Photic, not the game. The game was quite lengthy. BLG really playing with their food and...
Oh my god. I mean, that's how you know. It was so over 10 minutes ago. Bin got fed the world. He is probably cheering, and BLG got smiles on their faces for a reason. That game was well fought from them, and I think a quite a meaty win.
Yeah, definitely. And you really have to go back to the drawing board now if you're NIP. If you want to even be remotely, and I mean remotely competitive, you have to find a stronger draft than that, right?
True.
That game was, you know, even from just the pure jungle perspective, where do you play, right? Like, what side can you have a strong side? You could argue, like, realistically, it should have been top, and those dives weren't necessarily executed as well as they could have been. But even then, you have a strong Renekton into, what, a super fed Lucian, an Ahri that's going to be constantly playing Nuisance. You never really get to successfully dive because you've got to deal with Nami Wave and Bubble. Life just sucks. So, yeah, I think, to me, trying to get Rookie a higher priority on a pick that isn't Karma, really, really valuable here, I think. But BLG just off rip, I feel like, had a read on, yeah, if Rookie isn't on Talia, isn't on Orianna, life probably just feels great.
All right, guys, let's go to a break. Let's chill out. I don't think we need to go through anything more than the fact that BLG are good, NIP just a little bit less than good in this game. But in game 2, I promise, less of the mic issues, less of the issues overall. Maybe we talk more about the game, pending on how over it is, but no promises here, as LPL's last series of the day comes right after this.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this earth armsman, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Hello, here's hoping everything's all good. I'm not sure what's going on today, but as we round things out, my self-hysterics has a strange microphone. I'm joined by Jamada. How we cooking, Jamada? We looking good or what? Because, what? Is it not? Am I?
Oh, no, it's fine. So the reason why I
good.
said that was because I may have been eating. For context, for the broadcast, I said, right before we went on air, Jake talked for a bit. I had a cookie in my mouth. That's all it was.
I was worried.
No tech issues. And the best part about it was I heard production laugh in the background, which makes it even better. Game one of that series was very lopsided, to say the least. And I'll be honest, I feel like NIP did not really get to play the game, predominantly through draw. It really did inhibit their ability to get much done. Because I feel like if you don't kind of put your foot down somewhere to set up a strong person to play around, period, then yeah, you just get a game like this where you effectively don't really have any engage. You don't have a strong champion to actively, kind of lean on or rely on. And unfortunately, BLG do, and that would be Elk, right? Really, really accelerated this game. Really took over the game, especially in the mid game. And yeah, they kind of just got to steer the game for free at no real contest, and it's gonna snag away MVP. And yeah, can you really be too shocked after surviving a lot of those early skirmishes in the top side, even after the very, very early death from Arki's pretty much clean up of the 1v1 that he had with Shanji. Really went on to take over the game, especially that very, very visceral image of
what
him.
the
I believe
hell?
that's a chicken.
Why, Rookie is a chick, but what? Okay, fair enough. just a bit, just a chicken with Rookie and Jayo in the corner. You gotta love it.
Dude.
Yeah, Rookie is a chick. I mean, I thought it'd be a goat. Anyway, after in the break,
He's
setting
my goat.
myself up by watching a chili spiced buttermilk chicken Gordon Ramsay burger. I am hungry for game 2 because now BLG on blue side. We're going to see what they go for first pick. Smolder available, but there was no priority in it last game as Renekton's banned away, but this time by NIP in case Vin were to take it himself.
Yeah, let's see where BLG decide to go, right? Because last game, it was the first pick on the Ahri. It'll be first pick on the Ahri again. So, what do NIP want to do about this, right? I really feel like they need to just kind of chuck Rookie on either, you know, I mean, Rookie, I was going to say Nico, but now that I think about it, I don't think he's actually played it. Maybe like an early Hui. NIP removed that Nami Lucian away. So, Photic and Duo will be playing this pairing for the first time this split. Let's see how it goes. BLG naturally will likely have answers into this combo. So we'll see. They've hovered over just about every AD carry in the pool. What will BLG want to do? Because Elk and Om can go super aggressive. They can go super neutralizing. And Zeri Lulu, is that what's on the cards? Go the old pairing.
Yeah,
We always come back to it, don't we? We always come back. It's all Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu. What we do get is a bit of a special treat because even though the bottom lane matchup might be cursed, we get Rookie
LeBlanc?
on LeBlanc. So this is going to be a very, very exciting matchup.
I am curious to watch him play out. Historically, one of the best LeBlancs in the league. Remember that we've still had a lot earlier in the split of the AD LeBlancs. I kind of want to see what we get out of Rookie this time around because already we have some hard-hitting AD who's going to be running on that 1-2 item spike, as we know, for the Lucian Nami. On the other side, I want to talk about bans now because Shimada and NIP taking away junglers. It looks like they're taking away engage tools for Shun. Shun very well known for his Lee Sin. I think taking away the Xin Zhao as well, unless there's anything else you want to highlight that needs to be gone with the Zeri Lulu duo.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of go loads of different angles, right? With this Ahri, with Vi already being removed in that first 3, it makes life for NIP pretty easy because you go Lee Sin and then you probably just go Xin unless you want to pick up yourself. They go Nocturne again, so they're really, really afraid of Shun potentially picking up this Nocturne. NIP are. Let's see where they go after that.
Oh, Lake!
Don't even
Hide it! Hide it! We've got the sheet! Hide it!
No, the sheet! It's showing that. It's fine, I'm sure. Nothing will come of that matter.
But anyway.
Either way, yeah, Xin Zhao, Viego. I call out the Viego again. It's something that only these junglers have only both played once, but I think, you know, you're dealing with Ahri on the other side. You have LeBlanc on your end. It's a strong skirmisher. It works well into most of the junglers, but I feel like Xin Zhao just probably is the priority here. Or
Burn. Shanji's.
It's pretty bad
Shanji's
here.
old OTP. Yeah, I know, but
yeah,
Why
I
is it
think
bad?
it's just the hover. Why is it bad? Well, Zeri's got a lot of mobility. Ahri's got a lot of mobility. The only champion right now that this sucks to play against is really On. But what it can kind of do is it can work as a pseudo flex for now, right? We saw that Rumble in the jungle earlier on today. So maybe it is flavor of the month, or maybe that is the spanner in the works that NIP need to throw in here. But if we see something like this Rumble, I feel like Shanji can very happily flex this up to the top side, right? And then you just end up on an AD jungler anyway. You get counterpick in the jungle, and then maybe that supplements your 2v2, and then you also get a slightly easier time moving down to the bottom side of the map as well. That could be the thought process. Poppy, though, would be a really good negator to practically any jungle pick I can still think of that's up and available. That, you know, Arky would be happy to lean into. And I feel like BLG know that. This is why they're hovering through all of these champions. I think they just went over every option that NIP will probably go. Unless they do just go towards the Poppy,
Wukong.
but no, it will be Wukong. Alright.
So what year is it?
2024.
Yeah, but balls.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But yeah, BLG, bit of a throwback really, as you mentioned. With this Wukong now, again, you know, a lot of strong skirmishing in the early stages. And especially once that level 6 comes online, that's really when it's going to be the most powerful. And it's NIP that land on this Poppy instead. And to be fair, a lot of dashes. And one of the things I think is really underrated about Poppy, specifically into Zeri, is Zeri wants to try and be near walls, right? To obviously, you know, kind of feign sort of being out of position because you can hop out of them. Not only can Poppy stun you out of the animation, just being near the Zeri, you can simply just W her and stop her from dashing over the wall as well. So that can definitely be something to look out for in the mid game. NIP though, this is, if we're going off of LS's old Magic the Gathering color scheme, by far the most red drafts you could ever have in your life. It's full aggression. All the lane matchups are positively swung pretty much in NIP's favor. The only way you can argue that is against the bottom side, where we've seen Zeri and Lulu like neutralize a couple of Lucian Namis, but then it's about the mid game, right? Once that 1 item, 2 item spike comes online for the Lucian Nami. So yeah, NIP, the onus is on them to get things going. For BLG, it feels like they've just got a comp that kind of does what's on the tin, right? Confront to back really well, pick potential, not the most powerful forms of engage, but enough lockdown in certain areas that should get around some of the mobility of things like LeBlanc.
And now, as we get into this one, I can tell you, I did Google Disney animated movies, like in a break, and Finding Nemo is the answer. I think nothing beats Finding Nemo. It's Australian, you know, technically. It's so cute. And Big Hero 6 is good. But anyway.
Big Hero 6 is great. Yeah.
It's great. But no, Shrek. Oh, but I thought, no, hang on.
Shrek's DreamWorks.
It says Disney animated comedies in Google, and it's telling me Shrek.
Nah, Google's lying to you, man. Shrek is DreamWorks.
Google, get out of here. Nah, it's definitely Finding Nemo. Finding Nemo, absolutely.
Finding Nemo, okay.
Yeah. It's NIP's arena, by the way. It's NIP's arena, and they're being like,
they're being out Jyo'd, by the way.
That's crazy. I mean, that's how good this team is. They're on the verge of getting another score-breaking record. No one's ever gone 16-0 since we've had a single conference, but you know, again, 15-1. BLG set the record last split, and again, they're looking to do the same thing as they're one step away from doing so. NIP already secured in playoffs. They're looking for cheeky number 11, which at the moment would get them closer towards getting into the top 4 as a guarantee. FPX, remember, can win their last series, and their last series is against TT, so it is actually very winnable to secure top 4. Top 4 means you're either in the round 3 or the round 4 as a start, right? 5th and 6th, round 2. 7th to 10th, round 1. Remember, there's no double elim until you're in that top 4, so well, top 2 technically. Everyone who's seen LPL before knows what I'm talking about. Just go look at the bracket. It is just so beneficial. It's the best format because, yeah, I know, it doesn't make sense while I'm explaining it. It makes sense how the bracket plays out as heals used in the bottom side. Elk and On already just trying to push it to the limit. That was heal from Dwar, nice and early.
Yeah, really, really early. Considering Dwar, he's the one that's got sustain in this lane. Just willing to buff that up as Ricky also gets his passive proc, so not necessarily the best trades going on so far early on in these lanes for NIP, but still jungle can maybe bail them out in the coming minutes. As speaking of jungle, it will be Arky pathing now towards the bottom side, which is, I think, to be expected. Will be spotted out on this ward here. He might actually see himself get spotted out. Maybe that ward dies out just about in time. But he's going up to this top side. Shanji Ignite on the Rumble, very, very common. But one thing that's pretty important to know is when you run that teleport, or rather that Ignite, you're not running that teleport, so you're easier to get punished. Elk, he just tanks the brunt of that trade.
Use barrier for that, by the way, Jumana.
Barrier. Yeah. But it's good, because you have to remember, Elk and On, no sustain in their lane, right? So
yeah,
you can kind of afford to just use the barrier to block out a trade like that, especially considering it's a 3-minute cooldown, comparatively to heal, where it's like, what is it, 3.5 or maybe 4 minutes. It's kind of how you play out the trades. In this case, though, I think they never really would have got run down, so maybe a bit over-eager, perhaps, to just press the key.
But at least it leads to a nice reset. I mean, Elk just reset off the side of the lane. Is that what we'd call a cheetah reset, Shimada? Is that correct terminology? Am I right?
I mean, to be honest, though, cheaters do still happen, but they're a lot less common just because of that minion wave change on the side lanes that happened.
Oh, yeah, because they're faster now.
Patches ago, they're a lot faster, so it's harder to actually get good cheater recalls like you would back in the day.
And so, because, you know, I'm exploring terminology. So this is this what we'd call drifting, or what would you like to call this, you know?
What, from Arky?
Yeah, from Arky. What's this? Is this intercepting, baiting and calling, podgeoning? maybe it's a gambiting. A knight's going to run away, and that's a...
Yeah,
I think that's
he's making a gambit. He's given up his full clear
Ah.
to potentially make a dive happen in the mid lane. Doesn't work out because he gets spotted out by Shun.
Okay,
And he's not going to be able to steal away the Gromp either.
good to know.
So he's
This
made a
is-
gambit. He's given up Bottom
yes.
Scuttle, Gromp, and killing his Krugs to try and make that play.
Yeah, if that's a gambit, then I'm kind of wondering, you know, what is the Unicorn of Love? You know, like what's that? Because Gambit was Gambit from Russia or what? Where was what region was that from? I'm so
it's
so
from
young.
like they
EU.
participated in the EU LCS back in the day. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. But then I think they went off to the CIS before the region disbanded. I'm not pretty sure where they were in most recent history, to be honest. But yeah, rest in peace, Gambit. Very, very old League of Legends history.
Yeah, for the
Which
boomers.
makes me sad saying that. That one's for the boomers, right? That's yeah, that's for the old heads.
But at least we know they exist. I mean, at least I know they existed, right? You know, talking to people the other day, and they don't know what a Flame Horizon is.
What?
You know, I'm not going to name names. They don't know what Flame Horizon, but that's the new
What?
League of Legends
No,
generation.
if that's a caster, name and shame right now. Like I'm giving you.
Nah,
permission.
I can't. No,
That's
no.
unacceptable.
There's
Don't
two of
know
them.
what a Flame Horizon is?
They don't know what a flame. It's after their time, bro. Flame Horizon. People don't remember bloody Flame. You know?
You're okay. Who do we work among them?
Yes.
Oh.
yes.
I'm gonna
It
be
was-
looking
it
over
was
my
Flame
shoulder next
Horizon,
weekend, buddy.
And I think the Captain Jack was in question as well, which like
Nah.
I mean these are iconic moments. I
What?
know. No, wait. It was Insec. People didn't know. Someone didn't know who Insec was. Like what the kick was, and I'm like, no way. Yeah. Because
Nah,
that's
I
the new
am-
generation. That's the new people playing League these days. Like it's before their time.
Nah, do you
is
know what that?
crazy.
Do you know what that feels like? And I kind of relate to it. It's like when you have people that move over to predominantly English-speaking countries from anywhere in the world, right? That doesn't speak English as a first language, and then they just don't teach their kids the language that they like learned growing up. So they
Oh,
only
yeah.
speak English, and they don't speak like their mother tongue. I'm a victim of it as well. It's why I bring it up. It's like we're losing League culture, man. What's going on? Like,
I know.
where's the education? It's terrible.
I mean, look, let's be real. It all started with Aphelios and Yumi. It all went downhill from there.
That was the great turn.
That was the
in
Great
League of Legends
Depression.
history,
You're right. Oh man,
Yeah.
that was rough. Dude, Yumi came out and we started going downhill. Aphelios, and we're like, bro, what happened? Before that, things were simpler, weren't they? They were the good old times. But then that bloody cat. And then everything went downhill, man. I'm telling you. Oh, God. What's happening in the game, by the way? Have you been keeping up?
Yeah. So NIP got grubs. They got cross map for Dragon, and no one's really traded anything besides that. So it's been chill. Like, you know, it's nice to have these relaxing conversations on cast where it's kind of just
course.
you, I, the viewers, the XDDers in the Cadral co-stream. Dom's probably
classic.
streaming as well.
He's in EU? Yeah, we can go hang
Dom
out.
is in Berlin. Yeah.
Bro.
I know.
Where's the invite?
I hope we can all hang out at some point next weekend. I'm returning
should.
back.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe-
Okay,
maybe some
Jamada's
brunch.
back. Let's make it a thing. Cadral, are you around? RSVP. Dom looking like a bit of a stud, by the way. I don't know if people saw the Twitter post. I had a stalk of like, he was on different streams and I'm like, yo, Dom, shaping up nice. Because all I see him is in his room. All I see him is in a t-shirt in his room at his desk. And then you see him with like a jacket and neck piece on, and you're like, hang on a minute. It's much like this dive,
Wait, action.
isn't it?
Wait,
This
Jake,
BLG
Jake,
are
there's
bringing
action.
in. I know. It's a cyclone in the bottom side, and it is perfectly like Dom. Look at the glow up for BLG. A double kill immediately. The bot dive successful. It's clean. And now bot's just open.
Yeah, it is. And NIP just feels so muted, right? They've not really been able to force any plays in the early stages. They've got this Lucian Nami, which is into that neutralizing lane of Zeri Lulu. And Arky's just not been able to find any angle, unfortunately. And I think it's more credit to BLG. You can see as well, kind of across this bottom side, there's just a bunch of vision everywhere, right? So it just feels really helpless on NIP's part to try and force a play. And even on the top side, where maybe you'd think, well, Rumble with Ignite, they can get something done. It's just not worked out for them. And BLG, 8 minutes into the game, strike first.
Man, bot side again, I mean, going well, and it's just a mirror, isn't it? Like, nothing gained top, or Bin's trying to absorb the pressure, does so successfully. Aki coming over, might change it, though, is against the wall. Equalizer set up nicely. Bin has nowhere to go, flashes back over. Nice juke. Aki then matches, though, as Bin has not too much healing to speak of just yet. Tries to buy time, but Rookie's here to cover as well, and he'll pick up the kill. So Bin does go down eventually, but again, it's just like last game. Top for bot seems to be the trade.
Yeah, exactly. At least they do get a cross-map play in the end. Aki forces the issue. Bubble barely misses on. A little bit of a pre-trade there onto Photic, and at that point, it just makes the job so easy for Shun, right? And it's so unavoidable. No flash, no dash yet. Double knock up, Zeri ultimate. It's just too much AoE, and then once Knight shows up, it just also seals Joe's fate. And even that knock up flash on like the final frame of that ultimate just makes it too damn easy for Knight to find it as well.
2v2 continues again, doesn't it? Elk pops the ulti this time around. Aki here to cover, though, so BLG pay the respect. You can see that Shun not on the same side of the map to cover this time around, so Elkin on, after paying respect, might open things up to set up for Dragon here. Jamada, minute tilt spawns, vision control, all that jazz, while Shun decides to start off the grubs up in the top side.
We'll at the very least get a couple of these. Dragon's 40 seconds away, and NIP, Aki's not really interested. He's trying to cross up a couple of camps, so objective will go split, and Stevens. I feel like NIP, I mean, again, to me, if I'm Aki, screw the jungle camps. I'm running down towards bot lane. I'm not sure if they fully know where Shun is right now, but if you've got enough time to take a raptor camp, I think you've got enough time to try and murder on and Elk. Summoner spells and all. As
hello there. Let's go again. Aki's not going to take any damage, though, as you'd expect from Elk at this point. Photic is able to walk up to the turret because he's here, though, so free turret plate. Over to Photic, shared, I believe. No, actually, it was 125 just to him, so Photic gets some gold in his back pocket, which is nice, but now that Shun's coming down with the Dragon Spawn, I kind of wonder, are BLG going to reset first, or are they going to stay here on a half-health Zeri and try and fight this fight?
Let's find out. Got teleport coming in from Knight, so they're definitely mildly invested in, at the very least, getting priority here in the mid lane. Trying to force Rookie back to get a reset of his own, and he will do just that. And your question is answered. They're going to stick around. And we'll start this one up. Photic's resetting. Rookie's on a timer for reset as well, so this should just be a 3-second dragon for BLG. And I ponder the question. Even if they come in here.
Puppy says, yeet, no misses. Wow, Smite comes in. That was a really good dodge. Knight gets a charm and gets out. Spirit Rush. For the cost of Dragon, you are so worth.
I've got to ponder the question. If you're going to draft like this from an IP, at least, you know, throw bodies at plays.
You got to, don't
right
you?
now, it just feels like they've been
How has Bin got a plate?
But Bin's about to get a second plate if he
How?
sticks around for a wave after.
Bro, are BLG just that good? Like, when seeing teams like this, I question and I'm like, are the team just that good that NIP can't find options, or is it the fact that they're too scared to find options? I mean, again,
I think it's the latter right now. Like, don't get me wrong,
Okay.
BLG, bloody excellent. By far and away, I think they are uncontested right now in the LPL. I think they just are the best team. NIP, though, so far have very flatly not really done anything of interest this game, right?
Yeah.
There was the one play where they knew that Arky was on the bottom side because that dive where they find Bin, and even that was almost botched, right, in the execution of it. So, very, very awkward. There's been no stacked waves, dove on either side. Okay.
good. Bin
That's an
has
equalizer
ulti.
of all time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he thought Bin would just keep running away, but he walks towards the rumble. Aki's now here. Rookie starts moving. Maybe that's why they thought, oh, Bin's going to try and run away here, and then we set up for a dive, but nope. He holds his ground, and that's a good thing about Bin, is like, he doesn't really cave under pressure. Bin's like, I'd probably win again, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's kind of just, again, a very awkward game to sit through. And it
Yeah.
makes me want to talk about even more Disney films. So
Yeah,
your very poor experience apparently with Berlin food, because mine's been great, like, so far.
Dude, it's fine. Like, going out for some food is fine. You know, I can't remember where we went to, like, this Thai tapas place where there were like small Thai dishes, right? That was good. The food going out is fine, but the grocery food, as Spirit Rush is used and Charm doesn't connect, and Shun also hovering around. The problem is the grocery food, like you go to Lidl or you go to Kaufland or whatever, bro, Woolworths dumps on them as Cullen comes through, Elk is out. The grocery store back home, even in
Wait,
the
do you
UK.
guys have, do you have Woolworths down under still?
Yeah, Woolworths and Coles are the OGs, dude. They are great. They kind of fight each other, but at least you pick up a bag of onions and they're not half rotten. I got a bag of carrots 2 days ago and half of them already rotten. We got fresh strawberries 1 day ago. Half of them already in the bin. Bro, can I get some fresh groceries and can Shun get a gank? Elk flush the tidal wave. An absolute baller move as we refocus up. Cyclone comes in, but flashes out. NIP looking to re-engage this as interrupted. Arky flashed for that himself, but now Cyclone is down and out of action. 3 versus 3, Little Ants, fantastic. The zap as well from Elk gets close, but the tools are already down and out, and NIP still have the threat of the all-in. So BLG not finding the full engage of the fight, but getting away safely.
Okay, Elk has no summoner spells. If NIP don't kill Elk in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be disappointed. Really nice charm from Knight, interrupts the distortion and ensures that Rookie doesn't get a very, very free chain. Here we go, instant repeat, potentially. Cannon wave. Did he see Shun walk in the bush? We're just window shopping the dive. All right, no problem.
Love it.
All is well.
Oh,
And
Bin
Bin gets a
turret.
full tower.
Oh, yeah. Man, what has happened top? It's just, this is meant to be the strong lane, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean-
just for clarity, by the way, this is not how that matchup is supposed to go.
I
at
didn't
all.
think so.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant lane to play as Aatrox, like, in 9 out of 10 games. Unless you're getting completely camped by your jungler, that lane stinks. So,
Yeah.
Bin is having a more than good time up there.
This is
Shanji struggling.
it's a big PPX experience, isn't it? Like, not how top should go. You know, maybe you think bottom should be a little bit more fluent as well for Photic Draw. It is also showing the resilience of BLG and their ability to play multiple matchups. As for Rookie now versus Night Charm avoided, good distortion. Rookie's gone AP, by the way, if anyone was thinking AD again. PPX, it's not the way you thought it would go, as BLG are also winning out here. Herald's going to go in their back pocket with a 2k gold lead, 2 dragons, and 30 seconds before Dragon Jamada, having Herald is a godsend.
Yeah, it is. And BLG will be able to use it to their advantage to get pressure wherever they want. A couple of pings on the top side. They've also got the mid lane to work with. I think they're really trying to make their mind up at the moment. But of course, 15 seconds. They've got to time it right. Probably drop the Herald anywhere from now to the wave being dead. And they can really force NIP into a decision. And NIP as a whole are kind of in a bit of an awkward situation because Shanji is second move by such a big margin.
Yeah.
And Arky, well, Arky is in
Rookie.
upside down world right now. He's
But
XPPing.
that's good. But that's good. I mean, again, he can use a spell and come back to the... what's it called again in Stranger Things? The in-between. No, the down under. No, the upside down. Yeah, Australia. That's how they depict Australia in Stranger Things. It's quite offensive, but honestly, quite on point, to be quite honest. There's Herald charge. Look at where Knight is, Jamada.
Yeah, I see him. He's chilling.
Okay, now what?
Dragon, I suppose.
Okay.
I mean, if I may.
Oh. Hello. Spotted out. Actually turns into a good
right.
play. Shun's dead. No jungle, no smite. NIP with good pick. It plays off. Arky was so patient there. As Shanji trying to run down Knight is good as well. Electro Harpoon for the half HP trade. As NIP should just have a dragon. They stop the stacking there. And man, that patient play, I thought that was just going to be a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, it pays off, right? I was really worried it was Bin walking in first, but Shun gives him an angle for the wallbang and finds a stun. Doesn't even manage to get out of the CC, just dies 100-0. And then IP finally find a play, right? It only took 17.5 minutes, but they did it. And now, they can at the very least breathe a little bit more freely, knowing that there won't be an Ocean Soul on the side of BLG. They get a tower as well, so it's definitely a nice swing. But we need to try and see NIP be even more proactive whenever they can. BLG, they've been a lot slower than perhaps you would anticipate they would have been, considering how the last game went. But a replay here, nice CC, right? So difficult to ever get out of that. Stun into the knockup, into the chains. Equalizer from downtown as well, just to secure the extra bit of damage necessary. All is well.
Definitely is. I mean, look, for NIP, as you said, getting some pace in the game makes it feel that much better. And I think as well, the fact that Rookie is in charge here on this LeBlanc when we want to see maybe NIP stretch the map. Does it matter? He goes back to Distortion. Shun's still trying to follow this for the time being. Tries to juke it, flashes away as Knight comes in and threatens the charm. That was a deep dive, but for BLG, well driven. As in the bottom side, meanwhile, Ben is trying to find side lane turrets as help, gets culling down on the same as well. Redemption heals them up, as remember, there's both ultis from the support and AD carry of BLG. And NIP still trying to do their darndest to keep this game paced ahead. So I guess Jamada plays like that for BLG are great considering. Wild Growth comes through, Tidal Wave just out of range, and so is the Acro Prison. I was going to say, great because BLG keep the game going. They stall. But then that happens, and you're like, okay, what can NIP gain from this?
This is it. This is perfect. This is what NIP needs to be doing, right? They've got this 2-item Lucian. Rapid Fire Cannon and Shiv looks so illegal in my head after the years of the kind of items they've been, but it's going to give them priority. It's going to give them a bunch of burst. And now this is where NIP can start to take control. Realistically, for the next, 10-ish minutes, if they can keep things up, right? And that's not even really an over-exaggeration. They can control the mid lane. They should win out on the side lane. It's only really on BLG and how Shun reacts, but...
Knight can't. Well, Charm misses. Actually, Arky under turret.
Oh.
Not again! What is with NIP and failing this top turret dive?
I don't... It's just they need to stay away from top lane, bro. They can't... If the dive happens on the top lane, it's not allowed to happen. I mean, the reason why this looks so bad or goes so badly for NIP is actually to do with the Merc Tread pickup from Knight. He's just not stunned for that long. You'll see.
Did Rookie miss everything? Is that why?
No, he didn't. It's just that, Knight flashes out and the Merc Tread keep the duration of the stun at such a low level, and then
Rookie's
also
dead.
misses the ult because of it. Rookie, no, that's
Almost.
Almost.
I mean, he almost. I mean, Mercs Lamont, you're right. That saved Knight's life. That's
Lamont.
It's a big pickup.
I've never heard that one before. Mercs Lamont.
It's a little thing that has shoes. I don't know where it came from. All I know is I arrived one day and that thing's wiggling. So, actually, maybe it doesn't move. It's just some weird. Yeah, it's a weird thing with feet. I don't know. It's cursed. A lot of those are cursed. I don't know who started that revolution, but it is. A lot of those things are cursed. Anyway, that was a good purchase though. In all reality, as Culling comes through, Knight able to absorb the majority of it, and Photic gets some damage down. But what are we looking at the replay? This is what happened. This is how this area started lightening up.
Yep. Was able to find his way out though, Rookie, in the end. And I really like this redemption pickup from On as well, because the way that a lot of these fights should be happening is kind of in a static slash BLG should always know where they're running into, whether it's forward or backwards. And just that extra bulk healing from the redemption can really make or break a situation where you're trying to stand your ground with barrier, heal, wild growth, right?
Yep.
It just adds an extra layer of protectiveness that perhaps another item wouldn't have. So BLG really firm in this game, despite the ups and downs, I suppose, of the few plays that NIP have tried to make. It's not really put them under any pressure, and again, I do question whether or not NIP are going to start to look more proactively, perhaps just not around the top tower. Maybe just stay away from there. It's not a good place to be. Rookie knows that he can't one-shot Shun in any way. Backs off for now.
But I mean, the Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds, so for NIP, they're forced to make a decision. Do we go towards this? Do we try and threaten the Baron that, again, we definitely need the Rumble for? Doesn't have TP, so he has to be on the same side of the map. So there's a lot of questions as to how NIP approach this, because it still leads BLG into a path that gives them late game scaling, that gives them that front to back fight, or at least the angles that they for the solo laners that will make it an easy game at that. BLG going to have River first. NIP are coming second fiddle to this, and Bin's already waiting and lurking, hoping that NIP move in isolated.
Yeah, and they kind of are, aren't they? Ooh, Charm just barely goes wide. The worst. Let's see if NIP can sliver their way in. I mean, again, they got that dragon earlier on, so if they lose this one, it's not the end of the world, but they are really trying to force the issue. They're here in front, but a front to back definitely favors BLG.
Missed. Shun doesn't get knocked out. Aki tried a second time once again in front of this dragon to get something, and Shun just sidesteps or doesn't even really need to in that case. And now they're on Soul Point. And yes, Soul was delayed, but still for NIP, they're going to have to face the next one. They were doing a bit of window shopping, Jamada. They're correct. And BLG just walk away with it. Now have mid priority as well, getting the shove in too. They can set up some vision control around this side of the map, maybe gearing up for Baron here, and making, once again, NIP walk into them. Equalizer.
That's
Hang on. They're going to fight? They are. That's a
pretty
good one, actually.
equalizer.
Elk doesn't have On nearby. On flashes eventually, but look at their health bars. Redemption helps out, but the Lulu's just dead. It's a great pick as Knight tries to find something on the back end, but fails to. Now 4 versus 5. In front of the Baron, it's a very different feeling now that NIP have arrived with the pick.
Yeah, there's no ultimates for NIP though, so they can't take this because a fight on the back end would look bloody horrible. So BLG,
Horrible.
it's horrible. They're not gonna suffer the potential loss of a Baron, and NIP are not gonna stay up. They're gonna just look for more plays.
Charm!
Charm!
The charm! Knight
Oh!
hit him! And Shun capitalizes as well. At the max range, Rookie thought he was just gonna get some cheeky poke off, but Knight is just that much better at the moment, isn't he? And on Knight's Ari, man, this guy is looking good again.
Yeah, he is. Finds his mark on Rookie, and now that could be a Baron start, even though they're the ones without ultimate right now. No jungler available to NIP, no mid laner. Super lopsided fight. On's on his way as well, just to ensure they can be here for a wild growth. Shanji's almost too far away. There's no real way to force them off this. Maybe they can find a bit of poke onto Shun, but it's still so awkward, Hysterics.
It really is. I mean, they're trying to poke out Bin, as you said. Awkward because Shun as well gets Aqua Prison, but waiting for the smite here. They're trying to run forward. NIP, they're just not going to get the angle. They're not going to get the smite, of course, without
Charm.
Jungler. Bodic runs in way too far over the wall. Elk is now unleashed. Dwarf with the Aqua Prison doesn't connect. Bodic has gotten out of the fight, but Shanji has not. Dwarf is going to run the distance, but NIP came to shop again. But this time they were kicked out of the street as Bodic is up next. Knight picks up another. And BLG are just too damn good, man. You make one small mistake, and it feels like you're going to hell.
Yeah, it really does. And BLG, now with this Baron, they're going to snowball the game out completely and to its entirety. You have to fill 6,000 gold between the two teams. NIP have just sat on their hands, plain and simple. They have not been proactive enough. With the tools that they've tried to give themselves both games, simply not enough. And the plays that have been made, or that have been made rather, have just fallen flat on the execution floor. And BLG have simply just had to play the game. I don't think there's any simpler analysis than that. He's not really had to do too much in these two games so far. Now they can pretty much just reset. They've taken a bunch of structures just off being on the map from that Baron, and they can look to close out easy peasy lemon squeezy, as this will be the charm that Knight finds, and just predicts going back, and as soon as he comes through, knocked up. Naki as well was in the mix-up. That was Shun's Cyclone, and all of the damage that was following through from BLG. Too much, way too much for NIP to handle, and they bite off too much they can chew.
I mean, again, it's impressive. Like, for NIP, let's be real. Like, we're going to be harsh because this is what could have been a top 4 team. Still top 6, they're guaranteed right now because they've hit the magic number of 10. Again, a lot of magic numbers are magic numbers when I'm casting, but NIP have guaranteed they're not in the first round, but the problem is they're still not that upper echelon. They ain't BLG tier right now, and BLG tier is top 2. They already locked it in, getting to 14, but they are going to lock in first with this win. BLG, well, actually, that's a lie too. Jamada, they locked in first the other day. They're just going to lock in 15 and 1. The win doesn't mean anything except that they are, like, literally milking the rest of the teams, bro. They are so damn good that only IG, for some weird reason, could beat them.
IG are just the mojo killers, bro. Like, you remember they did the same stuff to JDG last year in summer as well, alright? Like, JDG just randomly lost to IG in some... Wait, didn't they also lose to IG? They lost to IG... No, JDG beat IGG this time. But still, like, it was just very, very funny that they managed to lose. And it just feels like IG... Whoever is, like, the perceived, the leading team in the league, IG is just a kryptonite. For little to no reason other than it's funny.
Oh my god. Again, he just runs forward.
Oh.
How good's this? Poppy ult doesn't connect as well. Look at the health bars. Well, actually, the Poppy ult is help for the time being as Knight flash charm. Bodic said Arky's dead, and look at this. The rampage continues. Bin then flies in as Rookie's got no hope in any way. That's just so easily done. Bin with the triple kill. Knight started it. Elk is nothing but a running forward 80 carry. And this truly is the best team in the LPL. I mean, I'll say it right now, if this team doesn't go to MSI as first seed, it would be an upset. At least second would be criminally an upset as Rookie just runs back. He's the last hope, but you know this is over. You know the series is done and dusted. It didn't feel close at any point. NIP had some small windows in game number 1, but in game 2, BLG were always there to deny them. It was inevitable as BLG, it's been a long day. Reset, move another split. Knight comes in, 15-1 again, and BLG are once again setting the records here in the LPL.
Excellent performance from BLG. They finish their regular season in first place with an almost blemishless record. And I'm sure it's a series that they're going to feel kind of frustrated about dropping, considering how the rest of the split looked. They will enter playoffs in first seed. We already knew that. But now they'll be doing it as 15-1. And they deny extra first seed, and they deny NIP the opportunity to move up to 11 wins and potentially, contest, a third slot seeding, as Top Esports still have more series to play. And that was, of course, NIP's 15th, whilst Top Esports still have 2 games in hand.
It was just showing of how good BLG are, though. I think overall we can admit, like, BLG don't drop games in series. They rarely do. Against OMG last week, or this week, I should say. Not like a bit of a caveat, but I think, let's be real, BLG being the best team, everyone expected them to be top 2, especially with Knight coming into the roster and leveling up mid from the perspective of, I guess, lane dynamics and just individual player skill. And yeah, it's crazy again that they finally beat JDG this split. They beat NIP like they were nothing when this is a potential top 4 team. Like, I don't know what more you can say about the fact that, like, that our top 2, or at least our top 1, are so far above any other team in this league.
Yeah, it's quite a feat, right? Especially in a league as competitive as the LPL tends to be, especially in that, like, top 4, top 5, like, flight and echelon of teams. The fact that it feels like there is genuinely almost a gap between BLG and then JDG, Top Esports right behind them, is, kind of a worrying thing almost when you think beyond just domestic play, right? And you kind of start to then ponder, well, what will internationals look like? Will it finally be a bit of a renaissance in performance in that regard for the LPL when it comes to, potentially World's performances, right? MSI has always been pretty okay, but, making it to those finals again and trying to pick up another World Championship.
I mean, again, they've got a lot of thinking to do because going to MSI last time, JG were in the way, but now, again, LCK teams are looking pretty strong themselves. Like, we're thinking about the T1s, I think the Gen Gs, if I'm correct in what I'm analyzing right now. I haven't watched as much LCK as I should have, but still, the international performance is now what they should be thinking about for sure, because getting across the finish line should end in like a couple of BO5s. BLG, they're already secured. If you go to League Peter and look at the playoff bracket, they're there for their first BO5, which is the top 4. Second one, and then after winning that in semifinals, they go to finals. So that's their path. 2 BO5s. Feels very doable right now. And of course, we're on the BLG hype train. I know a lot of people will be like, yeah, like, what about NIP? They're still in playoffs. They are still around like the 4th of this seed, pending on what happens with FPX, which means they're still starting either in round 2 or round 3. So not the end of the world, but they ideally would like to be in that top 4 so that they don't have an extra BO5 to play before they get into double elimination.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, I mean, I feel like, especially if you likely are going to be in that top 4, just getting that extra bit of warm-up is pretty important. I forget what team it was. In fact, it was actually BLG in spring, right? I think they started just outside the top 4 last year, obviously, and they got an extra best of 5, or that really helped them kind of warm into things, as well as them dropping down into lower bracket after their very, very convincing, and I still remember it, that 3-2 JDG series in spring, which they should have won, and then I feel like that was the beginning of the curse for 2023, as PGBs are flying by, and yeah, BLG, there's not really much to talk about. They just kind of won the game, and NIP could not find any real avenue again. I feel like muted themselves a little bit in draft, but then also simply didn't really look to be particularly aggressive. It felt like playing, in some ways, mentally not to lose as opposed to playing to win.
Sure, again, It's so important, especially with top tier teams, because I think then you start making little micro distinctions like that as well. On a side note, as we go through and end the day, as guests once again, we have done 6 games. LBL, I mean, yesterday was a 6-game day as well, but you just look through the schedule, it's at least 7, 8 usually for the guys that are here regularly. My hearts go out to them. There's been a lot of 9-game days as well. We just don't get them. We just don't get them.
Yeah. Hey, it's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. What can you do? But yeah, it's been a very, very fun day, right? Even though a majority of these, well, all of these series were 2-0s, I feel like they were all fun to watch, especially the LNGW series. That was very, very back and forth. 2-0 does not really spell the actual, you know, overall feel of that series. I would probably come to the end result of, and even the first series of the day was kind of competitive-ish enough, right? I mean, definitely some questions to be asked about IG and how they're going to look moving forward, but hey, you know, they're locked in playoffs. They've got a little bit of time to try and readjust, but yeah, definitely looking a little bit worse for wear. As yeah, this, speaking of looking worse for wear, NIP just, again, no real avenue to play. It felt like not just this game, of course, but the entire series.
Yeah, at least in the first series, I feel like there were a couple more angles to play. I mean, this time around, we said putting themselves into a hole of having to play the early game out and being hyper aggressive. There were moments like this where they find picks, but you consider what they commit, you consider what they lose. Small moments where, yeah, they deny the dragon stacking, but it doesn't continue. And NIP are getting denied options like this dive up top side. I mean, Merc Tread saving the day, and man, it's so unfortunate that it goes pear-shaped again. What are the chances? 2 top lane dives in 2 games? Actually, there were 3 in total, and all of them went horrid.
Yeah, they're gonna be feeling like a little bit of PTSD. They're gonna be like, I don't know if we want to dive top lane anymore.
Yeah.
After this series, but in all fairness, it was generally, you know, pretty well played by Knight and Bin, respectively, who survived a lot of those dives. And like you mentioned, Merc Treads definitely helped out for the Ari, and yeah, it just felt like Knight should be getting MVP. If I had to wager a guess, if he's not, I'll be pretty surprised.
Yeah, there's no way he doesn't.
Loads of very, very critical charms. Maybe it's... Alright, do you think Elk gets it? Like, let's just, like, fully play...
Nah. It's Knight.
Like, it's Knight,
It's
right?
not
Like,
even close. It's not going to be Ben. It's going to be Knight. It's not going to be Elk. It's going to be, like, if it's not Knight, I agree.
MVP.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Look, if you're wondering why we even guess these things, Jake was here for years. I was only here for a year, and I saw some very, very questionable MVP votes.
Dude, I after
time.
watching a lot of co-streams, like, now I realize, so the people that get a vote, like, I don't think English casters get a vote. I'm pretty sure they don't. But the people they give it to, the media, it's like in LCK. Some of the votes that people vote for is just like, you think to yourself, why does this person have a say? No offense, I know that's harsh, but dude, if you're voting, like in that game, for example, it's the same as voting for like Bin, right? You know, like Bin did okay, but the setup and the plays were there. Or maybe it's like voting on. Maybe it's equivalent. With like Honors Zalulu, yeah, had some good ultis, but you know, who won them the game? Who actually was the most valuable player, which is what it stands for, or player of the game, as I think we do as well. We'll bring up today's results, though, if you missed out, because it is already over. We're already into our 6-game day and done and dusted. 2 playoffs results come through. OMG made it thanks to their win against IG. LNG made playoffs as well, and WE have to wait another day. And BLG already had #1, but now they hold their record once again, a back-to-back 15-1 finish in the LPL.
Super Ultra #1 BLG as standings, just for those confirmations there. Of course, LNG move up into a confirmed position. IG already there, and OMG also get their way in. So only 2 more spots remain up for contention, and even those 2 spots, I'm not gonna say feel locked, but you know, definitely if you're inside that, if you're on that first screen, the odds are definitely a little bit more in your favor as those final 2 teams. Anyone's Legend, TT, a lot of stuff has to go their way. And speaking of Anyone's Legends, they got a game in that middle slot tomorrow against Top Esports.
At least AL, you know, can be deciders of their fate, right? If they beat TES, AL are in. Now, the only caveat to that is if WE are able to find a win as well and Weibo are able to find a win. So never mind, ignore me. They're not in guaranteed tomorrow. But the 2-0 needs to happen, okay? It needs to happen because otherwise if these other teams reach 8, the game differential is going to count and AL still won't make it. So, yeah, I've been wrong about some things today. And so I just got to keep double checking. Jamada, thanks for playing. Thanks for being part of the crew. You know, like times like this, you just think there's no time to muck about, is there? No time at all.
No, there isn't. It's all business. No fun here at the LPL.
That's true.
Only
No
work.
pleasure. All right. Well, we're going to work our way out of here. A big thank you to all for tuning in as well. Congratulations to OMG and to LNG. And tomorrow it will continue as the LPL has 4 days remaining until it gets to playoffs. See you next time.